Good morning. It's Saturday morning. Good morning. It's Saturday. This is a
Welcome. Welcome to this mindfulness session on the third day of this digital campus party. I hope your first 2 days were great and that you're looking forward to the rest of this day. My name is Wineke van Aken and I'm a mindfulness coach from Amsterdam and I'm your host for these mindfulness sessions. These mindfulness sessions are here for you to help you to prepare yourself for a full day with lots of inspiration, lots of ideas. These sessions help you to connect with yourself and with your body so that you can be fully present during every presentation and you will enjoy every minute of it. So for this session, I would like to start with an exercise that is quite well known in the mindfulness world. And it's an exercise that will help you to connect with yourself in moments when you might be a bit stressed or a bit anxious. So it will help you to calm the mind and to calm the body. So it's a 3-minute exercise. It's called a 3-minute breathing space. So when you're ready, find your comfortable seat. Maybe on your desk chair or like me on the couch. And then the first step, every step is 1 minute. The first step is checking in with yourself to see how you are now at this moment. How do you feel? What is your mood? Maybe you want to close your eyes. That feels comfortable. How are you? Maybe some words come up to describe it, or maybe not. Maybe a lot of thoughts pass by about things that you did before, about things that you want to do, thoughts about this event. How do you feel? And then the second step is connecting with your breath. Maybe you want to put your hands on your belly to feel the breath. You feel how the breath is moving through the body. Feel how the belly is moving forward when you breathe in, falling backward when you breathe out. And then the third step is broaden your attention to the whole body. As if you feel the whole body breathing from your feet to the crown of your head. As if you feel that the shoulders and the back are breathing. The chest. As if you feel the buttocks and the legs are breathing. The feet on the ground. The face. connecting with the whole body, resting in space, sitting on the chair. And then you slowly are going to end this 3-minute breathing space with a final check with yourself on how you feel right now at this moment. So then when you're ready, you slowly open your eyes. So this is an exercise you can do any minute of the day, maybe sometimes today, maybe at the beginning of a new presentation or at the end of a presentation or before a break. Just try it a couple of times today and see what it brings you. So it's 3 steps. Every step is 1 minute. First step is checking in with yourself, how you feel. Second step is connecting with the breath. And the third step is broadening your attention to the whole body. Maybe you want to write it down, checking in with yourself, the breath, and the whole body. It's a very powerful exercise. And there's really a big difference between not doing this exercise at all and maybe doing it once, twice a day. So I hope that's useful for you. And we still have some time. So I would like to do another mindfulness exercise with you. And that's a body scan. And for this body scan, you can just stay sitting on your desk chair, or maybe if it's possible for you, you can lay down. So prepare yourself, see what position suits you best. And take the time to make the transition into this new moment, new exercise, new mindful moment. So if you want, you can close your eyes. So if you keep them open, you keep them soft. And feel how the body is resting in space. Feel how the body is sitting, or maybe lying down. Aware of the breath. Arising in this new moment. This new moment where you start the body scan with focusing on your feet. Focus your attention on your feet. Feel how they're resting on the ground. Contact with the ground. Maybe aware of the sounds passing by. And continuing with the body scan, focusing on the ankles. Being aware of all these complex joints, but aware of all the movements that they can make. And then you continue to focus on the lower legs, Maybe you feel the fabric of your clothes. Or maybe some air, the air passing by. Aware of the shins and the calves in the back. And you continue with the body scan. You focus your attention on the knees, kneecap, back of the knee. Maybe aware of thoughts passing by, or the sounds in the background. That's okay. It's all part of it. You continue to the upper legs, aware of the big bone in the upper legs, and the big muscles. Feel how the upper legs are resting on the chair. And maybe you can smile at the legs. The legs that bring you everywhere where you want to go. And maybe they don't always do what you want, but they always do their best. Smiling at the legs. And then you continue with the body scan. You can be aware of the buttocks resting on the chair, the hips, and then you go to the back, lower back. So you notice some tension there. It's a vulnerable place of the back, so maybe there's some pressure, some tension, some pulsing, tingling. And then you slowly go up, vertebra by vertebra. You slowly go up, aware of the shoulder blades. The big, strong shoulder blades, the big bone. If you don't really feel anything at the shoulders, don't force it. You just notice that you don't feel anything there. And continue with the body scan. You focus your attention on the arms. Feeling how the arms are hanging from the shoulders. The elbows. The lower arms. The wrists and the hands. How the hands touching each other. How the hands touching your legs or your knees. fingers touching. And then continue the body scan. Focus on the belly. Feeling the movement at the belly. Feeling the movement at the chest. Aware of the breath moving the belly, moving the chest. And continue throat area, the neck. Focus on the face. The soft face. Lips softly touching. The tongue that is resting in the mouth. Soft cheeks. And soft eyes. And the back of the head. The ears. The crown of the head. So now you can be aware of the whole body. And know that you have a body. That you can drop in this body to bring yourself in this moment. So that you can relax the mind when it needs a break. So that you know that you don't always have to think about the future or about the past. You don't always have to plan to solve problems. This is a moment where you can just be, you can connect with the body. So now you're slowly coming to the end of this body scan. We're slowly coming to the end of this mindfulness moment. So when you're ready, you slowly open your eyes. You keep your eyes soft. And see if you can bring this quality of attention with you to the rest of the day. You can thank yourself for giving yourself these 20 minutes of mindfulness to relax the mind, to calm the mind, and to connect with yourself. So I hope these 3 sessions were useful for you, or maybe you just did this session. And think about the 3-minute breathing space. Maybe do it a couple of times today, and maybe more in the future if it helps you. So thank you very much for joining. It was a pleasure to be your host, and I wish you a great last day of this Congress, and maybe see you again in the future. Take care.
Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello. So, Roy, welcome. This is Roy Frey, someone I've known for quite a few years. Originally met in the Netherlands, but as he is also in the film industry, we bumped into each other at different festivals, in Cannes, Berlinale, I think, maybe in Rotterdam. And whenever you're around the Netherlands, I love getting together. And last time we had literally 60 beers, which is marvelous. So, Roy, would you please introduce yourself? So who are you, what do you do, and why do you do what you do?
Sure. Well, first of all, Chris, thanks for having me. I think you guys are doing an amazing project with the podcast. I was very curious to listen to your other interviews. My name is Roy Frey. As you said, I'm currently based in Israel, just outside Tel Aviv. After 10 years in London and Holland, I found myself coming back home, mostly following the work, actually. For the last 5 years, I worked at a distribution company here in Israel. The last 2 years, we developed a streaming platform for the Ministry of Education here in Israel. Which we, before quarantine started selling abroad. But then there were no schools open anymore. Quarantine, so we put that on hold. My say, forte, my specialty is narrow down what the product actually does, and then finding the right market for it. Also in the sense of, how should I say it, like putting the right words for the market to understand what your product does. Refining the message. So that's really my forte. I love Simon Sinek and how he always starts with why. And for me, I've been doing it for years. Actually, the guy who taught me this, I think, was Nick, our mutual friend. 10 years ago, he introduced Start with Why to me, and it completely changed my life.
So what is your why?
Well, I believe we're not here to just help ourselves. I think the strength of humanity is the fact that we do for each other. And so I'm always driven by doing things for my community. That's how I got involved with the film in the first place, as a means of sending a message over to hundreds of thousands of people around the world. I thought a very strong medium in my and then and now with the digital world, with high tech, everything is scalable, everything is global. Every product you make in Israel is not made for Israel, it's made for the global user community. Anything you make in Holland, you make it not for the Dutch market, you make it for a worldwide market. Anyway, a larger market than your important country. And so now I'm trying to do that move to other industries, to move away from film into other industries with that good tech, sort of providing value to people as a guideline.
No, and in all of our experiences, you mentioned that you are a packager or a simplifier and bring it to market. I think one of your superpowers is also calling bullshit when things don't make sense. You mentioned to me a lot, and that's I think that's brilliant because for me, if you come up with a concept, you have to expose it to the wild and to learn about it. You have the brilliant balance between the creator aspect as well as the commercial aspect. So no, it makes sense what you're saying. So the question I have for you is, with so many opportunities out in the world and so many capabilities under your belt, how do you focus? How do you maintain focus on the one thing or the one product or the one customer or the one business for a long period of time?
I don't.
Okay. Me either. Good. Okay.
It's exhausting to stay focused on one project for a very long time. I do a lot of social work in the sense that I'm involved in some political protest. I'm involved with the motorcycle community.
Mm-hmm. It's still a dream of mine to learn how to ride and go out there and get the pictures of you guys out in the desert. That camaraderie, that still just makes me hungry to join you guys.
Yeah. It's something else, and every community has their needs. Specifically with the motorcycle community, there's an issue with safety barrier. Apparently, the regular safety barrier
close it a bit. So
I think that's the challenge for managers, and again, I wrote a lot of tips for managers on my LinkedIn. It's a big challenge for managers running teams on Zoom and keeping it personal, keeping. You asked about a growth tip. Here's a growth tip. You have to get aligned to the why. Your team understands the why. Every single one of them understands the why of your either organization, the why of your team. Why are you doing this thing that you're doing? That would give everyone the space to contribute. Mm-hmm. If people are not exactly sure what they're doing, their hands are tied. They can't help you.
Yeah. So how do you do that? How do you ensure your team really understands not only your why, but maybe the collective why?
I guess I start a lot of my discussions with the why. Mm-hmm. You can always start the presentation with the company's vision as a first slide. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter what the presentation is about.
Yeah.
And then if anybody has a question, they can raise it straight. They can say, "Hey, I don't know this sentence. I've never heard this before. Yeah. Is this what we really do here?"
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or you're saying that sentence and I don't believe you. So
yeah, well, a good friend of mine is he's got an automatic system that he kind of quizzes top brass in big organizations. And his questionnaire usually uncovers at least one top executive who is not aligned with company vision. Mm-hmm. And that's amazing. It's like carrying a huge weight because this guy isn't moving in the same direction as everyone else.
Yeah.
So
and once you discover that, once you discover that, that's the start of the journey. If you can accept that one or multiple people is not on board, well, then you can make decisions. You can remedy it, or in any number of ways. Yeah.
I think most of the time they're not on board because of a misunderstanding, or they're not on board because they're in conflict with the person who's managing them.
Yeah.
They're in conflict with the CEO, so they're not on board.
Yeah, something
these are solvable issues.
So something I love to do is, and you've seen this, the simplicity canvas, the scan that I have, yeah. But it really doesn't matter the tool. So you could use, because the tool is really irrelevant here. But the like your friend's questionnaire is what I just love doing is if you have a management team or a group of people, you have them fill out, you answer the questions independently, and then go through a facilitated process to see where do they violently agree and where do they violently disagree? Because both of those should be discussed. Okay, we all agree on this. Are we wrong? Should we? Okay, don't have a light conversation on that because maybe you unearth a false assumption or something. But then where you violently disagree, say, okay, well, why? What assumptions are we making? What information do you have that I don't have? Or can we make a decision now for the time being or something like that? But one other thought is what I like to do is big room planning. And it's coming from the scaled agile world, again, from the tech background. If you bring all the developers into a room every quarter, and just like you said, I love it, you get the CEO up front first to say, this is why we're here.
Yeah.
The second person I love to have up there is a customer. This is why we're here. And if you have leadership saying this is why we're here, and if you have customers repeating something related to it, that this is the value I get from it, that sort of creates the space for us to do the planning for the next quarter. And it's always amazing how after you build some trust and people can start calling bullshit on each other, like, yeah, you keep saying that, we don't do it or whatever it is. So, no, cool. No, lovely. So, where are we on our let's talk about business growth, because you're a business development guy, a concept productization business development guy. That's how I see you, a bringer of things to market, a commercializer of ideas. Once you have simplified something down to a clear definition or proposition, then how do you grow that business? Do you have what's your secret for taking the a product to market and scaling that?
Yeah, again, it's the same process of starting with why and aligning all the people who are working on this project.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I believe in people, empowering your teams. The people that know your product better than others are people that work on the product. So if there's any scale for improvement, it'll come from them. So you need to empower them to understand the product precisely and what you're trying to achieve. Understand the customer, as you say. I read today on Hotjar that
I love
product management is like sailing.
Oh, cool.
So you build a sail and then you have to adjust it to the wind.
Yeah.
And the wind changes from time to time. So the wind is the customer here, and then the sail is your product, and you have to either pull it in or let it go. Depends on on the wind. So I think you can really feel. I use data. Okay, you have to use data a lot to try and get that feedback. A/B testing is king. I'm a firm believer of agile, and then so that's really agile is really like sailing, because you pull it in and you can feel whether the boat took off. So you can really feel the wind taking the boat on. I'm also a skipper, so the analogy is coming straight from my word. So I think in terms of growth, when the sails are perfectly aligned, you can feel it. The thing just takes off.
Yeah.
When you found the right market, when you found the solution and you found the right market, the thing just takes off.
Just moves.
So obviously, automation is big. There's a lot to do in terms of automation. There's a lot of companies that do automation, and that's amazing. Saves a lot of time.
Well, what I like to say is if you are building on a swamp or a pile of crap, then you're just going to automate the spread of the crap, and it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And so it really needs to, like you said, if it's beautiful, if it's elegant, if it's connected,
if it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you have to provide value. If you don't provide value and you don't know who you're providing value to, if you can't find that connection, there's nothing to grow. Yeah. Then you're in that swamp that you mentioned.
Yeah. I want to put that last 5 seconds on a repeating loop and put it on a screen right in front of me. So when I'm out there creating crazy stuff, Roy will just make it worthwhile, make it valuable. So
make it work.
Yeah.
Create value. That's the bottom line. That's what I do every day of my life. Mm-hmm. Try to create value for people around me. May it be motorcyclists, may it be my next client, coming on this podcast for me is a way to create value.
Yeah. And you mentioned you have a lot of tips on LinkedIn. So I'd like to get those links, and I'll put those in the show notes, so people can go back and benefit from that. So if you can point me in that direction. So while you do sailing, my background was rowing. So I'm an oarsman, and it's a different thing, but it's on water.
But you understand alignment. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And also, the coxswain, the person who's steering, provides the context. Okay, we're half a boat length behind, or we're half a boat length ahead. And then once that person gives the context, and then they can start saying, okay, well, increase or decrease the power or the stroke rate. And a lot of people think the coxswain goes stroke, not true. Actually, it's the person, sitting in the front of the boat that sets. So it's a self-organizing system. The coxswain gives a bit of context. This is where we're going. We're losing. I need more from you. And then the team has to get in the right sync. And once you've practiced a lot, talk about agile and self-managing, then you start to fly. And if people have disagreements, like, no, I don't think we're losing, or no, I want to go on a different stroke rate. Well, then you're going to have this very large piece of metal in your back, or piece of wood in your back, and it's going to hurt badly. So it's and then that.
That moment I'm talking about, when all the oarsmen are aligned, you can feel the boat flying. You can literally feel the difference. It's enough to have one oarsman out of line.
Yep.
For the thing not to move.
Yep. And in a rowing boat, actually it lifts up a little bit. And for me, the feeling is matched with a sound, because you hear nothing but the bubbles under the hole.
Right.
And it's just go.
Yeah. So that's my major tip on growth.
Yeah.
Get everyone aligned, and then magic happens.
Yeah, and I guess there's some practice there as well, because when we implement agile in organizations, it's really awkward, and people are still asking bosses for direction and decisions to get made, and then it takes a bit of an enlightened boss, someone like yourself, to look at them and say, "Go do your job. You got this."
Yeah.
I have confidence.
And if you fuck up, I'm behind you, because I understand. I gave you the space to grow into. So when you fuck up, it's my responsibility to back you up.
Yeah, cool. Roy, this has been awesome. Looking at the time, it's with sadness that I have to wrap it up, but we have to fit within these 30-minute blocks. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Thank you so much. How can people find you online or wherever, if they need help with growing their business or leading their business? How can people find you?
I'm on LinkedIn. It's pretty easy. Roy Frey on LinkedIn. I'm on it every day. And
that's Frey is an Frey.
Yeah, and it's a Roy with an I.
That's a good point.
Which is great, because it stands for return on investment, or Republic of Ireland, depending on where you're coming from.
Both value in different contexts, so that's cool. Roy, thank you so much. We'll put your LinkedIn in the notes as well, so people can reach out to you. Awesome. Outstanding. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and I'm here with Dian Ijkhout, and we are on Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And Dian is a very special entrepreneur, and I'll let her share what she does, because she's involved in a couple different activities. And I've known Dian for years as well. Met you through your husband originally, Christian, who I also have been interviewing as well. And you are a completely different person and a magical person, as well as he is. And you're involved in well, let you explain, dance and things like that. So Dian, can you share with us, what is it that you do, and why do you do what you do?
Well, yes, I can share. I do lots of things. Actually, I've been a dancer for almost all my life. I started dancing when I was 4 years old, and I actually never stopped. And meanwhile, I'm also a sport massage therapist, and I teach dance and I teach theater, which are all my passions. So your question, what is it that you do, made me think. I actually work with movement and human bodies, and what I see inspires me in multiple ways. So that it's.
And why? So what is it that brings you into that? And you've been dancing all your life. What is it about the movement of bodies that keeps you busy in that area for your whole life?
Well, for me, being able to dance was being able to speak better than I can do with words. Like when I use words, I get easily tangled up in thoughts or in trying to find the right words, but I never have that in dance. It is so clear, and it's so nice to read or listen to someone just by looking at them and how they speak with their body. So and also in my massage work, it's kind of like Braille. It's like reading the body with my hands. It's a communication.
And what do you read? What is it that you interpret, or what is it that you like when you are doing a sports massage and you're reading someone like Braille? What is it that you read?
I read where the tension is. I read the differences of tension, but I also read when someone comes back. I can read the change. I can. You get so much information about the body and how they feel and how they fight or how they struggle. You can get a lot of information, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of a story of a good friend of mine, Anil, who was Indian, and he told me years ago, I know, that massage was just part of his childhood. That when he was laying in bed or something, his mom or dad would actually be working on those legs, or but there was the physical contact of parent and child was just part of his being, in fact. And that's something I try to do with the boys as well. Like when putting my two boys, when I'm putting in the bed, just to get my fingers in there and into the arms and the legs, a little bit on the back, and I never thought about it at reading, but you can really, at least I can very roughly detect where they are, I guess, emotionally at that point as well, because you can see if they're tensed and stuff like that as well. So it's beautiful. So
nice. I do the same. With we've got two girls, and one of them loves it when I stroke her through the hair or grab her hand and just massage only that bit. It's really nice. And you feel them calming down and relaxing. Yeah. And then also what we do when we have pain or you're injured, the first thing you want to do is grab it yourself and put pressure on. So you want to hold the things you feel.
Yeah, I think listening to you and to Anil and people, I would love it if my kids, when they're older, said, my father was there. I never was wanting for a hug, and and I had massages or rubs going to sleep. Yeah, beautiful. So going back to your dancing, you did say that I can ask you anything during this. So
I might not answer, but no.
Well, I remember a couple months ago, maybe not. I'm in Corona time, so that's all. Time is a bit of a blur right now. But I saw a video of you, short movie, dancing in the twilights on a bridge in a city. Very artistic, very beautiful, flowing, moving. What was that?
That was fun.
That was clearly fun. Yeah.
Christian, my husband, worked on this small project which was based in New Zealand, and it is a linear way of filming. So someone wrote the script, then it went to someone else who could be living in a different country, and then there was an actor who spoke the voice, made a voice recording, and then it came to someone that made the images, in this case Christian. And then you make the images by the story that's already there, and then a fourth person does the soundscape. Mm-hmm. So you only have a small bit in the whole process. So he received the words and the small script, and we're thinking. And then I thought you could use me, because it was actually kind of abstract, the text, but dance can also be very abstract, and then you put them together, then all of a sudden it can make sense. Mm-hmm. So we decided to do that. So we went out to shoot. We had 24 hours to shoot it. So we went out into the city on the bridge, 4:00 in the morning. Nobody was there, so it was really nice. And we just improvised the whole thing. It was wonderful.
Yeah. How was that experience for you? What was the memory?
Yeah, to be inside the city with absolutely no one around. I mean, it was Corona time, but there was no one, not no one jogging, just the birds. And then to be moving on the text, which was about the silence of the city and wanting the city to wake up and to make some noise again, it kind of all fell together. So that was really nice. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, it was striking in my mind because I watched it. I didn't understand the backstory of it, but I could clearly see and feel that there's something meaningful going on there. So if it's available later, I'll get the link from you or something. We can put it in the notes so people can. So you are also an actress then, in addition to your other activities.
Yes.
Yes.
Though I'm the best actress when I'm allowed to improvise. I cannot really learn text and stuff.
Yeah.
That's really difficult. But I love to play and yeah, play with theater and acting is wonderful.
Beautiful. So let's loop back to your business, and it is dance related, dance teaching, dancing, also, you know, the physical body with the moving and things. How over time, how have you decided where to actually work in dance? Because you know, dance, I think, like any industry, will have an endless amount of roles and tasks, and you can probably work for companies. But what I'm familiar with, you have been an independent sort of dance instructor through multiple schools, I guess. What was your decision making in order to create your business like that?
I don't think I kind of gave it a thought, as in having a goal and working towards that goal. It kind of came along. So I started off dancing in musicals, and I actually started dance because of I was a big fan of Singing in the Rain and Gene Kelly, Fred Astaire, all that kind of, that got me into this whole wanting to dance in the first place. But when I did the musicals, it was fun, but it was not fulfilling in a way. And I never knew why. But later on, I started to teach as well. I was asked to substitute, and I kind of rolled into that. And turns out that I have a big passion to teach, and especially to work with children, because I think I'm actually a big child. My brain, I call it a fluid brain. So because I go from one idea to the other. And when you work with kids, it's a great tool because I can kind of jump in and out with them. It's crazy, but it's wonderful to have a space where you can be crazy. So I kind of rolled into that. And now with hindsight, what I discovered is that one of the things I bump into in my life is perfection versus imperfection. So whereas when I make stuff, I love the imperfection. I love it when things go wrong. That's where it gets interesting, when it starts rubbing and there's something going on. But when I did musicals, it was all about being perfect. You wanted to do, look perfect. This is what, and I'm actually, I think, not even good enough to be that perfect. But I'm good enough to have the heaps of fun to do it. So in my teaching and in making, I make choreographies also with the students. There I find that sense of joy, which is, this is what there is. And it doesn't matter if you fail, because there's actually no such thing as failing. There's just whoops, it doesn't go the way you want it. How are you going to catch it? And what are you going to do with it? So when I make work, so I make choreographies for my students, I always want to teach them to not be afraid for when things go wrong, because when you're on stage, the chance is big that things are going to go wrong. But to embrace it and then use it. So whenever I see my own work back and I see the kids having these moments that I didn't invent, but they kind of, I see how they use it and bloom with it, then I did my job so well.
Wow, it's actually profound insights there. In my world, of course, is more of a corporate, structured organization, and one of the words that people are really talking about is anti-fragility. So basically, not breaking, because and what I heard from you is in teaching the kids to be not afraid of when something goes wrong. That means they don't have that stress and anxiety to recover. And then if your mind is free to be creative and just flow with it, and that's actually a lesson that we're still trying to learn as corporate organizations to allow people to fail and to learn and to adapt, because oftentimes society doesn't celebrate that. That, you know, they're expecting perfection all the time. So beautiful lessons for your students.
And I still, I mean, it's still difficult. You see it in life all the time, where you feel like you have to fulfill a certain something, but the theater is actually a really safe space to kind of play and learn these skills. That's why I like the improvisation as much as I do, because it's all about looking at the moment. What is there now, and what do you do with it? Sometimes you have better moments or funnier moments, but all the moments work. And that's cool. It's also great in terms of how do you cooperate together. And like if I have an improvisation or coming up and I already think I want to do that, I'm already forcing someone else in my improvisation. So even at that short notice, you have to learn to let go. And if someone else wants to do something else, how do you then find your togetherness in that?
No, it's funny again, and then you're stimulating just so many thoughts in my brain. So one of the things I enjoy doing is selling stuff, even though I'm not a salesperson. And I really enjoy selling stuff on a team. And we actually have pre-action reviews and post-action reviews. And the words I use is a performance. And so because when I'm there, you imagine we're selling some software or something, or, you know, and it's a bit like a dance. You know, it is a discussion, it's a dialogue, it's a dance, and things go wrong, and people say the silly things or weird questions come, and I think is if you're flowing with it and have that sort of, you call it safety, to I just love that. And afterwards, if the sales dance went well, and that didn't mean you sold something, but for me the experience went well, I love to process that as well. Say, okay, what did you learn? What did you see? What, you know, how did that feel for you? Because that's the learning and growing. How do you process this with the students? Meaning, how do you reinforce it's okay to fail, you know, by that definition, and then this is how you adapt and this is how you learn? Do you have techniques for that, or is it?
It's a difficult question, I think, to answer, because it's part of me and who I am and how I teach. So I kind of bring it along with me, because when I teach and we make stuff and I see things, I think I see sometimes in a different, or I look at the kids in a different way. So I pick out different elements in them than other teachers would. Like if they make a mistake, I might keep it, because I love the thing they just brought in. But also I give assignments. So I have a theme I want to work with, and I give them can you say that, opdrachten? So things to do.
Assignments, tasks.
Yeah, tasks where they have to make their own work. So I'm kind of kneading them slowly but gradually in the kind of material that I would like to work with. But sometimes that surprises me, because sometimes I'm kneading them, but they're giving me something back that I didn't expect. And then I go, wow, I want to use that. And also sometimes I think, nice in this process, but maybe not for on stage. Maybe keep that as part of this process.
Sounds like a series of gentle, caring, respecting, loving nudges. And little micro corrections. So
I hope so. But the big feedback is when the piece is there, when the piece is on the stage and I see it, and it feels like my piece, but it surprises me in all different ways. Because they make it their own. I always call it when the students are able to make the material or the work we put on their own, then I did my job well. And then they can surprise me with even they continue with the material. It grows.
It's so funny that the parallels, our worlds are so completely different yet so completely parallel as well. Because my assignments are coming in for adults, large children, and in corporates, oftentimes they act like children. So do I. And something I always look for is when am I obsolete? Meaning, when has the change taken hold, or when is the new way of working and the new culture or the new technology or whatever we're working on? And when does the people I'm working with, when have they mastered it or made it more their own than I brought to them? And then that's my signal. Okay, I'm done here. I can, in the same company, go do something else. Or, okay, you are now masters of your destiny. You've made your thing, and that's beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah. So looking at your business, and one of the perspectives that we use in coaching is for an entrepreneur to work on their business, as an entrepreneurial effort, as opposed to in your business, which is really driven by your content.
Yeah.
So I'm just really curious, how do you grow your business? Meaning, how do you get new schools to teach at, or how do you attract students to your courses, or what is your strategies or tactics for growing your business?
Good one. I'm actually not really much thinking about growing my business, because my business is big enough that I can handle it. So I don't need it to grow.
Great.
And things just come in my way. It's like they pop by, and every now and then I do something and I think, it doesn't really fit me, or I try and keep looking at the balance of what does it bring me, but also what can I give back. So there's actually I like to have that as a philosophy of life. If I'm at a certain space, I always want to see, what do I bring? What do I bring back? How to make the circle round. And for my massage work, so far it's been word of mouth, and it's going really well. Actually, that well that I for a short while, I said put a stop on new clients, and then I'll open it up in September again. It just rolls, and I think people find me when they need it, and when they can move on, they move on.
Well, this I'll find very deeply disturbing.
Yeah, you do.
Well, because I paid really, really good money for an MBA. Yeah. And there's very thick books that tell me all these really interesting ways to sell and grow my business. Yeah. And you are one of the type of people that I really wanted to interview on this, because you're doing something which I would love to learn from, and you're doing something. You're following your passion. You're giving first. You know what you want to grow or not grow. And all of these tactics that we are fixated on in the corporate world, I hope my contemporaries are listening to this and listening to how Dian is, managing her business, because it just feels so good. So it's you're the first person to answer so far, after like 20 of these, that you decided not to grow your business, which I've been waiting for. Because because why do you have to grow your business? Yeah. So,
but I even sometimes have difficulty with the word business, but that's because when I hear business, then that's my personal association with that word. So it might be completely different for someone else. But I think of taking bigger and more money and growing. Yeah. I don't need. I think of what I do more as a craft. This is where my talent is. This was what I can give. And if I put it in the place where it's seen and where it can be used, therefore automatically it comes back to me.
Yeah.
And the good thing about that is I instantly know when I'm at the wrong place, because then it costs me. Then I come back drained, or then I come back and I think, nah. And sometimes it's for a whole big group, and they have a few of them that think, hey, I reached them, and that could be worth it because I reached a few. And sometimes when I feel my energy level is going down, okay. sometimes you have to let ships sink in order to sail somewhere else.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure if you've done it yet, but the simplicity scan, the simplicity canvas, that's part of the ebullient, approaches. In a way, it could be sort of my intellectual way of being a bit more mindful, like you just described. Because what triggered me was if it doesn't feel good for you, and something that I am absolutely trying to be more in tune with is that for me, which is the reality of, if it doesn't feel good, it won't end well, and be open to that feeling, even if I can't rationally prove it and why doesn't it feel good. But for me, the simplicity scan, those 15 questions, for me, it's a very selfish tool for me, because sometimes I get, through my enthusiasm, involved in activities that start to feel bad. And what I do with the simplicity scan is just sit down with the other people that I'm working with and have them fill it out as well. And then it sort of forces us to see if it's going to work sooner. Because if we can't even answer 15 questions remotely the same, maybe we shouldn't be doing this thing. So maybe it's my little selfish tactic to be a bit more mindful that way as well. So, no, lovely. So,
Cool.
I'm really curious of on the next question, because I'm probably going out of order. But efficiency is a very business question, but over time, have you found ways, or how do you find ways to be more, maybe efficiency is the wrong word, but more productive? So to create more value for the energy you put in it, in your dance lessons or your massage?
Well, I think in my case, I need to give myself a little bit more space to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
To walk through the city and have no tasks on my head. Sometimes my life is a hectic puzzle because of the theater, and I'm an independent teacher, so most of the times I go to a certain school, I have to go on my bike, cross Amsterdam, teach somewhere, and then bike back, teach at another school, and then bike back, and then I have a couple of massages, which all in itself is fine, but the multitasking in a day can be a bit much. And then Corona was actually really nice to be able to stop that and think about that. So now, because I haven't been able to really start with my dance class and theater class, because that's all very contact bound, but I have started with my massage. But that's really calm now, because I set it up with more time around every client. So I have the time to clean the space, but I also have time to, because I still massage with a mask on for safety. But then I have time to take it off, to have a little me time, and then to start again. Whereas before Corona, I would have only a very short, sometimes one would leave and the doorbell would go for the other. And I prefer now. I much rather have more space and more calmness, even though I make less money if you look at it efficient wise, but I don't mind.
No, for me, the Corona time has been such a blessing, and some people look at me funny because we do know people in our network who have passed away because of the virus, which is a tragedy about this whole thing. But looking at myself, it helped me sort of break this psychological loop that made me dependent to go to a corporate office every day. And I was like, well, actually, I can do really interesting and valuable things here as well. So I'm curious what happens after Corona, if there is an after Corona. That I imagine I'll be a hybrid of doing a little bit less of the corporate stuff, maybe like you, maybe a little bit less of this go, and counterbalance it with some other things that I find nourishing, like this, talking to you. Maybe in the near future we can, see each other more and have the families over for dinner as well, because that's also fun. But
great idea.
Yeah, but you're heading out to Portugal to holiday soon, and that sounds exciting as well. So
yeah.
Last two quick questions. is there something that like a smart cut or a tip or a trick that has helped you simplify your life a lot lately or at any time?
Oh dear. Well, I walked a lot, which really helped me. Just to go out and to walk through the city. And then your brain with its thoughts will bring you something. And they will bring you the tips you need.
Yeah. No, it's
that
amazing.
really helped
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
It's amazing to give your brain the space. Keep it on. It will bring the answers to you. It's why don't we learn this in school? But Dian, thank you so much. How can people get in touch with you, maybe for dance lessons for their kids or for massages after September when you have space again?
Yes.
How can people find you?
Well, I have my website, which is Ijkhout.com and .nl, both work. And then Ijkhout is with the I and the J.
Yeah.
Which is you have to,
Ijkhout.
Yeah.
Ijkhout.
Exactly.
We'll put them in the show notes as well. Yeah.
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 And I have a YouTube channel where I put some of my work on. So if you want to see some of that, it's not like stylized work. It's just what I do with the kids and the pieces I make, but also the little films we made for my after preschool activities. We call it NSA. Yeah. I have a LinkedIn.
We'll put your LinkedIn, your website, your YouTube on there. Great. Dian, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
And hello, this is Chris Parker back again. And I have another very special guest, Frank Smeets, who is part of the Open EXO, the exponential innovator community. And I've been delighted to get to know him very recently. His organization, his own company, the House of Innovation, is basically coaching startups and scale-ups and doing, helping people make magic. So, Frank, welcome very much to the podcast and the video.
Great, Chris. Thank you very much for inviting me on this podcast. I'm very pleased to be here and share a little bit of my experiences in the world of business development and innovation. So, from that background, that's exactly why I'm here. So what I'm doing is I'm coaching and supporting people, entrepreneurs, managers, SMEs, startups with the development of new business and new product market technology combinations.
Nice. And have you been doing that for quite some time from our previous discussions? This has been a serious theme in your career.
Yes, about more than 25 years ago, I started with business development when I was still working with AkzoNobel. There was a new group formed, which was called Business Development. And at that time, that was quite peculiar because in that group, everything landed which didn't belong to a business unit, but which they had thoughts about that it might grow to something important. So that's where it's all started. And in 2000, the first day of this millennium, I started for myself. Indeed.
Nice. And can you unpack that a little bit? Because going into innovation already at that point, that was probably a daring move at that time, or how did you make that decision to go independent?
The decision was made for me, in fact.
Okay.
Because that's how it goes.
As it does.
In 98, in fact, the end of that 98. The board of directors of AkzoNobel pulled the axe in the table and said, "Here it stops. I hope you don't get too much trouble from the airplanes flying over."
Just keep going for it.
So they said we stopped with all central research, and new business development was part of that. And so it had to be abolished or spun off. And at that time, there was not enough ground to do an MBO.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole technology was dismantled, and everyone was sent out. They tried to find other places within the company, but I couldn't find anything that would suit me in the terms of business development. It was quite a unique position, so I decided to start with a company that was pulling on me already for 2 years at that time to do the consulting on business development, and that's how I started. And then in 2003, I completely left that company also and started my House of Innovation.
Fascinating. And over the period of that time, the definition of innovation has changed. The society has changed. I'm curious, how do you make decisions, as an entrepreneur working on the House of Innovation, keeping that entity alive? How do you make decisions on what to focus on in this whole giant jungle of things to innovate?
Yeah, that was a struggle in the beginning, and it has taken me some time. The first years were more directed at creating funding, co-funding, subsidies for companies. And later on, I decided to concentrate myself on high-tech, and that was added later on again with medtech and Ijkhout. At that time, it wasn't called high-tech so much, but it was more on embedded systems, sensor technology. Mechatronics was just coming up very strongly. So that's the area where I started.
Nice.
And, supporting on innovation is something, in the beginning, it was more directed on arranging co-finance, in fact. But gradually that transformed further into the real support of developing systems to innovate, developing systems to transfer ideas into products in the market. Yeah.
What I've appreciated in our conversations is when you talk about, at least, so I'm going to test this with you a little bit. This is my interpretation. When you talk about innovation, it seems to be much more than just the thought, the ideas, but you seem to really lean in and actually execute and actually create. And that, I think a lot of people seem to sell innovation as a sort of corporate theater of brainstorming, but you seem to have a track record of delivering. So what's the secret sauce in that? How do you make that work?
Well, for me, the definition for innovation is a new idea in the market. So having a product or a service in the market, then you have an innovation. Before that time, it's just an idea.
Yeah.
You can work that out, you can work on it, you can develop that, but it's still an idea until it lands in the market and people start buying it. Right. Then only you have the innovation. So the goal is always being present in the market.
Would you agree that it's 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration then?
Yeah, you can always discuss on the numbers, but that's about the direction.
Yeah,
indeed.
Okay. Nice. Well, can you and also my own curiosity, but also maybe an opportunity for you to position your services a bit. Can you explain a little bit what an engagement would look like? Like who is your perfect customer? What is their perfect problem, and what is the perfect outcome?
The perfect outcome to start with is being present in the market in a successful way. With a sustainable service or product that is helping mankind further. That's the outcome. The start of it, what's my ideal customer? There's so many ideal customers. All have their own requirements and all have their own specific needs. It depends so much on the technology, on the business they're in, on the business chain they're in, how close they are to what's present in the market or how far are they away from it. The challenge is to find new ways. I mean, with every new product, you have to create a new business model, my opinion. And I look at it from a technical commercial point of view. And if it concerns that, I'm the guy who you have to have. If it's more about personal development or team coaching or something like that, there are people that are much better than me. So my ideal customer is having some issues with the technical commercial side of things. And well, I can help them out with looking from a fresh perspective, bringing in some methodologies and some canvases that will help them to structure their thinking and structure their way of working.
Nice. I know that there's some things that you're working on that you can't always share at the moment, but maybe can you share one of these wild success stories that when you think back was your perfect project?
Well, a project I've been working on, which is in fact a successful product or a successful story, is last year I had a coaching with a company that was set up by a few people who came out of the college. And they had an idea and they wanted to have a social company, and they had an idea about bringing something to the market, which in fact was quite a nice product. But the whole construction of the company was not really good. I mean, these guys were living on half a minimum wage. And how they did it, I don't know, but they did. And with that, they could build up some market. But yeah, it wasn't really sustainable. And I helped them to transfer their whole business to a company that was much more mature in bringing this further. And the guys got a number of the guys got a job over there, and came at rest, and the internal tension disappeared, and they were much more prone on going forward with the good guidance from someone who had daily input on their business. So that was quite good, in fact, and I think it was good to dissolve this company. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is that I had a customer who is dealing with a knowledge institute, and they're developing all kind of things. And the knowledge institute business development group is trying to get the maximum out of it, and he was struggling with that. So I helped him out in structuring his deal making. And that brought everything into an acceleration, and it went very fluently and nicely to good contracts, and he got paid in time and everything, in spite of the corona crisis and everything. And in spite of the first threats that they would stop paying.
Well, nice. So when you define your space as really the technical commercial, the commercial definition doesn't mean sales of the product or service. It's really the commercial domain of the business, and even deal making and even that M&A aspect of it.
It's the business, the business side of it. It's not so much the commercial, but business side. Indeed.
Oh, nice. And I'm just curious, the individuals out of college or university, and they had been hustling and suffering, was it an emotional issue or journey that you had to help them with in order to sort of, give up, so to speak, and sell out? Or was this really seen as a beautiful next horizon? Like, I can imagine those must have been tough discussions.
Yeah, what I did is I kept the picture on the horizon sharp. Where are you standing in 5 years from now, and how do you achieve that? And I guided them to get a picture of how that looked like. And in that picture, they saw that the way to get there was blocked by the way they were acting at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to find a new way to get there, because they were still having a warm heart for their technology and their proposition. But the internal tensions were building up so fast that I said, oh, you have to step back now. And from each person, look at what are you going to bring there and how do you do that? And addressing the needs which they couldn't fulfill amongst each other. They could fulfill that if they could bring it to another party.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, the transfer was made much easier.
Nice. And having known you, not super closely, but for a bit, you do have this trusting, coaching approach. Like I can imagine that, having that conversation with you would be probably more possible with some other people, because it's also with your experience and your outlook. I'm curious, is this I'm going to go down the EXO exponential organization path now. So we're going a little off our script. But a lot of the exponential organization work that I've seen is people coming up with ways to benefit humanity and problem solution definitions, and then leaning in a lot on the technical side. I can imagine that your sort of business acumen and that commercial perspective could really benefit. Can you share a little bit on why you're spending your precious time investing in the EXO community, and I guess what do you hope to give to the community, and what do you hope to get?
When I got acquainted with EXO, it was for me a sort of coming home feeling.
Mm.
Why? The reason is because I'm a backcaster. I'm not a forecaster. I'm a backcaster.
Okay.
Not a forecaster.
Do tell.
The point, the way in which I have been working for so many years already is that I try to figure out how does the world work in 5, 10, 15, 30 years from now. What is there? How does it work? How do people interact? How does society function?
Mm-hmm.
And try to find out what is my place there and help other people to do the same thing. So what is your place in that environment? And from there, you can trace back what you need to get there. Same as Elon Musk is doing with his SpaceX thing. So when I came into the EXO community, I finally found a lot of people who were doing, in fact, the same thing. They look at the trends, they look at the developments, they try to imagine the future in a better way. Mm-hmm. And to imagine the future, how it will work. And that was for me the coming home. So that was touching base for me, and that's what I want to further explore. On top of that, what I found very good in the EXO community is that they have developed some templates along which you can work to identify what are the trends that I have to take care of, that I have to look at, and how do I develop a template which allows me flexibility in steering in another direction if there was too much pressure from another side. So that makes it very useful for me, for helping my customers. Well, with this community, which is a very positive community, looking at planet, people, and then a long time nothing, and only then profit. I think we have a very good network that I can always tap into and get other specialists from.
It's a brilliant network. The thinkers and doers, and the mix of futurists and very practical people. For those that are listening that are not familiar with exponential organizations, there's a book of the same name that you can find everywhere. There's also a follow-up book called Exponential Transformations. And then there's essentially an open community of exponential thinkers and doers called OpenEXO, Open Exponential Organizations, at openexo.com. And on there's a, you can register for free, and then there's a foundations course and certification you can do for free, just to, because they're really looking to educate the world and help as many, I think, startups, initiatives, ideas, take advantage of exponential attributes, technologies, mindset in order to improve the world. So, so big plug for OpenEXO there. No, beautiful. And maybe we can tease a little bit if you're okay with this, because in November we're thinking about doing an EXO conference for the Benelux region.
Yes.
Can you share a little bit on because this was your idea? What is your dream and ambition for that moment here in the region?
To make people aware of what's going on in the outside world. Everyone is so much busy with day-to-day practice, and especially now getting back into business, where you have the feeling the world has changed, but I can't see it. So what I want to bring is a lamp to this community to see, look around, and now you can see.
Yeah.
And take your advantage. And there are plenty of people willing to help you to sort that out. It's not necessarily me. Plenty of people that can help you out and can guide you to get into a much more resilient state of affairs. That even if there is a second COVID epidemic or pandemic or whatever you have, if there is a crisis, if there is a huge setback in the economy, you will have your tools to deal with that.
Yeah, and there's a group of us sort of planning that, if you will, or picturing that. And my hope is it will not only be, talking heads like this, but also, hopefully in person and also practical. So get some initiatives that people are actually doing, and wrap the community and the energy around that, and have that, how to give that a boost. So great. Sorry for that side path down the EXO rabbit hole, but that's what was one of the bonding factors between you and I.
Yes.
So coming back to your business, you are working with yourself, I think, or maybe a network, but for a solopreneur, an entrepreneur that's essentially knowledge based. What are your tactics on continuing to grow your business, either in scale of business or in quality of work? How have you been able to perfect that over time?
Well, that's something I'm still working on.
Wait, okay, we need to stop now, because if there's no silver bullet for that one, no, I think that's I think everyone is always working on that.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I restarted my own company, in fact, in end of 2018, because in the 11 years before that, I had about 70% of my time dedicated as being a business developer in a knowledge institute, in the valorization, in the TTO department. So that took up quite a lot of time, and alongside, I established a new company for myself to develop a specific product that I wanted to to bring to the market as an intermediary product between what people are doing now and full automation. So that was quite something, which failed, unfortunately, for technical reasons. And I had to stop that also in the end of 2018. So then I decided now I'm going back to my own house of innovation and then reinstall everything. So I'm with a fresh look. I've been taking up things. I've done quite a lot of courses on that, and the main thing is, in fact, you have to prove the world that you are that you have some authority in the field you're busy in. So I'm working on that with developing systems in the background that support that with publications and articles, blogs, whatever you have, being active in these social networks. And that all adds up to my visibility. Also, I have applied in a number of networks with where you find startups and new developments on national and European level, where I'm registered as a coach. So that helps in being visible in the community and to people that I do not know yet.
Yeah, I think it's always a constant journey, anyways, because the market's changing as well. So things are evolving. So now, regarding reaching out to you, because we still have another 5-6 minutes left, but if people want to keep up to date and also maybe hear about the EXO conference possibly in November, can they? I'm looking at your website. Is there a newsletter option there, or is there another way?
No, that's not yet. I do some articles there. The main channel along which I communicate is at the moment LinkedIn. My LinkedIn profile, Frank stroke Smeets. Yeah. That's very easy. My name with a hyphen in between. And houseofinnovation.nl is the website that people can have a look at also.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so I will ensure we put both of those links in the show notes and in the information on this as well. So nice. Can you? I'm just really curious about. Someone said recently that startups are hard to work with because they have no money and they're very high maintenance. So I'm curious if you think that's true or not. And in either case, how do you manage to deliver value in a difficult situation? Because startups, of course, are low cash typically, and also are hustling. They're really, really, really busy. So, how do you deliver your value, I guess, is my question.
Well, I deliver my value whatever the cash is. Let me put it that way. The question, I think, more behind this is how do you get cash when you're delivering your value? And there are in the Netherlands and in Europe a number of schemes that people get some extra funding for hiring a coach. I'm working through those systems, of course. And sometimes there are SMEs that say, okay, this is valuable for me, so I just spend some money on that. And I'm flexible in the remuneration form, if that is straight cash or if that's something that will come back in the future once it gets successful.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to do that because I'm convinced I can help people to make successful product introductions and good marketing propositions. So I'm very confident that money will come back in due course.
Yeah, it's a bit of a knowledge I have or belief I have is, if you give first, then it will give back. And I also like the style of being very flexible. I like to also pay what you can or pay what you value.
It's quite peculiar. It's very peculiar that I found that if you give to the world will care for you. Yeah. And it's sometimes amazing where new opportunities come from. I just got an inquiry from Saudi Arabia.
Great. Yeah.
So where does that come from? I mean, from my network, yes, but I never expected that. Yeah.
I can probably imagine the names in your network if it's EXO related, but there's some people out there in the Middle East doing really cool.
That wasn't
EXO
even
stuff.
EXO related.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. No, marvelous. So, well, Frank, we're starting to wrap up. So one of the questions I'd love to ask at the end is about simplifying life or business. Do you have any tip, technique, book recommendation, anything on what you have done to simplify your life and make that more productive or more joyful?
all my attempts to simplify life have been resultless. Life always finds ways to be more complicated than you want it.
Yeah.
So to start with that, but or maybe I should say and always keep the horizon in the picture, because that's where you all want to go. If you can define sharply what your horizon looks like, people say, okay, I'm going to help to achieve that, and all bring their own capabilities. So that's always very good. On the road to that horizon, I found a very interesting mechanism. If there are conflicts and you get some tension and you can't see where you find the solution for things, make the playing field bigger. Because that allows you to think up out of the box thinking. It's not out of the box thinking, it's putting the box in a bigger box. Not putting it outside the box in the field and look at the field.
Yeah, which is
where you can approach the box.
Yeah, which is perhaps, people thinking of simplifying. Oftentimes that means minimizing, but in this case, expanding can give you more options in order to make it maybe more easy or more simple for you to make decisions. So, wow, Frank, thank you so much. We need to wrap up, but I think we could keep talking for a lot longer, but we've got this 30-minute window. Thank you so much for joining and sharing.
My pleasure.
I will put the LinkedIn and the website in the notes, so then people can keep in touch.
That's great.
Particularly if they need some business development done on initiatives with yourself, and also the Ijkhout event that we're looking towards in November. Great.
Yeah, people will meet us there for sure.
Thanks,
lovely.
Frank.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello. Hi. And my guest for this session is Wineke van Aken, someone who I've known for quite a few years. Have been involved in lots of different discussions, and Wineke is in the executive placement and search, which is a interesting place, I'm sure, now during the whole Corona time. What I've really appreciated about you is really your community approach. You invited me to some of these network events and really connecting people. So that was so maybe introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do, and why? And how did those community events sort of contribute to what you do?
Yeah. So a little bit more about myself. I worked for a very large international recruitment company for 14 years. Started in IT recruitment, then later on went to the new executive search brand. But after 14 years, I thought the time was ready for me to start as an entrepreneur. And it also was a bit of a now or never thing, because I was over 40 and over 50, it's going to be more difficult. And my business partner, Daniel Costello, came onto my path. He is a British entrepreneur within recruitment, and he was looking for someone to start his Amsterdam office in something totally different, like recruitment to the recruitment industry. But I had a non-compete from our previous profession, so I couldn't do that for a year or so. We agreed that if I reached a certain amount of goals, that I would become a partner, and also that I could start an IT executive search brand. But then in the way I thought was best, and that's much more of a candidate and community focused approach rather than more transactional approach. Only get in contact with people when you have a role for them. We chose to do the candidates focused approach, and part of that are the network events and the building of communities for leaders within the technical domains. I did that at the previous company as well, and we started with our new brand Olivy Search very recently in the midst of Corona. So we couldn't do the face-to-face networking events anymore. But I'm very proud to say that this Friday, we're going to do the first networking event, and we specialized it. It's only focusing on digital leaders within retail. And so we want to create more communities like that. So technical leaders within financial services, digital leaders within retail, etc., etc. So build little communities of people that we like, that we know, that can share knowledge without us having a role for them or something at this moment, but to be prepared at the moment that we do get a role in, that we can act very, very quickly, and we already know them. For us, it's good as well, because we continuously learn about what's happening in the market. So we gain a lot of knowledge as well, but in a very pleasant way.
Yeah, I've been attending some of your events in the past, and also, you know, in other areas involved in masterminds and stuff, and just having, you know, a moment in person or online with some of your peers that are, you know, vulnerably opening up, saying, hey, I'm struggling with this, and getting feedback, and maybe even learning that, you know, oh, you're not alone in your struggle. That's already just so valuable. So how do you maintain some focus? Because the you know, the recruiting and technology space, I guess to some might already be very narrow, but within that definition, it's already so wide. And so what I liked about your statement there was that you're, you know, focusing initially on retail in you know, tech and retail. So how do you choose what to focus on? How do you?
Well, it's based on market knowledge, and also about the people that I already knew. To be very honest, I already knew a lot of people in retail or in tech. But we only focus on technology leadership search, so that's our core business. Nothing else. So not CEOs, not CFOs, just the CIOs, CTOs, or chief digital officers. And then one or two functions below them, so that we really know the specific niche market. We want to know all the players, but not we also want to be able to think out of the box. So don't only approach the standard CIOs, but maybe also people that are not the best match on paper, but could be a very good match in personality. And to be able to have a diverse group of people is also very important. So young people, older people, men, women, from different nationalities, because that's creating the most interesting discussions during a network event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious, you know, with you know, let's call it Black Lives Matter, but let's call it, you know, much more broadly, the diversity tension or the dimension in humanity right now. How does that impact your work? You know, as far as getting the right blend of thinking as well as other, you know, types of diversity.
Yeah, to my opinion, but our focus are not the large listed multinationals, but they are the family-owned or VC-owned companies. They're also always a bit more open to change. And I think diversity within the board was always on the agenda, at least it's been for 10 years. So they want different types, and it has nothing to do with race or gender, but more that they want different types of personalities within the leadership board. That's the diversity is based on that.
Yeah, no, well, I think we're both preaching to the choir here, because it's I think, you know, all the different dimensions of diversity are very important and should actually be top of mind. And it's, you know, for myself as being, you know, in one way a foreigner in a foreign land, but I am a white male, you know, middle age, so literally I cannot understand, you know, the consequences of not being a white male. So I think there is an obligation to have that, you know, front of mind. But going back to different type of thinking, and we've had these kind of debates before, but maybe for the listeners and the audience, my experience is if you go through traditional, you know, headhunter processes, those quite often sort of get the most average of average type outcome. You know, they sort of, you know, anything that's sparkly or different or unique, maybe it's too risky or scary, and they're looking for maybe, you know, something that is more safe to propose.
Probably.
Yeah. How do you, or what is your advice for people who are are different thinkers that, sometimes have, like me, asking for myself, that have a hard time working through the system in order to get to those places that they could really add value. How can people succeed in that?
I think via your network, and we can play a role in that because we always like to network. It's important for us as a search company that we know our clients and know our candidates really well. Also as a person, so that we are in a position to say, well, this might not be the type of person that you were looking for on paper. Please speak to this person because we think this person can really add value to your company. But that does require a different approach, and it does require constant contact and liaising with also your clients, sometimes even on a more personal level, just not only discuss business and what are you looking for right now, but also for what are your plans in the future and what type of personality do you need to add value to that. But to look at more in a more general perspective, also for yourself, really work on the network and rely on that as well, and not only on the traditional headhunters.
Yeah. Well, a little rule of thumb, or something I talk about and tell people about is a 1-4-95. You could say 1-9-90, but I think it's more 1-4-95. That 1% of opportunities might come from actually applying to a job. 4% or less, I think, might actually come through traditional headhunters. And 95% plus would be through the network, and as well as networking with recruiters, but actually knowing people on a human level. Yeah. Does that ring true to you, or?
Definitely, I 100% agree with you on that.
Yeah.
So, I know many things.
Yeah, and so you started. I guess you didn't plan on this, but you started your new business right before Corona hit.
Yeah.
So that.
And when Corona hit, I hired the first person in January, but he could only start in mid-April, so it was in the midst of Corona.
So how are you growing your business during this incredibly difficult time for everyone? Is it do you have tactics or what do you keep in mind in order to balance business growth while there's so many things going on in the world?
Yeah, I think first redefine who potentially interesting clients could be. They shouldn't be they should be clients that are still doing well, also in Corona. So they're mainly very tech based, but also for the logistics companies, I think that they found out that during Corona that their systems sometimes weren't perfect. The retailers that already have a large online presence or are going through a transformation at the moment are interesting. So that's redefining your clients, and then also using all these other tools like Teams and Zoom to speak with them. Of course, it's more ideal to actually meet people face to face. I'm very happy that at least the terraces are open, so we can meet people for cups of coffee on the terrace, as we're doing. Yeah, but then also using a new tool. So first conversation maybe via Zoom or Teams, and then now the time has come to meet both clients and candidates. Also meeting them with them face to face. I even took walks with candidates. It's really cool. It's a different way of, and you're much more open. I think if you have an activity with someone, you do a stroll to the city, the conversation that you have is very different than sitting at a desk.
Yeah, well, I've talked to some other people that are leading large organizations, and the informal banter and because if you get on a Zoom, it's very task focused. We're doing an interview, and a lot of the side chat where I think a lot of the magic from conversations comes up. That okay, here's our task that we're talking on, but then you mention something else completely random, and I say, oh hey, maybe someone else can help you with that. So it's those, I miss some of those just random encounters or random topics that I think we miss if we're only doing things digitally.
Yeah.
No, interesting, and no one can tell what the future looks like, but my thought is that there's going to be a huge amount of opportunity for people looking for new opportunities, and also a huge opportunity for even industries that like say take hospitality or HoReCa that have really been hit hard. They have gone through a serious time of reflection, as well as the logistics and some of the tech companies that have also been challenged because of the new volumes of business.
Yeah.
My thinking is in the next 6 months, it's going to be a time of major change. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I agree. And I think the companies that can change quickest will do very well, and they will benefit actually from the situation. If you can speak about benefit, because of course it's very sad what happened, but the companies that are very large and need a lot of time to decide and can only implement change within 6 months, they are at a standstill at the moment, and they will probably suffer from this. But you're right, it will force companies to reinvent themselves.
And do you have any insights into companies that are reinventing themselves, or how they're doing it very quickly? Is there? Maybe it's a hard question, but
it is a hard. It is a hard question, but I think if I had to speak in general, so embrace new technologies and embrace them quickly. We implemented a new CRM system. We did it within 2 weeks' time. Yeah. And it was a struggle, of course, and there are still like these child diseases now. It's not ideal, but it made us look at our business in a different way. But also make your decision process faster. Work in an agile way, and not only in like it's done in IT, but also make your board decisions happen in a more agile way. And you shouldn't be afraid to make a decision. You can always tweak it.
Yeah, it's almost any decision now is a good decision. Just make a decision.
Yeah, but don't be on a standstill. Don't implement a full hiring freeze. Just keep innovating. Keep innovating
and making small decisions, and keep communicating, because as you're going to have to steer your organization, and if people hear you say go that way, but then you need to change slightly, then somehow you have to really, really communicate it. It's been amazing how, call it digital transformation that consultants have, been talking about for so many years have really just happened. And Corona, I think, really, really contributed to that. I'm also curious what I don't think we can sustain this, I think just the mental pressure of the uncertainty and the level of change. So I'm really curious to see what the pendulum looks like when it goes back the other way. Yeah. But like your CRM system, so many companies have implemented stuff that's really helpful, really fast, and you can do it. Yeah, it is possible. So
it is possible, and also the way that some companies thought that working from the office, and we discussed it before, is 100% necessary, and you should be there every day. I think that totally changed. And it will also make it possible for people to work for, let's say, accept a job in Paris and only be there like twice a month and do the rest digitally. Yeah. So the population at companies will become a lot more international, and that will make certain that there's more diversity. So it can be very interesting what's happening.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. And other conversations that people have heard is that some of the opinion is that if you're fully remote or fully on premise, then those can be effective. But people are still trying to figure out how a hybrid, some people on premise and some people remote, how does that work? And I don't think that's something that we've really cracked yet. But there are opportunities to hire people from almost anywhere, time zone permitting, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I have little satellite offices, and not to be against it. For myself, I hated being 100% remote. I went back to the office very, very soon because in my business, I need the energy of people around me. But your office needs to be ready for it as well. So like this classical office gardens with many, many desks crammed into one space, I think they'll be gone as well. It will be more like a meeting place for people.
Yeah, all that. Smashing people into smaller and smaller spaces, and hot desks and stuff, packed like sardines. That doesn't work anymore. So
no.
Well, thank God, I think. So So a question looping back to, how you operate your business. On one hand, you have a very, human focus, community focus, but that also takes a lot of time because I think, some of the more transactional agencies, that really just see it as a number. I imagine per engagement, they're more efficient, but maybe less effective. So how do you balance efficiency and I guess intimacy, efficiency in relationship?
I believe it's you can still be very fast, and I think some of the very transactional companies are not the fastest in the world. If you so I think we're more effective, and we sometimes I sometimes have processes like from beginning to end that only lasted 2 weeks. But if you know your clients and your candidates really well, you can shape and mold that. And it doesn't take a week to organize an event. You can do that within a day. I think although we have a lot of contact with our people and value that human contact, you can still be really fast. And I know some companies don't even meet their candidates or their clients, but if you do this efficiently and are on the phone all the time in between, you can still do a lot more than those transactional companies.
No, great. So, well said. Because I think there's probably two really different schools of thought in your industry. Just as a passive, bystander, because there are a lot of the agencies that, people rage against, that you never hear back from people, and it can be really quite cutthroat. But somehow you are really succeeding, with your own style and your own brand.
But what makes it easier for me, if I'm not doing boot camps in the morning, I tend to be in the office very, very early, and during these hours, you will not use them to speak with people. So do all your admin and approaching of people during those hours, so that during actual business hours and sometimes even after work, because it is necessary in our job to speak with people after work. You can focus that on the human interaction.
Nice. Well, you mentioned boot camp. So another question is how do you maintain your momentum and your energy? Because you've started a business which is not without risks. Corona happened. You hired people. How do you keep going? How, as you have a partner, but really as an entrepreneur of a now smaller agency, what keeps you motivated on a daily basis?
Yeah, I think sports play a big role, a large role in that. So I do a lot of boot camps or go to the gym. But I value the outdoors as well. I also have a horse, so I go riding as well after work, and then it clears your mind. And then after that, you're full of energy again. You can keep going, because in those first few years of starting a new business, you will work hard. However, it doesn't feel stressful because I'm the one putting the pressure on myself and no one else. And that can never be stressful. But you do need to take your time to zone out. So for me, it's sports, also like cooking, creating something, a new dish or something. Also, you sometimes need to put your mind on something else, or just on nothing, basically. I think that's more it.
On nothing, or So are you meditating then? If you're focusing on, is that something that helps you, or?
Yeah, I do that before I go to bed. I've got this meditation app, and it's just very simple, but it makes me sleepy because I'm a very energetic person by nature. And when I'm enthusiastic about something, I sometimes keep thinking about it. And there's 3 minutes of meditation and going. It's more like, I think, more mindfulness. Makes me relaxed, and then I go to sleep.
Yeah, you do that with an app?
Yeah.
What is the app?
The app is Aura.
Aura with the ring?
Yeah.
Is that related to the Aura ring, or is that something else?
Yeah, it is, and it's got a blue logo. I've been using it for years, and it's just,
it just works.
Nice. It just works.
No, it's interesting that as you're speaking, is that that there are dramatically different personalities, because you, I think, are quite clearly an extrovert. You love human contact. You get energy from being out in the nature, and those types of things, and me as a pretty extreme introvert. People usually don't believe that, because I do like getting on stage and I do like meeting with people, but for me it takes energy, so I have to go do quiet things. I do my meditation, I do a lot of reading, I do my my own whatever website building, my own internal geeky stuff in order for me to recharge. So it's I think also for organizations to realize that there are, the more you have diversity of personality and character, you need to have these different ways for people to, if people reflect and take time to settle their mind in different ways. It's never going to be a one size fits all. It won't happen. So.
No, did you read Surrounded by Idiots?
So
No. But it's all about those different types of personalities, and how sometimes if you're a certain type of personality, you think the other ones are idiots, and you should that you should abandon that way of thinking as a leader. And other people are not idiots simply because they're different and they're driven by different stuff.
Yeah.
But I have to keep rereading this book because I have to be reminded.
Okay, well, I'll find the book and I'll put the link in the in the notes of this, because I think what I did early on, maybe it's also some of the assignments I get, because being an American operating in Europe, I'm oftentimes hired because they're having some multicultural, a Dutch organization's growing, international. And if they hire a Dutch leader, then that's politically charged. And if they hire a German or an English, but if you come in as a Californian American, you can sort of get away with murder. I love it. But in order to make that work, I have spent a lot of time on understanding culture, understanding personality, Myers-Briggs, DISC, and those different tools. Not only so for myself, because early on in my life, because I'm very much in my head, if I can be walking down a hall in my head, completely ignoring people without even seeing them, and then people get angry about that. And so then when they come back to this, then you can say, oh, well, then you explain it to them, and okay, this is me, and now I know this is really important to you, so I will be more on the lookout. And I think if you acknowledge that you are different and respect it, then things can just really move better. So how do you match personality with an organization? Is there a method there, a science, or is that really intuitive? Because
for me, it's intuitive, and there are methods, and there are technology for it, and of course you can do assessments. But in that sense, I do trust my gut instincts, and that's a difficult thing about my business as well. Because how do you teach that to someone else? I think it comes
over time
with a lot of people, just over time. Yeah.
Well, and I don't think it should be underestimated, because even I did my MBA at Nairota. And Professor Lahotsky of our corporate strategy, his final lesson was him sitting on a chair with a glass of wine saying, you've learned all of these strategic methods, but in the end of the day, really, really follow your instinct and your gut and take time to reflect on it. So I think it's, because it can't be codified doesn't mean it's not super valuable.
No. And did you never have that experience where you hired someone and you like 1% of doubt, 1%, but then in the end that always backfires. That 1% of doubt becomes the reason why this person is in the end not suitable for the job. Well,
my current state, I don't want to call it wisdom, is, and I think I got it from Tim Ferriss, the author and podcaster, is if it doesn't feel good, it won't end well. And so that's also why I'm doing a lot of meditation and things, just to be as pure and connected to myself, so I can be very much open to that, because even intellectually it might make sense, but that niggling thing of like, oh, this doesn't feel good, and then I guess have the confidence to use that as making decisions. Amen. I think it's that's incredibly powerful. I think you have to sort of have both of them there. So we've got about 2-3 minutes left, so 2 questions I'll throw at you, which I know I'm not supposed to do in interviews, but is there anything that has really helped you simplify your personal or private life? And then how can people get in touch with you?
For me, what simplified my business and my personal life is to become an entrepreneur and to work with. I never had any doubts about my business partner. From the first time we spoke, we were 100% aligned, and I think that's really important. If you start to work with someone, trust your gut instinct on that as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
And how can I get in touch with you via LinkedIn? Marinka de Groot, or my name, so Marinka de Groot @oliviesearch.com.
Okay, well, I will put the LinkedIn URL, and if you're okay, your email as well in the notes, so people can reach out to you. And I guess they can reach out to you if they're hiring tech executives, and if they are tech executive that are open for a change, to get in touch with that. So outstanding, great, thank you so much. I don't know what's on your schedule today. You're going off to the terrace to the sun to do some connections and human contact. So
new artists, so there will be also be some contact with the animals.
Outstanding. So great, Marinka, thank you so much. I really, really appreciated this.
Have a lovely afternoon. Bye.
Okay. Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere, and I am here with Helen Pentz, and she is coming in from South Africa. Helen, you were kind enough to invite me to participate in I'll let you describe it when we get into the conversation, but I would call it like a combination of a business and sort of an expert educational program that had business people that were literally from all over the world, and that was just a delight to be a part of. So Helen, thank you so much for joining us today. And
thank you, Chris. It's a pleasure to be invited and always to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you. So Helen, will you maybe share a bit of story? Who are you and what do you do? And what I'm really interested in is, why do you do what you do?
Okay. So that is actually the hardest question in the world for me to answer, I'm afraid.
Great.
I was once a project manager.
Yeah.
I then ran for about 15 years. I started and ran an IT contract house. But I'm in the process of reinventing myself completely. And I'm doing it, I guess, contrary to what every business school would tell you. I'm taking a step in the direction of my joy, seeing if it's exciting for me and interesting, and taking the next step. So what I have been doing for the last 2 years or so is one of my loves is just connecting with people and connecting people together. Mm-hmm. I've been running a small little contracting agency for freelance high-end business and IT people, and that's kind of bled into connecting with increasingly interesting people, specialists in certain subject areas and thought leaders. Mm-hmm. And my next step of inspiration and interest is online conferences in a way that bring this information to everyday entrepreneurs, exactly in line with what you do, Chris. My belief is the next economy is going to be built on entrepreneurs, mid-sized businesses, individual talent and collaboration. And what I see is there's a huge lack of knowledge that most people have. Just some simple running of businesses, and what does it take? You come out of a corporate, in most cases, you're a specialist in one thing. You set up a business. Running a business is a totally different thing.
Yeah.
But it can be such fun. It really can be, if you can get your head around it.
So there's so many questions I could ask on that. Can we go back to, you triggered me on one thing that, contrary to what a business school would say, you're following your joy. What is your joy?
Ooh. My joy is, I want to see the workplace joyful for everyone. That is really what turns me on. So whether it be running my own business, leading people in that sense, and doing it in a way that makes it fun and inspiring for all of us and gives it meaning, or whether it's what I've called myself a business facilitator or coach to leaders and teams, helping people work out problems and making things happen. I just love to see ideas turn into reality.
Yeah. And joyful workplace, or joy in the workplace, well, that's more of the exception than the rule these days, I think.
Very much so.
What's your vision on maybe why the workplace is not as joyful as it could be, and what can we do about it? Well,
I'm a terrible employee. I was only employed for about 7.5 years of my entire work life. About 3 years of that was actually joyful. I was part of a team where we were doing something new and creative, reinventing what was the bank at that stage. And it was just so pleasurable for me as a JAD facilitator to work in teams. And I think running my own business, working with teams, project management, all of that, the real fulfillment came from seeing how much better a result you can gain when you're all working towards a common goal, and you see that there's value that everybody has to add. It's just a matter of finding where they fit best. I think the problem is that most corporates, they want to try and control everything, necessarily so, because it gets so big and complex. Put people into boxes, cut your talents out in many cases, and you end up coming to work just to survive, not because you really want to be there. Yeah.
And it can be a sad state at a certain point as well. And through your company, and I know I've said the word before, but I'm probably going to mispronounce it. Solfeggio?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's solfeggio.
Okay. Yeah. And through that, well, ebullient, my company name, no one can pronounce that either. So there's a maybe those are the URLs that are available, the unpronounceable names. How do you help companies become a more joyful place to work through your work?
Well, partly by connecting the right people into the right jobs. That's the placement side of things. I'm really starting out early on my journey of how do I do it, Chris. So for me, it's about finding ways to bring people together to solve problems in a constructive way. And I'm really, really fascinated by what I've called the mechanics and dynamics of how things get done. I'm an observer of people. I'm a lover of people. And I like to see how we can uplift everybody in a team, essentially, and find ways that work for that team. So for me, I don't, I've worked with methodologies and that kind of thing ad nauseum, but I think in every team, it has its own dynamics. Every company has its own culture and dynamics. Mm-hmm. And going in there, helping people to question themselves rather than giving them answers, and helping them to see opportunities that maybe they're just missing because they're so focused on the way we've always done things. I'm a very broad thinker, so I look at things from IT is my last place of last resort, but systems, structures, processes, all of those things, and then how that is built to enable teams. So what I would go in and do is look at all of those aspects, but in a conversation with the teams, rather than giving them answers.
Nice. Well, for the business event, which we'll get to hopefully in the near future on this conversation, but for the business event, we did go through some work with the simplicity scan. So the sort of that checklist. We haven't done any of that with solfeggio, but maybe if we play with that a little bit right now, who would be the perfect customer, or who is the perfect customer for your coaching and work?
Okay, so let me say two things. The one is, perfect customer for me is for the work we've already discussed would be a mid-sized organization. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at companies that are owner-run, where you're not driven by the profit motive, satisfying shareholder demands, etc., where you understand what is really important in doing business, where you don't have time for the politics and the nonsense. It's about getting the job done, getting it done as well as you can, and making sure it's the right thing to do. Yeah. So that for me would be the perfect customer for that.
That's very powerfully defined. So, okay. And okay. And for the other, you said for the piece of work that we've discussed already, but is there other customers that you do other things for then?
Yes, so what I'm about to do is introduce what I've called a mentors on call service. And I think what we're seeing is there's so many amazingly capable, experienced people out in the market who just no jobs anymore, companies have been downsizing, etc., and they really don't know what to do with their skills. And on the other side, in the corporates and in the small organizations as well, wonderful younger generation, everybody knocks them, but they are fantastic. They're well educated, they're articulate, they are enthusiastic, creative, but they don't have the benefit of all the years of experience and the know-how. So the mentors on call is intended to bring the two together in a way that works, again, for the mid-sized corporations, companies, but also for the larger corporates, I suppose, as well, where you can give these people quick access to somebody who's not going to coach you and try and draw it out of you, but give you the answers, give you the support on demand, and complement your training and development program in a way that boosts their performance far quickly than it normally would.
Wow, and great. And I can imagine with your experience and sort of oversight and the view of the human connection aspect, that you would be a great person to make those connections as well. Because I think a lot of people are looking for mentors that match, but then how do you even find a mentor? And if you're later in your career, how would you even start to find people, to be a mentor for? So, wow, interesting. Is that already something that people can find online somewhere and subscribe to, or is that still in development?
It is still in development, but I'm doing it agile. Okay. So I'm starting to market it, but I'm figuring it out as I go as well. I'm hoping in the next week or two to try and find a couple of potential clients that would be interested in piloting it with me, testing out how that works, and then refining it and developing further.
Lovely. And these potential pilots would be based in South Africa, or does it matter?
Yeah. I don't see why it shouldn't be global. You know, it's a remote, for the mentoring service, it's a remote offering.
Okay.
You wouldn't want the person to have to be on site or have to have an in-person meeting. There are certain limitations. Obviously, for example, an HR specialist can have some value, but in terms of each country's laws and governance, that would be a limitation. But I'm looking at general business practices.
Great. And so to ask that same question again, who would be the best customer for this mentor as a service product? Is that to the individual person who's being mentored, or is this actually a company would buy it? And how would you define the best customer there?
Okay, I think the right way to focus it is at the companies, because they need these people to perform well. You don't want it to be a threatening thing for the mentee. It needs to be a supportive thing. So again, I think the mid-sized companies where they know what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, but they just don't have the luxury of time and resources to spend a lot of that time on developing their young professionals.
So I'm seeing some synergies here. You know, you've got your contract work that you can actually provide expertise on demand.
Exactly.
You've got your coaching work for the mid-tier owner-operated, companies. And then when you identify, high potential talent or talent that needs some support or guidance, you can bring in your mentors on demand. And then you have your business events that you can actually take that owner through a journey of discovery and growth. So, and that's how we met. So I'm seeing a pattern. I'm seeing a picture here that is really making sense. I didn't know all this before, so this is why I'm just so delighted to have these conversations. So, tell me what is, and you called it agile, and the way that the business event was set up was agile, but also a bit of a lean startup way, because you were really iterating and out there talking to customers, and you were marketing and selling and playing with pricing, and when you went live with that 5-day or 5-moment event, you had a really nice group of people there and speakers and participants. So what was the inspiration for that, and how did you make that happen?
Sure. I think, again, it's that fetish for connecting people.
Yeah.
And I have, as I say, a very broad interest. I can't help myself but open my thinking, and I see that a business is an ecosystem. So I spoke to Eli Goldstein of Customer Line. We've had these conversations several times about how organizations try to implement a solution thinking this is the silver bullet that's going to fix the whole business, but it's a holistic picture. And as we got talking, I'm not entirely sure how it actually came about, but it was just something that I thought this would be really interesting. Why don't we see, particularly with lockdown now, all these companies needing to reinvent themselves and potentially not knowing how, maybe there's some really good thinking that could just spark people's new perspective for people and new ways of looking at what they currently have and where they could go. And he has a very good network, and I'm blessed as well for all the years I've been working to have built also some amazing contacts.
Yeah, you attracted an amazing group of people. Can you describe, for the audience, what the shape of the event was? Because it was, it was over 5 days, and there was pre-work in between for the participants, and there were certain outcomes. Can you explain your vision on that?
So the intention was not just to have webinars, because I found you can gain huge amounts of value, but it's in the practical application of an idea that the real learning comes. that on the one side, and on sharing ideas. You know, half of us have done MBAs. And the greatest value for me was in the conversations that I had with my classmates and unpacking the learnings that we had.
Yep.
So the intention was to, we had 5 90-minute episodes where we had a couple of thought leaders or experts in certain business domains presenting very short, succinct views on a certain topic, with the intention of having a limited audience then participating in discussions to take those ideas further. We also wanted to have group sessions where those people, the audience was split into small teams to apply those ideas in their own context and see where the real value came from. That fell short, in my opinion, and it's certainly something I would like to take and develop further. But the interesting thing for me was the participants, how many people would prefer to just sit back and listen, which also says to me, that's why there's so few real entrepreneurs out there, because you're taking stuff in, but you're not actively engaging with those things. And that's really what the intent was that I was aiming at.
I think they did have, I hope they had some interaction, because you had broken them into small groups, and they were assigned to go do some interaction amongst themselves and report back. And some of the report outs or the report backs clearly showed to me that they were in dialogue with each other. But on the big, when all the groups were together and the experts were there seemed to be a bit of shyness going on or something, or uncertainty, or
there were certain groups that engaged really well, and I do think they took that learning into their own businesses, and certain groups that were just totally apathetic, inactive listeners, not participating in the conversations or in the group works. So, which is, usual. The group dynamics is always interesting.
No, interesting. And if we go a little bit deeper down into that one, meaning the I want to call it the symbiosis program, the thrust program. You've done it once. Feedback, at least for me, was positive, and I believe from others as well. How will you make that more? The word I'm coming up with is productive or more impactful. In the spirit of learning and lean startup and iterating, what was your own challenge, I guess, with having done it once and then not everything working perfectly, and then now having to make it better? What's your internal journey look like on that?
So, for me, everything I do needs to be inspirational for me, and I need to feel that I'm adding value for my stakeholders. There were 2 sets of stakeholders, and it only struck me afterwards in getting feedback from the panelists and speakers that they were benefiting from this as well. My intent was to give them exposure, and they gained more than the exposure. They gained exposure to each other and connections that maybe they hadn't made previously for future business opportunity. My challenge, I think, is in terms of the participants or the audience, is to find ways. I've facilitated many workshops in person. It's so much easier to herd people together and get action. So to find ways to create some kind of structure that compels them to do that work and to engage with the work effectively. And I think case studies, or possibly pairing off a speaker with a group to make those conversations richer, and to have that pressure on the groups themselves to actually engage. I need to work on that recipe. Remotely, it is a challenge to expect people to do things without a compelling business reason.
Yeah, and just thinking off the top of my head is because feedback I gave you was a bit more structure, or given them a bit more deliberate instruction to do for their in between work, and maybe use some tactics like have them post on. I don't think we had a WhatsApp group, but post their feedback slide or graphic on the group the day before the session or something. You can build in some social pressure type hit things like that. But I agree with you totally that having a meaningful workshop at a distance is that's a new art. It's a new skill that I think we're all still figuring out.
Big time.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you the same question third time now. There's a theme. There's a theme
Sorry,
here.
Chris.
Well, no, because you have these different value propositions, and I'm curious if it is the same segment that you're after, or that you think is the best for the symbiosis program. What is the perfect customer for that?
I believe the perfect customer would be business people and mid to senior level leaders in corporates. Mm-hmm. But I think entrepreneurs can, younger entrepreneurs can benefit from it. The challenge is, I think the real value comes out when you have faced some of these challenges beforehand. You then have the discussions and you start unpacking them more with that experience and the learning in mind. Mm-hmm. So the younger entrepreneurs, yes, they can benefit, but it's more of an academic exercise for them because they haven't necessarily run a business yet.
Yeah. That's a bit what I thought, because I didn't think it would only be the mid-sized owner-operated businesses, because what I appreciated with that program was the diversity of thinking and the diversity of background made it very rich and very, very rewarding for me, that there were people who were having perspectives, and not everyone on there was a positivity driven, abundance thinking doer. There were some people who were I think suffering from the uncertainty, and they were safe. They were feeling safe enough to share some of that as well. And I think it was all managed in a very caring way, like I don't know what to do. And I think having that more broad diversity of personality and thought made it really beautiful for me to participate in. So
yeah, the intention was to get different facets or different lights on the same subjects.
Yeah, you definitely did. And then you had different themes for the 5 different sessions, and you had a couple speakers each session. And so looking at ways, and there might not be an answer to this, but how do you think you could make virtual workshops be more impactful? I think the whole world's trying to figure that problem out yet. But do you have any ideas on out of the box things that we could do?
Sure. I think certainly breakout groups with a facilitator is important, rather than asking the groups to find their own direction. I think more clarity on specific outcomes or objectives, or a problem that needs to be addressed, as opposed to just an open-ended tell us what you made of it.
Yeah. For me, also the idea of, and how can you, I think we even talked about this during the program, the power of the informal interaction, meaning how problems are solved in the hallways at the water cooler and over a coffee in a company that, someone's like, oh man, I'm frustrated by this thing. And then somebody else might have solved it, a different way, and all that informal human dynamic. Maybe that's in the breakout groups, or maybe it's on 101 groups, or maybe that's just not able to be replicated at a distance? I don't know.
I think there is perhaps one consideration is to put more people with a similar experience together in groups. So we thought initially having complete random selection would be a good thing, but then I had a junior person who is really just a life coach, that is her business, coupled with a senior level executive COO of a large organization. And I think just the level of commonality, it was too disparate. So I think putting two people together from similar industries, similar levels of experience, similar problems perhaps that they need to address, might make that conversation a bit more real. But we've also got to create safety that, it's not a competitive thing or where people are not feeling exposed to speak out and be vulnerable.
Yeah, maybe sometimes the diversity of thought and personality is too far as well. So how do you strike that balance of lovely. So we're starting to wrap up here, sadly. I am myself eager to explore and discover what you do next with the Symbiosis program. I've already shared with you, delighted to participate and contribute if I can, because I think it's a meaningful and powerful thing. And it's not only for South Africans. There was at least 2 of us coming in from the Netherlands. There were people coming in from the US, and that was also really joyful as well. So Helen, I will include in the notes the links to the Symbiosis program in the Solfegio business, and if people want to already buy from you or the mentor as a service, how can people reach out to you and get in touch with you?
Okay, so I am on LinkedIn.
I'll
Helen
put that as
Pentz.
well.
That's probably the simplest way.
Yeah.
I do have a personal website regards my coaching services and so on.
Great. We'll include all those links in there. So Helen, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it and looking forward to the next program.
Me too, Chris. I'll be chatting to you very soon.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello, this is Chris Parker, and we're back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And today, coming in from South Africa, is Eli Goldstein. And Eli and I have known each other for quite a few years. Back in the day, part of the Global CX panel, which still exists, which is a panel of thinkers and doers around customer experience, strategy, and design. Eli, would you introduce yourself, please, to the audience? And so who is Eli? What do you do, and why do you do what you do?
Well, I don't think we have too much time for me to go into too much detail.
Yeah.
But anyway, my background, strangely enough, is one in agriculture and in farming for a few years. I actually picked up a lot of experience in a whole lot of areas which, strangely enough, are becoming very interesting in terms of today's world. That is within farming, one has the ability to see the value chain very easily. And you can go from the production all the way through to when the food hits the table. And the same then was very useful when I joined IBM in terms of working in various industries, which then led me to this whole idea of the customer, as it were, and the customer being the person who really puts the food on everybody's table, if I can put it very simply. What is interesting, I found, was that unfortunately, customers, in terms of being treated well, has been something which is a bit of an enigma in many countries, which is why I got involved probably some 8 to 9 years ago in customer experience, and that's how Chris and I met.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that with this whole COVID-19 scenario at the moment, that the ability to focus on the customer is becoming more important than ever. And I think that if I can say that what drives me very much is this idea that customers need to be treated very well, and that unfortunately I find that there is so much clutter in terms of information around what customer experience is,
Mm-hmm.
that what really got to me, and in fact it was before Chris pointed me to what he is doing, before you pointed me to the canvas, I actually did some work on the strategy canvas a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that the ability to look at a business from the point of view of, let's call it a helicopter view, as opposed to trying to sift through the various silos that exist in a business and not having communication between people in the business, and not being able to understand that every single person in that business is in fact someone who is responsible for that customer satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
And that is really become, I think, a passion with me. So I would say that's probably what drives me.
Beautiful. And something that seems so obvious to you and I, why do you think this customer centricity or customer service or customer orientation is such an enigma? Well, you know, how is this not top of mind for everyone, do you think?
Well, it's very strange. I think, you know, that I think for many, many years, companies have been driven by striving for profits, looking after the interests of shareholders,
Mm-hmm.
and in many cases, ignoring what was really the bottom line in terms of getting enough value into the company. And I think that the ability, unfortunately, what has happened with a lot of large enterprises is that they have lost the plot in terms of understanding that if you're in a management or leadership capacity, you cannot just abrogate responsibility to different parts of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if you've got someone who is taking care of the customer, it doesn't end there. It actually has to permeate right through the organization.
Oh, you mean
And
the customer service department isn't the only group that needs to be responsible for the customer?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
This is where it all falls over. And this is where, unfortunately, when we put the sort of Band-Aid or the plaster of a so-called contact center or call center in order to get rid of all the problems
Mm-hmm.
we ostensibly have with customers, is that it's all very well and good if they get it right. But unfortunately, once it leaves the contact center, it falls into some black hole.
Yeah.
And that has been something which has been the bane of my life, I think.
And
to try and find a way of getting people to work together.
And that, I would imagine, is the spirit or the drive behind Customer Line, which is your own company. Can you share a little bit about what value you create through your company?
Well, I think what we try and do is to make people understand that unfortunately, if you don't have total commitment right across the company, and it actually is not embedded, as it were, in the culture of the organization, that you really are not going to get excellence within the customer experience space.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole idea is that we try to align the business towards the customer as opposed to the other way around. So very much, I know this is a hackneyed term, an outside-in approach,
mm-hmm.
as opposed to an inside-out approach. And everything is really driven in terms of what the customer needs. And as we know, in many cases, legacy computer systems, information systems, etc., become almost an albatross in terms of the company being able to perform with regard to the customer.
Yeah.
Whereas if they had started from the outside, from what the customer really needs, and then design or fashion the business in that way, is actually very important. And interestingly enough, the canvas, including the one that you're working with, does show that. It's taking you back and saying, hang on, what is it that you're really doing here in terms of customers?
Mm.
And how do you put that together, looking at the top down? And I think that ability to, in a way, simplify something which any business, as we know, is extremely complex, to be able to simplify that to a way that everyone in the organization understands what it is you're really doing, almost takes me back to this farm thing, where you can see from the time you plant the seed until you harvest and the distribution, etc. It's the same concept, basically, that value chain. And it's really this whole idea, you know, of the organization being this organism that has to work, its neural system, as it were, has to work together in order for the company to succeed.
Yeah, I love it. I think you have to look at an organization in different ways, through different lenses, if you will, and also at different times, because it is very much a living thing. And then also you can use something like the simplicity scan, you know, the simplicity canvas that you know you've used, that I've made. But I think it's almost any lens that you can put up, any canvas or any framework, and take a moment to discover your organization through that, realizing that it is limited because we're limited by language and we're limited by time. And then what you discover, of course, you know, determine what to ignore and then what to actually adopt. Because those, you know, organizations change and there is legacy. In your background, you've shared a bit about, you know, your agricultural background, but you also have a technology background. I think you have, you know, sometimes I think you've even been a CIO, you know, 1 or 2 times, I think. But yes, like me, I think you come in on how does technology help or hinder the customer experience. Can you share a little bit about that?
I think it certainly does. I think we certainly have to be very careful that we don't make the mistake that we see technology as a silver bullet. So if one is looking at digitalizing, whichever way you want to call it, a company, it's not just a question of putting up an app or, you know, putting out systems over there that the customer can actually get through to you on. In fact, if you're talking about proper digital transformation, then it's very much around the customer. It's very much starting at the point of which saying, what is the customer need and how do we build it, going again from outside inwards. And I think some of the biggest challenges that one has is that, again, talking about how leadership tends to not even delegate, but abrogate the responsibility to the IT department. The IT department doesn't talk the language of the business and vice versa. And unfortunately, that communication has been the cause of many failures in terms of whether it be customer relationship management or whatever technology innovation one tries to bring in to a business. And I think what was quite interesting is I did some work back in a number of years back with a chap by the name of Robin Lawton. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's an American guy living in, I think he's in Florida. And he's written, very early on, he wrote a book on customer-centered culture. And recently brought out another book called Mastering Excellence. And I think it's quite interesting in terms of the way he looks at how one really uses communication, uses language within an organization to make sure that we can communicate and people understand each other. And that comes back to the issue of technology is technology benefiting or not?
Yeah. Well,
so yes, one could go into a lot about that, but I don't think we'll.
No, well, one of the reasons for my laughing is actually the ebullient, the coaching brand that I have launched during this crazy Corona COVID time. The pineapple logo is very much inspired by that story, because as a head of IT, or it's called head of change and innovation for a division of a bank, my people were proposing technologies, upgrades, and investments that carried risk, that would change the shape of the landscape of the business. And the language they were using, as I was listening to them, was unintelligible to the CFO and the commercial people. And what I used as an example during that time, and I got it as a meme somewhere online somewhere, but it was a statement of, "Trust me, I have a pineapple." And because I said, "Oh, guys, that you're asking for a couple 100,000 or more to upgrade SAP to HANA for in-memory processing." So guys, they do not care about your pineapple. What is it going to do? What is it going to do for the customer? Or the top line or the bottom line? And so that sort of just stuck, and then it carried it forward. And there's the pineapple and the ebullient logo. So it's I have to laugh. It is for those technical people listening to this, which is probably half of my community. Before you, and I'm curious if you have any advice on this, also Eli. Before you try to convince or pitch or do anything about tech, really take a moment to have a conversation with the person, either the customer or the executive, and just ask them the question, what are you trying to achieve? And not only listen to what their answer is, but listen to how they describe it. Well, I'm trying to increase NPS by X or Y, or okay, well then maybe you should orient on why NPS, Net Promoter Scores, is important for them or not. But how do you help organizations get on that same awareness of outside in, and get on the same language, and how to make more purposeful investments?
Yeah, it's I think very much, just to add to what you were saying, I have a book on my bookshelf called Think Like Your Customer by a chap called Bill Stinnett. You may know who it is. Probably read it. And I think that he aimed it at salespeople in terms of how they would sell to the C-suite. But I think it's very much applicable to say one within the company that is trying to get a message across. And at the end of the day, you really have to say, it's effectively, where are you at the moment, and where do you want to be, and how do we get there? Mm-hmm. And it's in some ways, it's as simple as that. Unfortunately, the how we get there is not always that simple.
No.
But it's very much a question of plotting that out and having some kind of idea of what the steps are to where you want to get to. And I think it's very unfortunate that what COVID has done is it's actually escalated. I recently wrote an article about this change agent, the unseen global change agent, that has moved things from being at a certain point to where they are today. And you would think that, people that never wanted to touch technology all of a sudden are using it online. We're not talking about, millennials. We're talking about people of my age and older that are actually in doing things, banking online and email, and Zoom calls.
I've seen some funny little memes and graphics, and say, okay, well, who is the most responsible for this digital transformation acceleration? The CIO, the CTO, the CDO, or COVID? And then
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The problem, however, is, that while that's great, and I mean, you are now saying, well, we've kind of pushed you into the situation, your fight and flight reflexes made you become more digitally literate, if you wish.
Well,
what we haven't looked at is what's behind that, cybersecurity, et cetera, and then, are we? There are all sorts of issues around that, and I think that if you recall the chap who spoke at one of those sessions at the beginning, Herman Singh, when he spoke about the fact that ultimately there was 10 years of planning, as it were, from the technology department, but did they tell the C-suite about it? I don't think so.
No, probably not. Yeah, well, I think that the counterbalance of this, COVID being the accelerator of digital transformation, you also kind of have to ask yourself, well, how much of the previous transformation was actually unnecessary? On one hand, but then on the other hand, a lot of these technical teams have been preparing for this. I have a friend of mine who's the CIO for an adult education, national in the Netherlands adult education company, and he shared with me that they had it all purchased, and it was the 40+ instructors who just didn't see the value of it. And once COVID happened, those people just rushed in for the training, and they were able to, pretty much overnight, or basically within a week, move all of their adult classes online. And because the reason the burning platform showed up, and then they were in the right place at the right time. So you mentioned those sessions, and so I'd love it if you spend some time about, just tell the audience about those sessions, what those sessions were, and why you arranged those, and how wonderful they were.
So I think it was just slightly before, maybe just when the lockdown started with COVID in South Africa. Helen, Pentz, and I actually sat down, and we had been thinking of doing some, it was actually some seminars, physical seminars, because we spoke at a conference in February, at the same conference which she chaired. And we said, well, maybe we need to run a couple of, these sessions, but we weren't even thinking of doing it remotely. And of course, then when this COVID happened, we decided, well, about this idea of saying, here we have a situation where there's a sudden crisis, and what we take the crisis as a case study in terms of saying how you can change business very quickly in an agile manner, and what would you do in order to live with that, and how would you go forward from there. Mm-hmm. So that was the basic premise on which we held this. And I think that reaching out to 11 or 12 people, including yourself, and the response we got was quite incredible. I mean, there was just absolutely no argument. Everybody got on board very quickly. But what was amazing, I think, is that we managed to pull this all together, literally, in a matter of a few weeks.
Yeah.
I think, obviously the marketing didn't have the same run-up that one would have normally, mm-hmm. but somehow it fell together. And I think that was also an example of how one can really do something if you have to.
Yeah, it was incredible. And thank you again for the invitation, because I presented, but I also chose to join, I think, all of the sessions, because it was a series of 5 sessions in the evening for me. And you had a couple experts speaking, facilitated by yourself and Helen. And then the participants, and there was 5 or 6 teams of business people and entrepreneurs, and just a really interesting, diverse group of people. And then they were able to interact and ask questions. And then they had some homework in between and report back. For me, it was really interesting and educational and inspiring, just to be the fly on the wall and participate in that. So it was, and I understood from Helen and yourself that you're going to run more of these things, I hope. Is that?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we are planning to do that. And I think that given the time we had, in that short time, the outcome was good. I think it was generally good. And I think that in a way was a little bit of a laboratory test, if you wish, in terms of seeing how it would work. So with a number of tweaks, we are certainly planning to hold more of those.
Okay. And how can people find that event?
Well, we have a website which will be updated with as soon as the new events start coming on. It's Symbiosis, which is spelled very differently from the normal spelling.
Yeah, I'll put it in the show notes for people so they can see the link there. Yeah.
Symbiosis.com. And also we are putting up a LinkedIn group, as well as, some other social media links, etc.
Nice. And I'm curious if we loop back to your business, because and I'm just literally curious about this. It felt like the so that mixed mastermind group was really more about giving from you and the guests and the participants, as opposed to capturing deals and values and leads. How did that event contribute to, I don't know, your business growth, or was there a commercial aspect to that?
I think it was more of a potential spin-off from that rather than an actual. We sort of hope that there may well flow business towards any of the panelists, which we didn't have a problem with.
Yeah.
But I think, the sharing, what is interesting to me is the ability to get people together. And I've always been a proponent of collaboration. And I think that certainly in an entrepreneurial world, one needs to collaborate. You just have to. You have to be able to turn to people, whether it be for coaching, mentoring, whether it be for, involving them in projects or whatever the case may be. I think it's very important, because that way you can then compete with large enterprises by having a group of people who work together on a particular project or a program, but at the same time not have the overhead of having all of those people, as part of your headcount, and pushing up the cost to the customer.
Yeah.
So I think these kind of think tanks, or we actually want to call it an ecosystem of critical thinkers, or something to that effect, which we're busy working on. I think the whole idea here is to benefit the individual entrepreneur, but at the same time, that 2 + 2 should equal 7 and not 4, so that you basically get that multiplier effect.
I'm really interested to see how it evolves, because I think it was a solid experiment. Some really good people involved. Some meaningful insights came out of it. And I also loved it that you and Helen were just organizing like-minded critical thinkers. I think mostly just to help each other during this crazy time, and realized, I think, that the benefits, for your business or my business would come later. So I just really appreciated the culture and the mindset and the style on that. So so thank you again for the invitation, and I will put the show notes in there. We've just got a couple minutes left. I'm curious if maybe two more questions. But one of them is about momentum and keeping things going. And so, you work now at a distance, not able to see your customers every day, maybe like you used to. How do you stay positive? How do you keep your mindset in the right place and keep growing your business during this insane time we live in?
Well, I think one of my other hobbies is research.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think that certainly that keeps me very much involved. But at the same time, I think it's important to every now and again, make contact, even if it's at a personal level, with your customers, which I try and do as far as I can. Everybody being, although we're all in lockdown, I think everybody's very busy, so you've got to find that gap. But I think, people really appreciate even if you just call them for 5 or 10 minutes, how are you doing, or an email.
Yeah.
So I think that's extremely important in these times. And, I think even just feeding them information that may be of benefit to them, just sending them links to read, et cetera, in terms of, which is where the research comes in as well.
Well, I'm not sure what you're seeing in South Africa, but what I'm certainly seeing here in Europe is WhatsApp groups, really theme or topic-based WhatsApp groups. Maybe there's too many of them, in fact, on my phone. But what I'm seeing there is that is almost sort of just a constant stream of. Today, it's been overwhelmed by happy birthdays by a lady I collaborate with quite frequently. And but oftentimes there's also links to interesting stuff, positive stories, white papers flying around. Are you seeing WhatsApp going, in South Africa as a?
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm part of a WhatsApp group. It's called CX Community of Practice. It's flooded with messages all the time. But the most interesting message I saw this morning was from I'm also on another group, which is they wanted me to stand as a director on this new board. It's an institute of customer experience, but just time-wise, I couldn't do it. So I put myself forward as a volunteer when they needed me. And that group, also they're less prolific with their messages. But the CX Cop group had one message today where the chair of that was saying, that there are people that are currently looking for business and out of work. Can we help? Type of thing. So it's becoming, very much that type of support group as well.
And it should be, because if you're there and if you can help or if you need work. So, Eli, we need to wrap up, sadly, because I'm enjoying this a lot. How can people find you? What's the best way for them to find you?
I think probably if you go to customerline.com, and there's an email address on there. Okay. It's probably the best way. Thank you very much, Chris. Thanks for the opportunity.
My pleasure. It's always wonderful to chat with you.
Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello, this is Chris Parker. We're back again, and I have Adam Toperek here with me.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Chris. Appreciate it. And we do go back. So I'm a third generation entrepreneur. So I come from business from that lens. I don't come from a big corporate lens. I come from a world of, sort of startups and limited budgets and things like that. And throughout that journey, I really figured out that customer experience, even before it was a term, was the ball game. Right? How you made the customers feel, the relationships you created was the ball game in almost any business. And so now, many years later, I am a customer experience expert, a customer service trainer. I do keynote speeches, so I share that sort of message quickly, the broader 50,000 foot view on stages. But then we dig in and we do customer service training. I go into companies and we have virtual training, of course, since we're in the virtual world right now. But also, back in the old days, live, and we go in and we make change. And why do I do what I do? To me, customer experience, customer service is a moral imperative. Because if you think about all of the time we spend as human beings, we look at all the problems in society, some that we're discussing now. Think about how many interactions you have day to day that are part of, essentially the economy, part of buying goods, selling goods, part of customer experience and customer service. One of the things that can help us bridge together is treating each other better in those environments, not just personally. So for me, it's it has multiple layers, and I love, we can talk about this a little, but I love teaching people how to deal with difficult situations because it's not natural. I do a lot with neuroscience and evolutionary psychology, and it's not natural for us to get screamed at, yelled at, cussed at, and go, "Thank you, ma'am. I'd love to help you with that."
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there's a set of skills that goes with that.
I hear your feeling. I'm here to help. Yeah. So, so I'm curious. Third generation, entrepreneurial space. When did you first? Like, when did the customer experience is what it's all about? When did that really land with you? Because it was long before I met you. I think customer experience, this goes back, 7-8 years ago, and customer experience was evolving as a business term, but you'd already been involved, way before that. So how did this happen?
Well, part of it, I was raised that way. I mean, we didn't have the term customer experience back in the day, and I won't say how long ago that was for you and me both, Chris. But back, my father was just, my father and mother both had businesses. They're always very customer focused. I mean, one of the first, it's funny, we talk about that unboxing experience, right? Steve Jobs and Apple and the beautiful packaging. I grew up in my father's warehouse. So, and one of the first things he taught me, I was like literally 11 years old packing a box, and I'm just throwing everything in there, right? He's like, no, they're going to open it. They're going to see it. He taught me this, way before Steve Jobs and way before Apple. So I've always had that lens. And then when I opened my own retail businesses, I just saw it immediately. Like, I came from I also have business degrees. I have an MBA, and I sort of realized, taking my MBA into the real world, that a lot of what I learned wasn't that great. There wasn't. There's more focus on the experience now because it's very big and it's a focus. But back when I did my MBA, it wasn't. And I realized, like this is, like I said, this is the ball game. So when I was in retail, what happened was I started talking about it. I started blogging, and then I actually wrote this book, Be Your Customer's Hero, because it was a book I wanted to be able to hand my team, say, like, look, here's like 80% of what you need to know in customer service in one book, because I couldn't find that book anywhere. So I wrote it, right? There is a story of many authors. And then eventually started speaking and started training and then sold the businesses. And now I do it full time.
Nice. And you mentioned it's unnatural, when you're in a moment of tension with a customer to respond. Maybe dive into that a little bit more. Are you going sort of, the service failures is the time to shine type of philosophy, or you have a different view on that?
No, I agree with that. That's not real. It's a little bit sort of adjacent to the idea, but that is true. I mean, if you can correct a service failure, it's a big moment. And so what I teach, and I'll step back a minute. What I teach is the power of customer emotion. That what we know is that emotion dictates experience. We tend to think of our customers as rational beings making rational decisions. They are not. We all, you and I know this, right? They're not. And so how do you design the journey with that in mind? How do you train your teams for reactive service with that in mind when somebody is mad or angry? And what happens is, a lot of that emotional thing comes from how we're wired, evolutionarily speaking. And when someone yells at you, you have an automatic reaction. Now, at our age or with our training, or, some people are just naturally more empathetic and have a better disposition for dealing with it. You know how to control it, but we all have it. Okay. It's in that brain. And for most people, it's hard to control, which is why one of the things we have to teach customer service reps is don't take it personally. Because it feels personal. When somebody's yelling at you, it feels personal. 95% of the time, it's not about what you did, though. It's about the company or the sitting on hold for 2 hours or whatever it may be, right? So there's all these layers. So when we approach psychology, we approach it from two standpoints. One, the customer, understand this empathy, right? Understand what the customer's going through. Understand why they feel the way they feel. Understand you don't know their story. And hey, they might have just gotten divorce papers 5 minutes before they walked in your store. Or they have a sick mom or kid, right? It could be anything. You don't know their story. Start from that perspective. And then you have to understand your own reactions. That, look, hey, it's natural, but control it. Focus on, we teach changing your focus, right? This is how we teach dealing with that. It's just changing what you're focused on. Don't focus on how you feel. Focus on how they feel. So there's so many layers to that, but it's a huge part.
I know with myself, American moving to Europe and the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is not, it's not the US or Japan that has a high customer service culture, shall we say, politely. And that used to really anger me when I first got here. And I quickly had to realize, there's not only these psychological things going on, but also there's deep cultural things that they have organized themselves differently than myself. My father worked with Disney, and we went to Disneyland as a kid, so that kind of service culture has been embedded. And as in high school and college, I worked at Nordstrom. That service culture was embedded. Oh, wow. And so I had maybe a different a completely unrealistic expectation also coming into a foreign country. But
that's a great point about culture. Yeah. It's a huge point, because you have to adjust culturally, right?
And there also is the culture of the organization as well. So that it's whatever that culture within the service organization. I do find myself sometimes apologizing to the customer service rep for their employer. I'm like, you seem like a nice human. You deserve better than this, because nothing I am asking you is your fault, but I need you to help me through it. And that maybe that sort of, helps me get, deal with it, I guess, with my own.
Right.
So, but it sounds like you've been through, you've had, retail organizations, you said, and worked in different markets, if you will. And how do you continue to focus on doing the right thing in your business? Because I'm not sure if you're, like me, I have sort of this shiny object syndrome, and there's so many interesting things, at least in the customer experience space. What do you do to keep focusing on the right trend or right customer?
It's funny you say that, since we were talking offline about all my artistic projects right now. Yeah. So I'm in a sort of weird spot. If you'd asked me 6 months ago, it'd be a different answer. So the challenge for me, I think, and maybe for you as well, is for the most part, I'm the brand. Mm-hmm. I am the company, right? So my time is by far, and whenever I have team members, like, my time is the most precious commodity in the business, just by far. It just is, because that's what people pay for. Mm-hmm. So my biggest challenge is balancing the personal with the business. In business, it's easy for me to stay pretty focused, because I ask one question: where do I add the most value? Mm-hmm. Where can I add the most value to an organization? Training, as far as I'm concerned, our training is second to none. As far as customer service training, we get rave reviews every time. It's completely different than the training you had at your company, 99% chance, because it's based on all these principles of psychology and emotion and things like that. So that's an area where I know we add truly unique, truly powerful value. So we focus there. We've got a ton more virtual stuff coming out this year. And then keynote speaking. Now, keynote speaking is a little different, but I feel like that's an area where I'm able to add unique value as well. Mm-hmm. So I look at it from that standpoint, like where do I add value that is exceptional compared to others? And that's where we put our focus.
Okay, can you loop back and go deeper into that unique customer service training that's different than 99%? So how do you, not without, don't give away your secret sauce or anything, but how have you designed that experience to be, uniquely valuable and impactful compared to, just any old customer service training? So
a few ways. One, I am actually a HED TD now, a certified master trainer. So I have some background in adult learning. Mm-hmm. And so the first thing is I start by applying the principles we're talking about for customer experience and customer service to the training. Yeah. How do we make it emotionally engaging? How do we make it, an 8-hour training? That's a lot of time. Right. We don't always do a full day, but man, so you've got to keep it hopping. You've got to use engagement. You've got to let them tell you answers. So one thing is just the design of the training. And there's plenty of trainers that do well with that. It's not like we're the only person. So combine that with the sort of approach to psychology and neuroscience and understanding emotion. Because what you find, if I do a basic customer service training for a frontline team, it's sort of like, yeah. Tell me what to do when they're screaming at me. Yeah. Right? They're all waiting for like the big reveal, right? It's like, okay, this is great, this helps, but just what do I do when they're screaming, please? What do I do? Right? So really having true powerful techniques for that, because I have read most of the books. I have taken my own trainings over my many years in business, And a lot of times the trainers don't know how to do it. And, a lot of the companies out there, these big training companies, are using a training manual from whatever, 15 years ago, right? They mentioned something about email as the technology to deal with, right? But they've got like a trainer who's never done anything, right? This is like their second job. They don't have the experience. They haven't been in the trenches. They don't know. Whereas me and you and our buddy Stan and people in the CX panel, we've been thinking about this stuff, right? We're coming up with ideas. How do you do this? How do you do it better? How do we make 80-20 it? So did I answer the question?
You did. And of course, it's opening up a lot more questions. I'm curious if I'll just ask the question, put you on the spot. Is there one sort of rule of thumb or technique that, when a customer is screaming at you in a service context that people can do? Is there something you can give right now as far as?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. We actually have I should have grabbed it for you, but I'm not going to get up because, I'm wearing shorts. No, just kidding.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I have actually, one of the things we give out in the training is a depersonalization desk card. This is like some steps, but I'll give you one of them. Mm-hmm. And the one, I already mentioned it, but I'll dig into it a little bit, is changing your focus. Because when your emotions start, who are you focused on?
Yeah, yourself.
You. Somebody's yelling or screaming, you're focused on you, how you feel. If you just you step back and you look at it from like a distant observer, that's what we see. Like step back and you just see this person like, 100 feet away, yelling at somebody else, and just be like, okay, what did they want?
Yeah.
What are they trying to say? Listen for real. A lot of times we're listening, but we're not listening to understand.
Yeah.
Because what will happen is they're ranting about 10 things. Right, because this happened, and then this your rep said this, and then I was on hold for 2 hours, and this and this. All right, what are they really like? Try to pick out what's the one thing they're really honing in on.
There is a problem that they need to be resolved. Yeah,
no. Exactly, and I'll give you that. So we have a 3S service process. This is actually sort of the basic level before the depersonalization, and it's 3 steps: soothe the psyche. Mm-hmm. Solve the screw up, set up the success. And notice the first one, the psyche, for people who don't know, that just sort of means the mind. I needed something that had alliteration with the S's. But so soothe the psyche is basically address the emotional issue. Mm-hmm. Our first thing most people do is they jump to the operational issue. Okay, I can fix that. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I can fix that. But you're not resolving the emotional issue. And what's going to stick with them after it's over? How they felt.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure they feel heard. You've got to make sure that you have empathy and you're demonstrating empathy, not just having it. Then solve the screw up. Now, you can be sort of doing these together. Okay, it's not necessarily always sequential. And then set up the success is about closing the loop, which you don't need to get into.
And I'm curious because you mentioned this emotion and memory. When I have the joy, again, I'm typically a practitioner, meaning, in technology leadership, and of course, technology has just completely seamed with the actual front office of the business now. So we're in contact with customers frequently. But when I give training on customer experience design, I really differentiate between the experiencing self and the remembering self.
Oh, yeah, peak and roll.
Yeah. So is that something that's related to your theories as well? And
oh yeah, we teach peak-end, absolutely. So with peak-end, one of the things, I hate the word peak. I really wish they named it something else.
Oh, peak-end. So this is the pig strategy.
Well, that's what the experiencing self and remembering self is, right? So, and for your listeners, I'll go ahead and just tell them what we're talking about. Yeah. So it's essentially this idea that how we remember an experience is what really matters. It's not how we felt during the experience. Our experience is not the average of how we felt. It's defined by certain key moments, usually an emotional peak. Now, I hate that word. I wish they named it because that sounds positive, which means the most intense moment. It can be positive or negative, right? It's the thing that really you're going to remember.
Yeah.
And then the end, is recency effect. We tend to remember what happened last. So yeah, we absolutely teach through that framework or that lens because that idea of emotional definition, that emotion defines experience. Well, this is one of the mechanisms by how it's defined. The peak end.
Yeah.
So if you see that somebody's really enraged, well, you've got a situation because that's what they're going to remember. You're going to have to really turn it around. You talked about that service recovery before, right? You've got to turn around that emotion.
Yeah. And it's the enraged ones, of course, that tell more people than the delighted ones. And so that's that's there. So it's fascinating because the peak end role. For me, it's like movie making. Because I'm involved in film production now and again. To actually that hero's journey, and you see it, and then once you get into customer experience design, you start seeing it everywhere. You start appreciating it, or you start. You're going into stores and you say, "Oh, there's a missed opportunity of some sort of branded experience there." So it's a fascinating view.
Joseph Campbell never expected to be a CX expert.
Nobody is. I know. So I don't know. So it's and I'm curious. You mentioned earlier that you are your time is the most valuable asset of your enterprise. How has it been, during the crisis and before the crisis and growing your business? Because I imagine you've had to sort of pivot and reflect.
100%. Yes, for sure. How's it been? It's been interesting. I mean, one thing I think, and I don't know if this is true for you too. I was either on a plane or at home anyways. I don't have an office. So working at home is not, I have a home office. Look at it, you can see it behind me. So I was used to that already. The biggest shift was I'm not on a plane anymore. Not going to clients or going to speak on stage. So that part wasn't a hard transformation for me. You take somebody that's going to an office every day and they're locked in with their kids and their dogs, all of a sudden it's like, right. So for me, that the real change was we had to make some shifts with personnel, which was hard. But we've also shifted focus. So one of the things I've been talking about in other interviews is this idea of acceleration and digital transformation. I like to use the term digital integration, but just talking about digital transformation. All that's happening is the companies that were already transforming, it's just accelerated it. Right? Yeah. I mean, I'm joking that Amazon's basically executing their 10-year plan in 3 years right now.
Yep.
Right.
And incredibly,
Yeah, and I was already moving. We were already going to be launching a new virtual course and other virtual offerings. So I was already sort of in that same position. I was already heading that direction, and now I'm just putting the feet on the gas.
Accelerated it. Yeah, and are the customers asking for that? I'm just curious, because and do you think that the virtual offerings will stick after the crisis is over, or what's your what sort of scenarios to see there? Because I'm really fascinated to see how are people doing their scenario planning. Of course, no one has the answer. I'm just curious what's going on in your head.
Hold on, I'm getting the crystal ball. 1 second.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So the way I'm looking at it is the way I've always looked at it for our business. Okay, which is they were never going to be only standalones, but they would stand alone. So the course offerings can stand alone. Like we're going to have a certification course that you can take and you don't need anything else. But we're also going to offer that to companies as part of a larger, more in-depth training program. So,
nice. Okay.
Yeah. So will that be? Will there be a market for that? I hope so. I think so once things settle down. But I can still do the first part and wait for the second part. Right. So they're modular, even though they're integrated.
Yeah, it makes sense. And from what I've experienced from you before and what you've shared today is, that training experience you craft for the company is also it's not completely standard. It's customized based on their context and needs and things like that. So,
100%.
I would imagine that so how maybe go that direction. How do you do that? How do you maintain efficiency or productivity with your time while still giving a cumized experience?
I appreciate the positive framing of the question that I do.
Yeah.
One of the things for me is systems, and but I'm in the entrepreneur trap like everyone else, which is how much time. I don't have enough time. Okay, there's not enough time in the day, and it's hard to stop and set up a system to save you time. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're always in that trap, of course. I was fortunate enough to trade out of some businesses successfully and be successful in this business. And So for me, the way I always look at it, this is my saying is, for the aspiring entrepreneur, the most valuable commodity is money. For the successful entrepreneur, the most valuable commodity is time.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm at a point where just figuring out the time premium is always a challenge. So I really try to, one of the things I'm focused on is systems, and also trying to figure, and I can't say I have the answers, but I'm really focused on what can we automate, what can we, without making the experience decline, right? While still giving personal experience, but how much can we automate? How much can we systematize and so forth?
And just add, I'm a bit of a fan of automation, maybe sometimes too much. I can get lost in those mazes of hey, what about this? But can you shed a light on what dimension of your business do you think you can automate? Is that like the sales and marketing part, or is that the delivery part, or follow-up part, or is there an obvious?
There's a few. One is content production, other than the actual part I have to do, which is the thought leadership part. Every other part of the content production process. Like, I yell at the video camera for 5 minutes and then somebody else takes over everything else, posts it, does all this kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
So that's one thing. Two is really systematizing client. And we did a really good job with this before COVID on the keynote speaking side. We had great systems to make sure everything was taken care of, nothing was missed. And so that type of thing. So what that is, it's not just like there's some automation, some human like integration, right?
Yeah.
So we would automate certain emails. We'd have a lot of scripts that we would customize, right? Just fill in. Adam, like my assistant would send. Adam will be the day before. Adam will be arriving on X date. Blah blah blah. He'll be this. Here's his phone number. Here's my phone number if you can't get Adam. All that kind of stuff, right?
So there's sort of these prepackaged, productivity formulas then,
yeah, and that's more of a system than an automation, but still.
Yeah. Well, I think if you can, create a system, perhaps even manually, that already, really, increases your productivity, then maybe you don't even need to invest in tech, because tech sometimes brings a whole other bag of confusion and complications.
It depends. I mean, for us, so where the automation will be heading will be for the website, for like lead magnets and marketing automation. We're definitely going to be doing more of that. We do a little now.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think that definitely is. And those things are becoming more and more integrated and commoditized and affordable. So it's definitely a cool learning journey. So I'm curious about yourself. As an entrepreneur, you've been doing this for a long, long time. And now we've done this through a few crises, either pandemics or financial crises. How do you keep going? What keeps you motivated? What keeps you, getting up every morning and making magic every day?
Oh, I just love it. I mean, honestly, I really, we all have our days, right, where it's not a Shangri-La, it's business. But big picture, I love it. I love the look on people's faces when you've made a change for them, you've helped them learn something. Or for me, you think about keynote speaking and training, the heart and content. The heart of everything I do is essentially teaching, right? I mean, big picture. And that's the way I look at it. Like, I love teaching. I love teaching, like talking about stuff that I've thought deeply about and sharing it and saying, hey, this is what I've learned. It may work for you. It may not work for you, and a lot of times it does. And that's very rewarding to me. So that always keeps me going.
How do you know if it worked? Like the audience, is it just the act of teaching, or is it the feedback, or is it the I guess, what's the measure of success for you?
Well, so it's a little, a keynote environment's different than a training environment.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So training's easy to know. You can really tell when the light bulbs are on, because, like I said, a lot of what our training is very interactive. There's a lot of work at the tables that doesn't involve me. I'm walking around just listening. You can tell when people are into it. Now, you're always going to have your one or two that the boss made them be there, and they're just, it is what it is. But you can tell when the room's engaged, right? And then you can tell about the feedback afterwards. Keynotes are a little different. You can still tell, obviously, when an audience is mostly engaged, but you never know. You may have the time slot after, if you get the closing keynote, everybody's fried, or everybody's hungover because it was the first night in Vegas. There's a lot more dynamics there. So you just got to sort of rely on your gut intuition of the room. I look at in a lot of cases with those things like LinkedIn or Instagram requests after, like how many do I get? Do I get feedback? Hey, I loved your speech. I loved your whatever.
Well, on that, I think we will put your LinkedIn and your Instagram, in the notes to this, and then we'll do that as a measure of success. So I think that's an invitation to everyone to reach out to Adam and connect and reference the podcast or the video and let him know if it worked. So it's super cool. Got a couple minutes left, and I'm really curious. We already talked about some, the automation and the formula and your approach. So it seems like a well-oiled machine. But I'm curious for you yourself. Have you found anything recently that has helped you simplify your life? That's sort of what what I'm always looking for, because I myself have a tendency to over-engineer and overcomplicate. So that's why I've leaned into simplification. And so I'm curious if there's any tips or tricks that you have to, as an entrepreneur, to simplify your life and help you do more of the things that, add value and create joy.
Honestly, this is the easiest question of all of them.
Okay.
Because I read a book probably 4 years ago now. I don't know, around 4 years ago. And I will recommend it wholeheartedly. It is called Deep Work by Cal Newport. I don't know if you've read that.
Deep Work by Cal Newport. Okay.
Highly recommended. He's written a number of best-selling books. And it's interesting because he practices what he preaches. He's not on social media. It is literally about how it sort of references some of the things we talked about. It's literally about if you want to compete, if you want to win today, the people that are going to do that are the people that turn off the noise and take time to do deep work. Sit and focus without the chimes, without the email, without Instagram, whatever it may be. Take the hour, the 2 hours, the week writing retreat, whatever it is, and do that. And he breaks down like different deep work styles. The person who does an hour every morning, the person has to go away in a cabin, and talks about the pros and cons, talk a lot about the history of focus and what's happened to focus. And it was sort of, sometimes you just get the right book at the right time in your life. Mm-hmm. Like I was really struggling with just the noise and just, I got to be on social, I got to do content, and just really like, I know where I add value. I talked about where do I add value? Like the big part of that is sitting in a quiet room with the laptop and the internet off and focusing. And so deep work, Cal Newport, highly recommend it. It was a game changer for me.
Beautiful. Well, I'll put that in the show notes. So is there any other way that people can get a hold of you, or are those the best channels?
Oh, yeah. Well, home base is customersatstick.com. So our main website, that's home base for the business, training, anything you may want. If you want just business, Adam, that's LinkedIn. Instagram is actually my more personal channel. I'm sort of going to be sharing a lot about customer experience and customer service, of course, but also art and things like that. So feel free to follow me there if you're interested in that.
Some creative endeavors coming soon to the Instagram channel of Adam.
Coming soon to an Instagram near you.
Yeah, right on. Adam, thank you so much. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Learn more at ebullient.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Well, hello, this is Chris Parker. I'm back, and I am with, again, a very special guest, Joanna Picetti, who is actually a congresswoman from Argentina, although she's located in London today, and she's been moving around with all of her different activities.
Thank you so much, Chris. So lovely to be here with you. Thank you for having me. Yes, I am Joanna Picetti from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Right now I am in London. I am congresswoman, but the power system in my country and the government push me away because I am a little bit rebel and always question the rules. And well, the conservative of the power system and the politics don't accept this. And because of this, they decided to push me away, create a fake news, spread the fake news in all the entire public opinion in my country. It was very hard for me to leave this situation because with a lie, destroy all my reputation in my country. and create also a court cause to push me away, because of course the power, the judicial power and the courts responds to the power governments. And after that, I decided to be activist and standing up for the human rights, the women rights, the children rights, because we as a woman and also children are living with our rights violated. And the government does not anything to help us. And because of this, I am here sharing with you and stand up for our rights and to help more people and inspire more and more women and also children around the world and young people also.
And can I ask, what inspires you and motivates you? Because that sounds like a very sort of brave, almost daring path to follow. What is the motivation for you yourself as a human?
Yes. I am a brave person and so bold, and this just makes me a lot of travels in my life. My motivation is I cannot tolerate the injustice in any form, in any way. It's like a stack. I don't know how do you say in English, one push in your chest, and I can't stand. And when I see an injustice, I always speak up and defend the people, because this is my motivation. I don't know why I am feeling this. I am a human being, and I can't tolerate this. Because of this, I decided to work in the public sector and also in the third sector by my position in activism. But yes, the injustices are the things that move me to hack the world, to rock the world, to create a new future together, more resilient, bold, and brave, with the young people in power positions.
Tell me more about your vision of the future, because, and the question is sort of a personal one as well, because although I'm originally American and living here in the Netherlands, and I'm watching the Black Lives Matter, movement happen in the States. The injustice, the sorrow, the anger, and what I'm not hearing enough is, what can the future look like? How can the future be better? So I'm really interested in what your view is, your vision for a more equitable future.
Yes, totally agree with you, Chris. It's so sad to see that. But when I see this movement, on one hand, I am feeling very alive, because we have the opportunity to create a new future, and a lot of people are in the public opinion, making strikes, and stand up for their rights, their power, but I am feeling that the discrimination is not only with the racists. It's also with the women, with the children, with the migrants, with the refugees. It's a very big problem, more bigger than the racists, because we are living in a toxic system and we are killing each other as a human beings, and we have to wake up to don't tolerate anymore the violence, because this is the problem that are destroying our service as a human beings, and we cannot live here in the humanity with love and compassion instead of violence. We need to create movements about peace. This is also my motivation, and I am very, very optimistic person, because in my opinion, the coronavirus is an opportunity to create this new future, but we need the people together. We are getting up to realize that we together are stronger, and we can share our experiences and learn each other, as you say. And yes, it is a very, very good time, in my opinion, to create this future, to create communities, and to learn to live in communities, to share experience. This is the important thing.
And what would these movements of peace look like? Because I love the words. I don't feel enough people think that way. People, again, I'm looking from Europe towards the American situation, and I agree. It's not only the Black Lives Matter, but it's all of the different underrepresented and abused people. What could a movement of peace look like? How can we do that?
Yes, I am working on that. I don't know how is the best way, but right now I am very committed because I am member of different communities. You know, Extinction Rebellion, Sunrise Movement, 350.org. Well, so many communities, and I am working to unite all of them and to realize that the best aim that we have to achieve is the peace movement, because we need to create a new future, no fight against the old system. Forget it, forget it, the past. We need to create a new one. And in my opinion, this is the way. I don't know how. I am working on that. I'm trying all the time to unite different communities, but maybe we need more time. Yes.
Well, I think it will take time. And even though we don't know the answer, that doesn't mean we should stop striving for a better future. So how do you work with these different movements and because sometimes people are motivated for all sorts of different reasons and they have different objectives. So that must be, you are in a way a politician, you're a connector, you're a community builder. How do you go about doing that and getting people that have these different views and objectives and start bringing them together into a stronger whole movement?
Yes, it's so hard, but I had in the past and also right now I have the experience to work with young people, and the velocity of the technology help us to unite all together in the same time and space from different parts of the world. The Telegram groups, the Signal groups, the WhatsApp groups are increasing bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's very fast, the changes. And we are working right now to unite all these groups in the same place and to take the action together, because we are stronger together.
Yeah, absolutely. And as people are listening and they wanted to perhaps join or be part of some of these groups, where would you recommend someone starts to move themselves and support actively a better future? What can you do as an individual? What could somebody like myself do?
Well, my suggestion is I can avoid the injustice, as it is very pain. The war is in pain, and I suppose all the people are feeling this. My suggestion is search in the web and look for there are a lot of communities. Which one? The more local, near to your home, you can be part and you can help also in your neighbor, also with your family, with your friends. You can create also a new one, because we are creating a lot of communities and working together and involved. And the objective is to involve more and more people to realize that we need to change the toxic system in we are living right now. Yes, the web is all the technology, the information is running in the web. We are overwhelmed with a lot of information, but instead to read the newspapers, we need to read communities and organizations and join there and read and be part, involved in your home with a paper, with whatever are your expertise.
You've been in this community motivating for quite a while. Do you feel it's getting better? Do you think that we're moving to a better place? Because sometimes if you watch the news, which I don't, I try not to. If you watch the news, of course they sell fear, uncertainty, and doubt and horror. Not all the news, but majority. Are we getting better?
Totally agree with you. I decided since 5 months ago that I didn't read and I don't read any newspapers, but we are. It's the same that I said to you. We need to create a collective narrative together, and we, as a common human beings, we can put the best news and the good story to inspire others in the public opinion. Because right now, all the people are connected, all can see the YouTube channel, Vimeo, well, a lot of apps that we have, and Instagram, also Facebook, also a lot of them. And we can create the new future, creating a collective narrative, share our stories as a human beings, and how can we solve this together? This is, in my opinion, the way, and I am seeing that we can create it. I am working on that, and a lot of people are very committed with this. Yes.
And what I personally have also been seeing is people are more hungry for positive news. And there's one I just looked up on a WhatsApp group that I'm in, one of my communities, trying to make the world a better place. It's called informationisbeautiful.net. And basically anything that's fact-based and data-based that shows that the world is beautiful and life is beautiful, they publish it there. So it's informationisbeautiful.net. It's super cool.
Wow.
And there's also another channel called, I think, Goodable, that I'm subscribed on Facebook. And all they do is publish positivity. So something I did myself early on in Corona time and COVID time is I created a Facebook group called Corona Spring, which is simply for and I've since reused the name for something more business oriented, but that's simply a place where I invited my community, when they see a positive reaction or a positive story during this crisis, just post it there. And it's a source of positivity and joy. So I'll put that link in this as well. And I would be delighted if you contribute to that as well. But
thank you.
I am seeing that the people, maybe it's because the information is traveling faster and people become more aware, that they're becoming less tolerant for this, as you called it, toxic structure.
Violence.
This toxic structure with the violence. I like what you said about the collective narrative that we need to develop for the future, because what I'm missing is the picture for the future. So if we believe toxicity and violence is not the way, and peace is the way, okay, what does that actually mean? It's because I don't know. I would love it if we roll forward 20 years and we're having a different conversation about that. And so when you mention violence a lot, what do you mean? What is the violence that you're fighting against?
The oppression, because the power oppress people, and also each other as a human beings. We don't realize, but hurt people and also oppress people, and we need to wake up and to realize that we need to be conscious that also the privilege system. Well, the violence, in my opinion, is the most important problem because the George Floyd, is in front of our eyes. I cannot tolerate this. This is so hard, but I need to say something, because the public opinion and the people are forgetting that this discrimination and this violence occurs all the time with women, with children. Yeah. And they cannot defend it because they don't know their rights. We need to educate people to know their rights, to stand up for their rights, create a new constitution, a universal constitution, and educate all the people to stand up for our rights and create us the future we want to create. Not the politician, no other power, not push away. Here, responsible, the people.
I think we have to start with ourselves. It's I think many times I shared with you just before we started the actual discussion that there's a very special project that I've been fortunate enough to support. It's the movie Silence Undone, the short film about Linda, who is a brave, inspirational lady who was abused as a child, had the bravery to speak out about it, and later, has had, fortunately, because of her growth and openness and changing herself, and realizing what happened to her as a child did not define her, is now has a very healthy adult relationships, and then she had the further bravery to tell that in the form of film. And I think that's just so inspirational, to have the courage and then stand out on stage and say, hey, this happened to me. This behind me. My hope is that touches not only people who perhaps have been abused themselves, but maybe also abusers, to say, to reflect on this is not okay, or families that maybe aren't physically abusive, but maybe mentally or emotionally, and talk about it, have that dialogue and seek help. So in your role as a politician and a influencer of communities, how can we engage in that kind of meaningful dialogue to create that narrative for the future? What are the steps we can go through?
Yes, first of all, let me to say to you, thank you, because this is the way to show the people the story that we can change it. We can invest in our mental health to live a better life. Also with our trauma of the past. And I would like to meet Linda, because he's so inspired, this story, and we need to put these kind of stories as a film, or in the media, or in the YouTube channels, in all the social media, to educate the people at the same time that George Floyd, to take the conversation, to start to conversate about this, to first of all to realize that this exists, is more common than we think, in all the communities, in all the countries, in the rich people, also in the poor people, in the middle class, in the working class, happen this, unfortunately. And yes, in my view, is the same. We need to put this conversation in all the public opinion, to involve people, to help through the community. Yes, this is my view. But thank you for create this film, because this is the way to wake up people.
Well, I only had a very small role as a mentor. Magdalena is the producer. She's a young lady living in the Netherlands from Poland. Linda, based here, and they came to some of the established film community and said, help us with this. And I was impressed at how people essentially volunteered to do that. And then there was actually a crowdfunding campaign that they were going to postpone because of Corona, but then they realized they had heard through their channels that like the abuse hotlines were basically going off the hook there, up 50% during this Corona time. And so then they made the decision to put the movie out there in the crowdfunding, and it hit 100% on the first day. It was so people are wanting to support, wanting to help. It ended up at like 250% or something. And what they're wanting to do with that money is not, this isn't a profit motive. It's, hey, okay, so now we have a couple €1,000. Let's figure out how can we distribute the film, because the whole mission is to get that film widely as possible. So maybe you have ideas how we can share that in Argentina or through your communities
in Latin America.
Yeah, that's what we need is and it's not just that film, it's any movement. I think small movement like this film or giant movement like Black Lives Matters. How do you myself as a white male, it's almost impossible for me to actually understand the privilege that I have. But I also realize that I can't understand it. And so that realization also motivates me to help in little ways. And I think, for me, that's where it starts, is to understand that I don't know how privileged I am. I just literally can't comprehend it, because I'm not missing what I don't have. And I don't know how to overcome that dilemma in humanity in order for us to collectively say, hey, we want to move forward. So, I'm enjoying this conversation. So, what is next for you? What is your plan moving forward in order to stimulate the dialogue for a better future?
Yes, I am working in a big community. The name is World Future Society. I invite you if you want to be part, and also all the people who are interested. And we are creating first the vision to show the people that we right now can live in this future. And when you can show the people that we are living in this new future, you inspire to more people to live there and to create together. And I am working on this, and I had an amazing experience, because all the people love to be volunteer. Do you know, the volunteer, no one pay you to be volunteer, and you pay with your time. And then the time, in my opinion, is the most important resource today, and it's the new money. Because I don't know, what do you think? After that, I prefer to know your vision, but the love is the time that you invest in some person, in some people. And when you invest time, you are loving, because it's the most precious that you have. Your time, your life is short. And when you share time with others, when you share your time as a volunteer without income, without money, and put your heart in the table and embrace all the community and the conflict also in order to transform it, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, because we as human beings are not perfect, and also we have conflict, and these conflicts are so important to embrace it and to transform the society. And in my opinion, this is the way.
Nice. So that's going to be the theme, or the continued theme for your next 12 months, 24 months. This is going to be your path. This is your work.
Yes, my work. This is my work every day, because I am very committed, and I do this with my heart and my passion, and I love this. But in my opinion, 12 months and 24 months is too much. We need to create a mass mobilization in all the entire work. I am working to lead the mass mobilization in all the entire work. And because of this, I am trying to unite these important communities around the world, and the locals also, all of them. But I am seeing that we had to do this year.
This year, great. And
this year, yeah.
What is the movement that you mentioned called the World First Society? Is that what you meant?
This is World Future Society. You can put in Google World Future Society, and it's an app, and also you can read a lot of papers about them. And maybe if you want, next week or the other, I can share with you here the way to involve people, because I am working personally. I am leading a special team about the growth, the personal growth, and to empower people like Linda to put your mental health and your body health and your spiritual health in your priority. And yes, it's so interesting.
Beautiful. So that's worldfuture.org, I think. Yeah. So
yes.
Yeah. Nice.
Yes.
Okay. And how can people support that?
Yes,
how can they be involved?
You can download the app first, and you can add in this space. We are sharing our experience, our stories. We are working specifically to create a future. It's World Future Society. Yeah. This app and this organization is open to all, and we are creating the future. And it's an amazing experience. An amazing experience.
Beautiful.
And it's yes.
I will put the link into the notes of this so people can find it. And also, are there other ways that they can find you? Because I know you're on LinkedIn, but is there other ways that they can reach out to you and learn more about your activities?
My activities is in Instagram, Joanna Picetti, Twitter, Joanna Picetti, and LinkedIn. And maybe if you want it next week or the other, we have another notice to invite people to create a mass mobilization.
There's an announcement coming. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, can you tease me?
Yes.
Can you tease me a little what the announcement is?
Yes, we are working in movement of movements to collect all the movements together in the same time and space. We are working with artists from all over the world because we need to unite the artists with the science.
Yep.
And I am working on that, and maybe the next week or the other, yes, I will be able to invite and to involve more and more people in this. Yes, okay, I am so honored. Yes.
Well, I really look forward to that. So also the World Future Society is worldfuture.org. Looks like people can sign up to there for the newsletter, and there's also some programs where you can join and support financially as well. So really, really great stuff. So is there anything else you'd like to share before we wrap up with people? Maybe a closing motivational question or challenge?
Yes. We always have to believe in ourselves. We need to know our rights, stand up for our rights, defend people, be human with each other, create love and compassion in all of your works. And yes, we need you. We need you. We need all the people in the entire world doing the same to share love and compassion and to create a new future together.
Right. Well, and we need you too. So thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for challenging, and thank you for inspiring and connecting. So great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining and being so open on this. I appreciate it.
The same to you and your film. I am eager to watch it. Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, bye. Have a nice day.
So I will stop there. So so that's the end of the podcast. That was fun. Thank you for the openness and the energy.
I love you. You are so, yes, you inspire me because I am so tired and I say, oh no, my gosh, I don't have energy to put here. But yes,
you found energy somehow.
Yes,
found it,
I don't know where.
Yeah. So tell me more about the announcement, because you have an, is it like a World Future announcement?
Yes, I am not ready to share, but I am working also with the different projects from Extinction Rebellion, Sunrise Movement, 350.org, Amazon Watch, Friday for Future, Greenpeace. Also, we are the Burning Man projects that I am working on that, because maybe the next week I can be the opportunity to present my project, and they are support me to lead the mass mobilization. And yes, it's for me, I don't know how right now, but I am seeing that this is very close to us.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll go get some rest.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Chris.
Thank you.
Learn more at ebillion.com/podcast. Welcome to Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere with your host, Chris Parker.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and I'm back with Everyday Entrepreneurs Everywhere. And I have absolutely an entrepreneurial spirit, an entrepreneur himself. He is, for me, somebody who, as I described it, is doing crazy shit, but doing it in a very structured, beneficial way, really trying to solve some of the biggest issues facing humanity right now. And what was really attractive to me about Mars Robertson was so many people are raging and complaining about the state of things. This gentleman is not only thinking, but also doing actions in order to help us all create a new vision for the future. So Mars, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. Thank you so much for having me. Well, I'll just start from a very quick intro. I am originally from Krakow in Poland. That's where my accent is coming from. I've been based in London, United Kingdom since 2011. London is a very special place. A lot of industries coming together, media, finance, loads of different industries, communities. And I had many awakening moments in my life. The most recent COVID, it is literally new world order evolving in real time. And one thing that I'm really, truly passionate about is incentives, behavioral economics, metrics, KPIs. The very simple example is 5 pence, 5 cents plastic shopping bag. 5 cents change was sufficient enough to completely reprogram my brain. And every time I go shopping, I just take my own bag. And this is just a very simple example.
Yeah. So Mars, for the people who might be in countries or geographies that they haven't done it, and in the Netherlands they've also done it, that you actually have to pay a small amount for a plastic shopping bag as an incentive to use reusable bags. And it's incredible, and it really makes you think. So sorry for the interruption, but keep going, please.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just a very simple, very applicable, well understood example. And same applies to waste disposal. If you receive a limited number of bins to throw away rubbish, and the recycling you can dispose for free, but if you don't do this, you need to pay some money. People are very smart. People enjoy saving money. And this is just a very one simple basic example. We can apply similar logic and rationale to almost everything we do. A good example, another one, is the recent Nobel Prize in Economics. And it goes as follows. We can agree that mosquitoes are transmitting various tropical disease. And there is a very simple way of preventing it. You can have a mosquito net. This net protects you from mosquitoes, and $20 expense saves multiple lives, which is a no-brainer. We want to have mosquito nets. However, if you give them for free, then local villagers will use them as the fishing nets, and it will completely destroy the economy because you expect it for free. So now there is you apply data, you do controlled studies. In this village, we sell them for $5, and in this village, we sell them for $2, or some various, payment in not all at once, but maybe you can spread it out. Simple example. Another example is from the same lady who won the Nobel Prize is, how do you encourage children to go to school? We can agree that education is good and education is important for people to read and write. It's useful. However, what do? Do you give children meal in the school, or maybe give them a sack of rice to bring home, or maybe you give them uniforms so they are part of the community? And apparently, the biggest return of investment to get children educated is to educate parents on the benefits of education. So basically, $100 spent on educating parents. Why is it good for your children to learn how to read, how to write? $100 get 40 years of school age. A single child can go to school, 8-10 years. So the $100 get 5 children for all these years. These are just the simple examples applicable right now. And if I can just make a tiny little round, our media, we need to tell the full story of the climate change. I'm so worried about the climate change, and I'm worried that a media does not tell the truth. We need to tell the truth about the actual current state of what's going on. Another very concrete, precise example is there was a viral video from Norway when a few homes just slided into the sea.
I saw that.
And it was cool, viral video, right?
Yeah.
Just Google Norway,
I'll put the link to that because I watched it with one of my boys, and we were watching the house go out to the ocean, and then one of the houses came back, and we were trying to figure out. I was like how did these houses happen? But what was the connection to that and global warming? That seemed like just a landslide.
Well, my first theory is, the permafrost is thawing. What was the solid structure, permafrost, is now melting, and the entire structure of the ground is just unstable.
Yeah.
So I quickly, put the name of this Norway town, and hell yeah, it was above the Arctic polar circle. Okay. And then I was just checking, similar situation happens in Alaska. There was some fishing village in Alaska, and because of the permafrost melting, the entire village is moving. Maybe they don't have it live on the camera because it is a lengthy process. Yeah. So you see, media shows a super cool, viral video, but they do not mention it is 100% climate change.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So Marc, why, coming back to you and your personal motivation, you're clearly passionate about this. Like I said, you're passionate and very educated on this, and you're really seeking facts, through fake news. Why is this important to you? What motivates you to do this?
Oh yeah, I should have a disclaimers because I am a citizen of the planet A. I live on Earth. Okay. And as a human, I have a built-in empathy. So if I was the machine and I didn't have empathy, then it would be easier to see the mass migration and civil warfare and various geopolitical instabilities. But because I am a human...
There's a lot of humans who live on planet Earth and have empathy who don't care nearly as much as you do. So sadly, I think, but in addition to the empathy, you've dedicated your life to this. Tell me why.
Well, first of all, let's assume I am a hyperdimensional person. I have many interests, and this is basically utilizing my unique skills and talents. I was at the COP24 United Nations Climate Change Conference. A lot of negotiators and politicians, they are passionate. They have passion just like me. They dedicated their life just like me, but they do not have the hacker mindset. They do not think beyond 4 years election cycle, and they do not have this behavioral economics incentive. How do you convince someone to change their mind? They are excellent at negotiating, politicizing, shaking hands and reaching agreements, but they are missing this, but how do I implement it in practice? For me, another example is we are worried about loss of biodiversity and the polar bear losing habitat. Honestly, if I was earning for less than $1 per day, no running water, no electricity, no toilet, no phone, no nothing, living day to day, hand to mouth, do I care about polar bear? I don't even have a passport. I never left my village. I am worried about mass migration, drought, famine, extreme temperatures. The extreme weather situation is the result of the climate change. And I am very lucky. I truly appreciate my privilege being European citizenship, living in London. Poor people in London have mobile phones and eat in McDonald's because this is the cheap sources of calories. Yeah. But if you are living in sub-Saharan Africa with no income, no money, no access to fresh water, we need to change our media messaging slightly. And I do care because I am connecting multiple communities, multiple viewpoints, multiple paradigms. I'm not saying that my viewpoint is the best, but within my sphere of knowledge and sphere of experience, I try to convey simple examples, practical examples, well understood, that can be then implemented on the national and global level.
Well, one example I'd like to bring up, and maybe you can say a few words about it, but it didn't seem simple, was the base X island. And I don't even want to call it an experiment because it was a real situation. Is that a good example of how you are doing things in order to find new ways to exist and to educate people?
Thank you. You brought a very interesting subject. I am involved in a crowdfunding project of BaseX Island. I am based in London, and I was planning to buy my first house in London because at some age, no longer digital nomad, I wanted to have my base. And then the COVID happened. Everything goes online. Everything is online. So the appeal of having a 2-bedroom flat in London is no longer there. And literally, I started to rethink my priorities, and connection with nature was very high.
I think a lot of people can relate to that. So sorry, but yeah, keep going. Yeah.
And BaseX is not the first innovative real estate project I am involved. Previously, 2017, I was involved in the astralship.org. We'll put it in the show notes, Astralship.
Yep.
It was the old church in North Wales, realizing human potential to heal the planet. I was 100% mission-driven. I wasn't that focused on my own personal financial wealth, my own personal bottom line. And yeah, didn't play the cash flow game right. That's why the second time around, I'm much more conscious about the operational expenses and the timeline. But yeah, please join me on the island. This is one of the best ways to ensure the continuity of the civilization.
Can you describe the island? What is it you're creating or trying to manifest there? Just can you summarize that for the audience? Yeah,
absolutely. First of all, BaseX is the intersection. Even the letter X is just multiple visions coming together. So let's start from the beginning. It is the 60 acres island, which is 60 acres is a big enough land to create self-sustaining, off-the-grid, regenerative permaculture, flow state, conscious, intentional community, right? So this is big enough canvas to work with. And then we can start from lean and agile way. We are not building everything all at once. I was thinking, okay, let's start with the weather station first. We need to have very accurate data. What is the wind? What is the humidity? What is the rainfall? Start lean. Let's get a base station and one shipping container, which is, a portable home. You can get a portable home in a shipping container for $10,000, $20,000. It's portable, it's scalable. So let's develop it in a lean and an agile way. And the big vision there, few years down the line, when I mentioned about the refugee crisis, forced migration, raising sea levels, geopolitical instabilities, the current model of refugee camps is based on ancient Rome, the soldiers marching for 30 kilometers per day, setting the camp. And the current model of refugee camps is ancient Rome. Now we have a slightly different game. We are playing in a different game. These refugee camps are becoming cities of tomorrow. These refugees have no way of going back home. So I can envision that through a geodesic dome, shipping containers, hexayurts, various modern building technologies such as compressed earth brick. Earth is available everywhere. You can build bricks using compressed earth, or maybe the earthship, which is using the waste material. So the big vision for the BaseX is to build homes for 1 billion people. I know that I'm scratching my own itch because I'm looking for a home for myself. But while doing this, we can actually do something very good for humanity.
Outstanding. And what an incredibly ambitious project. How could people check into this or buy into this or participate in this? What is, so if someone says, ooh, BaseX, I'm in, what does that look like?
Cool, absolutely. Again, X stands for intersection. There are multiple visions coming together. And I'm realizing that crowdfunding is extremely difficult. To get 50 people put $10,000 each is the coordination effort is not easy.
Yep.
That's why we are rethinking the fundraising model. And just like Tesla, Elon Musk, he announced the Cybertruck. You can pre-order for $100 only, which is $100. People in the Western world can usually afford this expense.
Mm-hmm.
So the fundraising model for the base X is to get this sort of $100 commitments. However, the majority of the chunk will come from a single high individual or a family office. And this is simply because such they do not have a regulation, compliance, board of directors, any sort of auditing. And I've just realized there is no way for the 50 people crowdfunding too much coordination game, one single family office. And that's why my marketing materials from now on are focused towards establishing the credibility and, you know, for
the $100 sign up, I guess, or reservation fee. What is someone committing to, or what would be the next step? Because if with Elon Musk and his truck, which I love, you know, that has a price tag. So would someone be buying an option for a container house? And what would the cost for that person be later, do you think, just in rough?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Thank you for asking me these questions. I've been thinking about it all the time, and a lot of my, you know, one-to-one conversations are related to that. So the island is 60 acres, and I thought that this is a good round number to keep the community, you know, cohesive, aligned, you know, working together. So I was thinking, okay, 60 acres, 60 households. Simple, easy. And then I was looking online, what are the rough estimates for the homes in the shipping container? I found multiple resources around $15,000 to $20,000 each. So I can totally imagine that this reservation fee will get you the priority when it comes to dividing the island into 60 individual plots. However, it is still early days. There are still certain unknowns. Please visit the website, talk with me directly. You know, everything is transparent and open source. Everything is on the GitHub, Wiki, Discord, Google Docs. Everything is in public. You can go infinitely deep. I'm so glad you've asked these questions.
So we will put the BaseX links into the show notes and things as well. So, but that's not the only thing that you're doing. You've also in the past have written a book, at least one. Can you share just quickly about what was the premise of the book and
Absolutely, You made a very, very good, you know, disclaimer. At least one. The one that you do not know about was about looking for a job in London, because I became so good at finding jobs and hustling, but I was never good as an employee. As an employee, I was not really engaged at work, which is the global epidemics of low engagement. So I wrote a book, how to hustle, how to prepare for an interview, how to get the best job, but I was never good at working. The second one is about the climate change. It's about the system change. It is about all these incentives. And I start right from the beginning. The most important thing on the entire planet is the land use. The way how we use land is essentially critical for the survival of the humanity. Currently, most of the land on Earth is used for agriculture. and we grow so many crops that are then fed to animals, and these animals consume water. We use so much fertilizers. These animals make a poo. This poo generates methane. These fertilizers, they go downstream to the ocean. Then the ocean, the various plants in ocean grows like crazy because of these fertilizers. And a simple policy is we do not subsidize meat. I'm not telling you to stop eating meat because this is your body, your conscience, your decision, your calories, your stomach. You have your own mind. However, in London, 1 kilogram of chicken costs £5 British. I go to the shop and I get the chicken breast, £5 British per 1 kilo. But if I was to buy 1 kilo of broccoli, if I go to the farmer's market and get organic, it's about £15 per kilo, but in the supermarket, it's about 5, right? And the 1 kilogram of broccoli has around, 500 calories. 1 kilogram of chicken breast has 3,000 calories. So if I am just, say minimal wage, working class, single mom, 3 different jobs, then of course I eat meat because it's cheap. But when we look at the external cost of money, what is the cost of all the chicken feed? What is the cost of all the, vaccination, hormones? It doesn't make any sense. And when you look at the, again, very specific, concrete example, European Union, common agricultural policy. Just look how much money is spent on subsidizing farmers who are destructing the entire human food system, antibiotics, resilience to some bugs. And I am 100% convinced, it's beyond reasonable doubt. If we remove artificial subsidies, the market will respond. The people will start growing their own food. Meat will become a luxury item. COVID shows me the change is possible.
And Mars, and this was outlined in the book, because of course the meat, of course, is related to climate change as well. So a lot of these things are connected. How do you connect all this in your mind? Like, or maybe a better question is, with all of these very important things all connected, how do you choose? How do you focus yourself on what to work on?
That is a very good question. I mentioned I am a hyperdimensional being, and maybe time even is not linear. Maybe we have multiple dimensions. But jokes aside, I try to meditate, connect to my breath work, focus on the most essential things. Writing this book was a very important process because another concrete specific example, Extinction Rebellion has 3 demands. Tell the truth, act now, and act now as if truth was real. No fake news. We need to establish baseline priorities and also beyond politics, because at some point, the survival of the civilization is not left or right, feminine versus masculine. It's beyond politics. So in terms of me, trying to get clarity, what to work on, meditation, breath work, preserving my energy. It's like Tony Robbins saying, you are the average of the 5 people you hang out with. Yep. So if certain relationships are not giving you value, if you feel drained, you can always reply to someone on WhatsApp, hey, I'm so busy working on my business. If you have any queries, send me a meeting invite, whatever. Like, we need to conserve our energy. We need to connect with like-minded individuals. And I think that everyone has various techniques. This is one of the common questions of your podcast. Yeah,
exactly. So I'm your story is so fascinating. So I'm sort of torn myself on keep going down into the content or talk about you as an entrepreneur. One of the things, and we've got about 4 minutes left. You have a concept called a do-ocracy. Can you share? And I told you before we started that I was going to disagree with you on something. And just for you, I had put this T-shirt on that I'll read for those people that says, "I'm a being, not a doing." So if you come up with a do-ocracy, then I'm going to come up with a be-ocracy. So tell me about the do-ocracy, and then we'll see if we need a be-ocracy, or maybe it's the same thing.
Very clever, very nice. Well, I'm a part of the hackerspace and maker movement. I am part of many communities. Now we are all playing in the same game, movement of movement, network of networks. And in principle, if you want to do something, I want to, send this email or fix a machine or do something. Those people who are doing, they get the benefit of the doubt. Ask for forgiveness, not for permission. And it's also in this hacker community. Like, if you are able to do something, you are in charge of this piece of infrastructure. It's also similar to meritocracy. When someone who has skills in that area, that person is automatically responsible for that piece of code, piece of infrastructure. And
do you promote this or recommend this as a global sort of socioeconomic or political system, or is this for micro environments like base apps?
I think it's useful for the small intentional communities.
Yeah.
If you have a community with 10 guys and you want to run every single decision through everyone, it's good to have a clear boundaries of what is possible. We do not need to have a written approval to move a chair. If you feel like, staying in the flow and ensuring that those who have energy, that those who have vision can act accordingly.
Nice. So I can see that this would have some overlays with your BaseX project as well. So you already mentioned a few things, is with meditation and breath work. You're very busy. You're multidimensional, as you said, and in yourself and your actions. How do you keep motivated? And what keeps you going?
Playing a game bigger than myself, and it's also being aligning passion, vision, purpose. Some of the listeners, they know the concept of the ikigai, the 4 intersecting circles. What am I good at? What the world needs more? How can I generate the income? And currently, we live in this new world order unfolding in real time ahead of us. I wrote a book about the system change. I was at the United Nations conference. I've been to quite a few podcasts already, and I'm realizing every entrepreneur these days is a media company. I've realized that if we are going to survive as a humanity, civilization, society, as a species, we need to rethink our evolutionary priorities. The BaseX Island is the ultimate manifestation of everything I've accomplished so far. And even though I do not have all the money just yet, I know, there is a solid business plan, there is a solid technology plan, a lot of research into what water purification, what energy storage, what seaweed farming to ensure 100% off the grid energy and food independence. So I'm starting from myself, from my own family, my own community, and then this ripple effect. The BaseX can become something truly magnificent, but I need your help.
Well, I'm delighted you're here, and this is part of that ripple effect, because there's going to be people listening to this who knows how far and wide. So we need to wrap up. And what is the one best way that people can get a hold of you to learn more?
Sure, absolutely. Just Google Marc Robertson. You will find me. guys, welcome at the campus party. You can totally check the slides. And I am recording this because, when you do the live stream, you don't see your audience. And in that way, I can present better quality video. So I will be in the chat. I will read the comments. You can always message me. I'm always welcoming all sorts of feedback. And in the meantime, this is the most important thing that we can do. Emission trading system and free allocation. We can agree the climate change is for real. We can agree it's man-made. We can agree it's very dangerous for the future of society, humanity, culture. And the way how we do our emissions, greenhouse gases, is not very cool. It's actually leading to inequality and destruction. You can see a couple of different models, such as polluter pays or maybe equality. But the way how we do this now is that grandfathered allocates basically those who were rich, wealthy, got plenty of pollution in the past. These guys are now have the same allowances as they had. That's why the global south and the developing countries are not favored in that way. I think that this is the simplest, the one thing that can completely rewrite the economic foundation. And I think that the existing system of grandfathering, inheriting the permits to pollute is totally not acceptable. This single thing can completely rewrite the entire economy of the entire planet. And right now I will play a great video by Sustainable Human and Daniel Schmachtenberger.
Rival risk dynamics multiplied by exponential tech self-terminate. Exponential tech is inexorable. We cannot put it away. So we either figure out anti-rivalry or we go extinct. The human experiment comes to a completion. That's the core thing. Economics is our value system codified as value equations that determines how much we value one thing relative to another thing, that determines what we're incentivized to do and what we confer power to. So if a dead whale is worth $1 million on a fishing boat and a live whale in the ocean is worth nothing, that's a value system codified in a value equation that then incentivizes behavior, but it also incentivizes psychopathy. So I have to kind of deaden to be able to do the thing that is incentivized by the system, or somebody else does and I'm just not effective in the system. If you look at the way economics then needs to protect its own profit stream and the way it will learn how to influence media to control people's sense-making frameworks, and the way it will influence governance, or the way it will influence legislation on the nature of what happens in education to prepare people for the workforce. So you can't think about the evolution of human consciousness and the evolution of economics differently. The paradigm shift is basically everything.
I was at United Nations COP24 climate change conference. I've literally lost the hope because these people are great negotiators, politicians, debaters, but they know too little about game theory, behavioral economics. I just couldn't find anyone who have any idea how to do it. However, there are people who are using data-based approach and science. This is the lady who won the Nobel Prize in Economics, and she won the prize because she used the data-based approach for helping others. We can agree that malaria and mosquitoes are not okay. So you may think that you can subsidize the mosquito nets so that children and adults are safe. However, if you give them for free, the people will use them as a fishing nets. So various experiments to establish an optimal price point so they can afford to pay and also appreciate them. Similar experiments with vaccination. You can run experiments and you can try various things such as how do you incentivize adults and children to get vaccinated? And similar experiments with schooling. What do you do? Do you give food at school? Do you give a sack of rice, food to take home? Do you do uniforms? And apparently, educating parents on the benefits of education provides the best return of investment when it comes to educating children. I think that this is exactly type of mindset, data, science, experiments, trying things out, running large-scale experiments to see what sticks. I am worried, I'm genuinely worried that this is the model of democracy, which is ancient Greece and a few guys voting, debating. The model of democracy didn't change in many years. These are the founding fathers, the Declaration of Independence, the 1776, when the information was traveling at a speed of a horse, or maybe the ship was actually faster, a couple of weeks from London to the US. Now we have a few things that are different. We have internet, which is a game changer. We have blockchain, which is game changer. We have AI. We have so many other exponential technologies. I think we can totally rewrite the economic system for the humanity, which I'm doing right now. We are doing this. Everyone who is in this channel, who is tuning in, we are system changers, game changers. We are trying to figure out what type of changes are practical, applicable, meaningful. Let's see where this road continues. Internet and blockchain, game changers in terms of decision making, how we organize knowledge, how we share our data, how we share our research. And also flying to Mars is kind of out of ordinary. I think that every single generation up to this date was thinking we are the most sophisticated, we are the most advanced, we are the best, the most sophisticated, right? However, flying to Mars is something truly out of ordinary in the scale of the entire species, civilization, humanity. This is one of the most breakthrough moments, and I am 100% with Elon. We have a narrow window of the opportunity. Some of the geopolitical processes, nuclear warfare, whatnot, we may not have many chances. We need to use this chance. And another reason why everything is so different these days are feedback loops. Of course, if you are into climate change, you know all of them. One of the most common one is called albedo effect, where white polar cover reflects heat and the dark ocean water absorbs heat. Another very well known is like forest fires. There's less trees and more CO2 generated from the fire. There are many of them, plenty, too many to elaborate in more details, but it is looking ugly. And I want to say that for me, it was never about a polar bear losing habitat. This is an example from Syria, drought, famine, not enough water, not enough food, people migrating to cities, livestock dying. And in the cities, there is no economy, no job, no future. People are angry. The civil warfare is created by climate change, and this is just the beginning. I think it was like a window into the future. Various estimates. Of course, it will not happen all at once. It will be a significant process over the next couple of decades. I think that it is happening right now. We are just having a window into the future, just like George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. It was just like a little time machine, time travel, seeing what can happen if there is a massive inequality, massive wealth undistribution, when people are so frustrated, when they have no resources. This was the terrifying moments, riots on the streets, looting, police cars on fires. I think it's just, okay, this is what can happen in the future. And I agree with Leo, I agree with previous president. I do not agree with the current president, who is a climate change denier. That is actually a very dangerous situation. Climate change denial is effectively a fake news. And usually, most of the time, I am 100% pro free speech. Like, freedom of speech is fundamental human right. However, say if you are a pedophile, you do not have freedom of speech to seduce a 5-year-old, right? There are certain extremes, and I actually think that fake news, especially when treated as psychometric data misuse, hybrid warfare, mass media propaganda deployed towards vulnerable civilian population, then it's actually classified as weapon. The Cambridge Analytica technology has export restrictions because it's classified as a weapon. And when I say vulnerable civilian population, I only know some data that on average humans spend 3, 4, 5 hours in front of the TV. And I personally, in my social circles, I do not know anyone who has TV other than a few guys, like developers who have a cheap 4K monitor on the wall, like a dashboard, different graphs, metrics, monitoring. So we are here in this little filter bubble, and maybe we are not affected. Maybe we are higher income, higher education. I am very grateful for my privilege. I'm not taking this for granted. I am very grateful for everything I have. At the same time, I have only one vote, and my vote is, okay, let's figure out a better model. Let's figure out a better model, and let's figure out what can we do to avoid fake news, and what can we do to align humanity? What can we do, a small little changes to align? I think that we can totally think what actually helps. I think that having one child less is absolutely orders of magnitude, and many researchers cannot use the word population control. Population control sounds very ugly. Population control, however, what you can do, you can educate on sexual health. In many countries, you can give away condoms. And if contraception, which is another word for preventing pregnancy, not having children, is prohibited by religious reasons, then you can just educate on health. If you cannot prevent pregnancy for various religion reasons, then educating women on health, educating boys on health, and also educating in general, because if woman has income, she's less willing to be a victim of a domestic rape, right? If a woman has enough income to walk away from an abusive guy, then chances are she will be strong, independent, empowered. And I will not use the word population control because it's not politically correct, but the data says that actually having less children is good for the environment. I think that a lot of things here are completely greenwashing. It's like, yeah, I'm doing my part, which is dangerous. A lot of people would be willing to make much higher personal sacrifices. Okay, sacrifices. It's not a real sacrifice. It's just, okay, I do not have to fly. I will have a Zoom call, right? It changes everything. However, they have this feeling, oh, I recycle or I use light bulb, right? It is wrong. I think we need to change the messaging. This was, in the 50s, in the 60s, your doctor suggests camels. And now we can agree that smoking tobacco is not okay. And Elon Musk, it is probably one of the most retweeted tweets of Elon, that the cannabis went from criminal felony, time in jail, into something which is essential, which is open during the pandemic. I have certain views about war on drugs. I am on the side of facts, research, data, freedom of thought. I am against mass media propaganda of the 60s, and I'm not supporting war in Vietnam. However, in order to keep the war in Vietnam, they had to arrest peaceful movement leaders. So now we are 50 years later. And yeah, I agree that the drugs can also have negative consequences if they are of the illicit quality, unknown quantity, unknown purity, if they are administered by someone who has no experience in an irresponsible way, and then there is no recover integration session, then yes, drugs can be also bad. At the same time, the war on drugs is a failure, and I'm actually hoping that this will help you understand why there are so many people in jail. This is a good business. I think that putting people to jail for cannabis offenses is a very low customer acquisition cost. Yeah, I'm just using irony and sarcasm here. But when you just put some economy in place, you say, oh, now this particular plant is a crime, and then you put profit. People are entrepreneurs, and not everyone has impeccable ethics. Some people are profit-driven, and I think that it drives innovation, like someone who is selling these little masks, right? There's supply and demand, entrepreneurs respond, and yeah, here we go. Prison industrial complex. That leads to a lot of crazy behaviors, such as putting kids to correctional facilities. There was some judge who was bribed. He was paid to send people to jail because he was paid for that. Another outrageous example is, if you are the paramedic, but you get paid for tipping off the funeral home. So then as a paramedic, you are actually killing your patients, because if you report to your conspirator in a funeral home, you get extra charge, which is completely morally, utterly not acceptable. But this is just an example. Change the equation, change the economy, incentivize something else, and here you go. I think that this is huge. This is huge. The way how we subsidize water, subsidize meat, subsidize plants, this is just unacceptable. This is huge, unacceptable thing. The way how much money goes towards something which is uncool. It has been criticized on the grounds of its cost and environmental impacts, and I couldn't agree more. I believe that the market can respond. The private prison system is an extreme example, right? Where who is your customer? People in jail. Now, I would say that 1% or less than 1% of beef farmers and food farmers are effectively deciding on the fate of humanity. I think that the land use is fundamental. The way how we store water, what type of crops are growing, this is very, very bad. And also energy subsidies. Again, market can decide. Like right now, we just have, solar panels, plenty of cheap solar panels. But what about energy storage? if you cannot transmit this energy, if you cannot keep it in the winter or in the night, you still need to build fossil fuels, right? So they're on and off. I think that the free market can decide. Free market, entrepreneurs, people who have, smart resources, capital, they can respond to market needs. But if the government decides to destroy the market, I think it's effectively destroying the market. Energy cannot be so cheap. We should value the cost of heating, cost of electricity. That would enable lots of innovation in the material. It would change the building codes. I am just worried that the lawmakers, policymakers are lagging a couple of years behind the reality. And I'm not talking about anything extreme. I'm just saying, okay, let's just remove artificial subsidies so that free market, entrepreneurs, innovators can play an equal game. If you have subsidies to all this stuff, then it just doesn't pay off to be cool, doesn't pay off to be innovative, because someone else gets shitloads of money, and it's difficult. I think that we need to change loads of laws, and this is a screenshot from Economist, and here is this is the little fragment. China has every right to do so. Why do we assume that if you have a river, you can extract all the water from the river? And here are some links to Wikipedia. Check them out. The war on water, 6-day war, it was between Israel and Egypt and other Arabic countries. It was massively influenced by water. Water in California, which means California, first settlers, gold rush, it was Wild West, it was in the 1800s, right? And the same water rights that were valid with almost no human population, a few wagons, a few, horses, right? The same law on water are applicable right now. And we need to change a few laws, and we don't assume that just because something was in the past 1800s, before urban, suburban sprawl like LA, we need to change a few laws. And I am hoping that this presentation was informational, that it inspired you to think about a few things. I'm not saying that I have 100% confidence. I just know that, something doesn't work. We need to change it. Talking about changing it is like, yeah, we need to change, but do what? I'm actually trying to present a few easy, specific, actionable, attainable, like easy to understand. A lot of people are aware of what's going on. A lot of people say we need to change. I believe we need to change, but what to do exactly? That's why I wrote this book, and I try to present, even if you don't read the entire book, because who reads the entire book? 3 points, 7 words: land use, which is related to animal agriculture and the amount of cow feed. This is all related. Second, emission trading system, so it doesn't use the grandfathered, inherited allowances, so that there is equality. I think that the equality would allow Global South to progress because they have less emissions, so they would market would be established. There is already market for CO2 emissions, but it's not unified, it's not integrated. It is all messy. And of course, energy storage, because even if you have a solar plant, it only works when there is sun exposure. It doesn't work during the night. I think that these are the most applicable, the most imminent changes that we can implement right now. We are literally unfolding a new world order. Guys, Thank you so much. I really wanted to present the most important, most actionable, most important parts. I hope it was good. Drop me a line. Let's keep in touch. You will always find me in the interwebs. And right now I'm just signing off. Ciao, ciao.
Hey. And we just signed off, and Marc Robertson, we're signing back on live right now. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the organizing.
You're very welcome. Welcome. Thank you for beaming in from London. We've got about 2-3 minutes. I know that the chat system isn't always working on the portal. But one question I have for you is the entire economic system, the political economic system, is geared to maintain everything that you are fighting against. So without a fundamental change in that system, do you believe that there will be meaningful change in your lifetime?
I think there is some science to that. We can see the suffrage movement, women right to vote. We can see the Gandhi in India, Mandela in South Africa, Martin Luther King. Yeah, it is happening. A movement of movements, network of networks. People are on the streets. I think that we have technology. The government can shut down the internet, but there are alternatives. I think that people are waking up. People will go to streets, and yeah, I am preparing for the mass global mobilization.
How are you preparing for that?
Building networks, building communities, supporting each other, setting the solid foundation in a place, setting the correct plan. Look, we live in the democracy, and we will still remain some of the leftovers from the old system. However, if we are going to survive as a humanity, as the society, as a species, people are on the streets. The Extinction Rebellion is a very good example, which is building on the great revolutionary leaders of the past. And of course, it may take a year, 2 years, 3 years, but the more and more people are waking up, and I am ready. I'm offering my heart and soul and brain capacity. I'm ready.
Beautiful. When I was listening to your story just now, what I appreciated a lot about it was you're basing your opinions on facts, on data. And something I like to believe is data levels all arguments, as they say. And so my hope for humanity is that, with the internets and with the interwebs and the ability for people to share real knowledge, as opposed to what's often called fake news, that eventually people will be so confronted that they will have to change their behaviors. So because I don't think the established machine is going to want to change itself, because there's just too much to lose there. And I would love it to be a gradual change as opposed to a revolution change, because revolution sounds painful to me. But how do you think it will happen?
It is very difficult to tell. For instance, what if the police is breaking the law? Like last year, there was a mass global mobilization, people on the street, and the police, the court decided that the police was acting in the unlawful way. And then what if the military goes on the street? Is military following the law? So in terms of the mass global mobilization, non-violent civil disobedience, in terms of Luther King, Mandela, Gandhi, I still believe there is chance. COVID gave me so much hope that change is possible. The government can act at a short notice. We can Google can change their homepage, Facebook, Twitter, every single website online was able to change their homepage, and within a couple of days, every single human being can get the information. So in terms of how it will evolve, it all depends how we play media game, how we connect with each other, how many existing prime ministers and politicians and media moguls we get on board. For instance, Jeff Bezos, he put $10 billion Earth Fund, and he's the owner of the Washington Post. So maybe we can talk to him. Hey, can you actually replace the homepage of the New York Post or homepage of the Amazon and rewrite the incentives, rewrite the economic behaviors of the humanity?
Wow. And what I'm thinking, because Mars, your overview perspective is so broad. You were mentioning the Tibetan and Chinese water issue. I'm coming from California, and Southern California, Los Angeles is a desert, and the water is taken from the Colorado River. It doesn't even get to Mexico, and that's a source of contention. So it's the same sort of thing there. There's a beautiful book about that, old book, called the Cadillac Desert, I think. It's an older book which explains about how basically the water pirates, if you will, were grabbing the water in order to build out, what's now Los Angeles. But how can you unravel that or turn these things back to normal? I think there's an entire society and economy now, relying on what we would currently consider, crimes, maybe. Is your vision to go back to what it was before, or is it to move to a new normal?
Wow.
These are just some easy questions, Mark.
You said we have 2 minutes, and I am aware of time. Do you have another guest coming?
Mark,
Okay.
I see them on the camera, and they are still getting set up, and so
okay, sure. To whoever one is watching, go on Google Earth, zoom in on California, zoom on Colorado River, zoom on Mexico. You will see United States is exploiting every single drop of fresh water, and Mexico doesn't get anything. You can just literally see the satellite photos, how this extraction of natural environment is progressing. And yeah, if I was living in Mexico, I would be a little bit, that's unfair. So in terms of the water rights, it is the international conflict everywhere, in China, in Tibet, in Great Ethiopia Renaissance Dam, in Syria, Middle East, Syria, Iraq, Tigris and Euphrates, the first civilization in Mesopotamia. Okay, I will give you a very quick hint. I was meditating on that. We have the satellite photos, and let's do a global voting. Everyone goes outside, and if you show your hands X means no. If you lie forward means yes. We can do a global vote within 1 day at the cost of $0, because there is already 10,000 satellites, Starlink. We could do a global vote, lie down on the street, X or straight, whatever. We can do this, and this way we can do a very quick, efficient population census to agree on the new water rights, because what was working for water rights in 1800s is not applicable right now. And all these different, we cannot assume that just before something was established in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, before the internet, before the extensive climate change, now people are ready to accept the change. People are waking up, people are aware of the consequences. If we find a leader, if current world lacks charismatic and impactful leaders, we need to, yes, unite, decentralize, build communities. At the same time, we need leaders to come together and show people the way, what we can do to actually change the incentives of the humanity. That was the main subject of the talk, how we can direct the energy, direct the incentives to actually survive, prosper, and thrive for the eternity.
Wow. I'm going to take you up on your offer here, Mars. While you were just speaking, I'm popping up Google Earth. I think this is the Colorado River here. Can you see my cursor? Still, I think Parker, my name, and I think because you can't really see it, but up here, yeah, this is the Colorado River coming down, and then by the time it gets to the Mexican border, it's basically gone because it's yeah, it is incredible and shocking. But it's also that's also called industry, because a lot of this is the farms and stuff there that's pulling out of the river. It's just a huge, complicated societal, jungle of policy and history, and it's and there's law involved in it, economics, personality, ownership. I think
this is a very difficult problem to solve because there are so many entrenched interest and ownership and property rights. I was actually thinking about the beef farmers. Like, what would happen if we ban the factory farming? I think that if we were to do this, the price of the meat would go up, because if the factory farming is banned, then only a small scale production can legally operate. But as a result, everyone who was a beef farmer, they would repurpose their land, machines, existing experience working on land towards growing crops that have a very high CO2 drawdown. And I think it is possible. I think that it is totally possible to ban all sorts of industrial meat production because of the related external costs such as water use and methane emissions.
Okay, Mars, I'm going to have to call bullshit. In your video, you were really talking about letting the market decide. And now you are recommending that you have government-based restrictions on sizes of farms. I'm not saying I disagree with
this is the market. This is exactly the market. Well, market is responding to the government policies, and as long as it is legal and profitable, the destruction will continue. If you have industrial farming, which is legal, then you will squeeze every single square inch, and we will do the exact minimum to keep these animals alive, including vaccination, antibiotics, growth hormones, the lowest quality feed. But if you actually ban the factory farming, just like you ban chemical weapons, you ban the proliferation of nuclear weapons, this is actually the role of the government. Yes, free market, yes. At the same time, we need to remove the subsidies, remove the artificial subsidies for various, say, energy. So yeah, not technically a bullshit, but I thank you for the opportunity to expand this piece.
Yeah, I think it's and I don't have any answers on these topics. I wish I did. I wish someone did. What I appreciate about your work is you are championing the questions, and you're causing people to think, hopefully think critically, and hopefully seek fact. So great. Is there anything that you'd like to close with, Mars, on this story?
Absolutely.
The other speakers are getting ready.
Absolutely. Thank you for this couple of minutes of extra time. It's worth to touch base, share some extra context, the satellite photos from border of California and Mexico. Guys, we are in this together. Please follow me on socials, check my website. Let's keep this conversation going. If you happen to be right now in this place, it is a great gift. We have only one life. Let's align, flow with purpose and passion. Let's keep our energy elevated. So please, let's be connected. Let's be in touch. Thank you.
Great, Mars. Thanks so much for joining. Have a great rest of the weekend. Take care. Yeah.
Ciao.
Bye, Mars.
Bye.
Bye.
Stage. So look in that camera. Yeah. So.
Hello, this is Chris Parker, and I'm looking at Mark. But Mark, I see a black screen right now. Can you check your camera, please?
Share screen. Is that better?
That is better. So let me get this one out of the way. So very well. Okay, let's good afternoon, guys. So very quick introduction for myself. and then I'll hand it over to you guys, and I'll get out of the way. As a customer of Fit20, and oftentimes being in corporate environments, I had the luxury of having a Fit20 studio in my building, and I was a customer there for, well, at least over 6 months leading into Corona. And not only was I able to, essentially, get my fitness done in a way that these gentlemen will about to describe, but I also had metrics, and they were sending me updates on how my strength and condition was improving over time. So thank you so much, guys, for responding to the invitation to share the method and the technique, as well as the opportunity to stay in shape very safely, because also I think I can't say it's Corona proof, but it's probably much safer than a traditional fitness studio. So guys, I'll leave it over to you. Welcome to Campus Party. And I'm not getting sound. So let's try that again. I had sound.
Having sound?
I think I need to put your other self on there. So, okay, now you're good.
We good? You have sound?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that introduction. So I'm here with Tancredi, our studio manager for this beautiful studio in Ambiorix in Brussels Center, and the coordinator for the 3 studios that we have in Brussels and Tervuren. So we are both representing Fit20. We're going to share a lot about, not necessarily Fit20, but about a very, let's say, special, innovative, new methodology to actually help you get fit and healthy much more efficiently, much faster, and in a much safer way than you did before, or that was available before. And we're going to explain to you how that works. And so it's an alternative to the traditional cardio training where you have to sweat for hours in the gym or outdoors, with all the benefits, but also some of the drawbacks. So we're going to ask you to open your mind. Try not to be judgmental. Just hold your horses for an hour, and then you can decide for yourself whether it's something that you want to explore further or not. So how are we going to structure this hour? In fact, Tancredi and I are going to we're going to do a few things. We're going to have a demonstration about this new revolutionary methodology of training. We're going to share a few concepts with you to give you a little bit of the theory and the science behind it. And we're going to have a conversation about how our clients appreciate what we do with them. So first of all, let me share a little bit about the science. So basically, we're talking here about strength, about the importance of adding strength to your life. And if you look at the statistics, about 1 in 2 adults develop lower back pain in their lives at a certain point in their lives. Let's say in the mid-40s or later, depending on what kind of lifestyle you lead. So if you have a very sedentary lifestyle, if you are in your car a lot because you are on the road, or you are sitting at your desk a lot, that is very bad for your back. And Tank, do we have many clients that were suffering from back pain?
I'd say that's probably the main issue, and most of our clients that come here complain about lower back pain, and we're happy to say that most of them, if not all of them, all say that back pain has completely gone, or at least improved, meaning that they can move more freely. So that's a great result for us and for them, improving their quality of life.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, lower back pain is one of the biggest disabilities in your life. It seems minor, but it's something that you take with you every minute of the day if you suffer from it. And so why is it that people get lower back pain? That's because they lose muscle mass, they lose strength over time. So I'm going to draw a little drawing here to show you how that works. So if here on the horizontal line you see age, you see me okay? Yeah. So here's your age, and here is your level of strength. Okay. So how does it work? You are at your maximum strength around, Tank?
25, 26 years old.
25, 26 years old. Okay, and then what happens is your strength starts to decrease over time with about 1 to 2% per year. That's right, 1 to 2% per year, which is a lot. And in the beginning you don't notice that, but over time you will. Now, why are muscles important? Tankedi, why are muscles important for you?
Well, they are responsible of all our movements and holding our posture. So basically, it's really the key to have a healthy life. To have a strong muscle that can hold you up throughout your whole activities, then you're going to be able to maintain a good posture and perform every movement, not just exercising, but every movement in a correct way, and avoid fatigue and keep your energy levels high. So it's very important to maintain a good muscle quality.
Exactly. So, because your muscles, they support your bone skeleton. Your muscle skeleton supports your bone skeleton. And so it's very, very important. And I'm going to move the camera a little bit to this side so that you can actually see a bit more of me without losing Tankedi here. Sorry about that. Does it work? No, it doesn't. How are we going to solve that?
Here, so you can.
Oh yeah, I come on this side. That's better. That's better. So I'm going on this side. Sorry about that. So you lose about 1 to 2% of muscle mass per year. Now, in the beginning, you don't notice that. But what's going to happen is, if you get a little bit older, then this lower back pain starts to kick in. What's the other thing? Let me ask you one question. What is the number one cause of death of elderly people? The number one cause of death of elderly people. They fall, they break something, they have to go to hospital to get a bone treatment, a bone replacement. They cut open the body, they catch a bacteria, and they die, and they leave the hospital horizontally. That's a number one cause of death. So how can we prevent that? Well, it's very simple. If you keep your muscle strength in order as you get older, then there's two things that will happen. First, you will be more flexible and you will be able to catch yourself before you fall, because that's what you need muscles for. And number two, once you fall, the chances of breaking a bone are much, much slimmer. Why? Because your bone density actually increases. So research has shown with elderly people also, even with people who haven't done much fitness in their life before, that when they actually do a strength training, their bone density will increase again. So the chance of breaking a bone when you fall is much, much, much slimmer. And so that's one big reason to keep muscle strength. In fact, that's the second one. It's the lower back pain, and it's the risk of falling and breaking a bone when you get older. Now, so what do we need to do about that? It's like, okay, that's great. That's effective life. We lose 1 to 2% muscle mass. But what do we do about it? Well, we have to commit to a training that keeps your muscle mass as high as possible. Now, will you be able to stay at a level where you were when you were 25, 26? No, you won't. But you can significantly slow down this process by doing a proper strength training. And the strength training, it's a myth that it's only for young people, because Tankedi, if you talk a little bit to our client base, what is a typical age group that we see, and what's the level of fitness that we see with our clients when they come in?
So it's nice here that we have all types of clients and members that come to train, all variety, but main group of age is, I'd say, between 45 and 55, maybe even 60, but we have also members that are over 65 years old. And of course, at the beginning, they're always a little bit scared about the idea of doing strength training. But once we explain in detail our concept and that it's a safe way and safe approach to train, to target really muscle fibers without any risk on limbs, bones, or joints, then they understand the process and they're really actually enthusiastic about this method and how they can actually improve their muscle quality in a safe way. So
Yeah,
that's very nice.
Yeah, it is. It is, and especially older people don't have many alternatives. I mean, typically in the traditional fitness clubs, you find younger people, and for them, I mean, most of our clients, it starts around 35 and older, because young people like the social element of training. They want to train in groups, and but we have clients as young as 18 years old, right? So what do we try to achieve with an effective strength training? First and foremost, that is to try to slow down this process of deterioration. So basically what happens is you try to go back up to where you could have been. So let's say you start an effective strength training at this point in your life, when you're 50 or you're 40 or 60, it doesn't really matter. The sooner the better, of course. And then you will actually counter this effect of 1 to 2% muscle mass loss. You will counter it by keeping your muscle strength, your muscle mass as high as possible. That is the trick. Research has shown that that strength is one of the most important predictors of longevity, so duration of life, and quality of life. We already talked about lower back pain. We talked about reducing the risk of breaking a bone. So that has to do with quality of life, of course. But it's also, if you keep your muscle skeleton, as we call it, if you keep it intact, you will be more flexible. Your digestion or your metabolism will improve, because muscle tissue metabolizes faster than other types of cells, and so you can also keep your weight more in order. Your insulin sensitivity improves. You're much more sensitive to insulin, change in insulin levels. That's very, very important. That significantly reduces the risk of diabetes 2 and Alzheimer's, because there is a correlation between diabetes 2 and Alzheimer's. And there's many other benefits to keeping your muscle skeleton, in as good a condition as possible, right? But so that's the good news, right? So the key message, the thing that you need to remember from this first part of our conversation here is try to find a way to keep your muscle skeleton as good as possible. And that's accessible for anyone. We just talked about the dimension of age, and we have got clients who are 70 years old when they start, and they continue till they die. But it's also the various levels of fitness. So we got people, if you talk to a little bit about the fitness level of our clients, Tancredi, what do you see?
Again, that's what's interesting, is that we get really all type of person who are interested in Fit20, and we can have the person that comes just to maintain a certain physical level because they have a sedentary job and they like to move a little bit more. Then we have the person who come up for rehabilitation because they had an injury and they had to get back their strength. For example, after a ski accident, and they need to really focus on legs strength. Sorry. But we also have persons who come who are already athletes and already do sports activities, and they would like to find something to improve their physical level so that they can perform better in their other activities. For example, tennis players or football players. And after a few months of Fit20 trainings, they all tell us that they really feel the difference in their forehand, for example, or that they can run faster, or they recover better after an activity. So it really ranges from no physical level at all to high-end athletes and just everyday person who has a basic physical level. So that's where it becomes interesting, because we can train regardless of your starting point.
Yeah, exactly. Which is good news for everyone, because it doesn't really matter. You don't have to have a history of being in a sports school or doing a fitness or heavy training to be able to get access to an effective, efficient, and safe way of keeping your muscle mass intact. So all levels of fitness and all age groups have access or can have access to this type of training. Okay, now I'm going to show another chart, which is extremely important to try to understand the difference between what we do here and what we recommend and what we have been told to do. I'm just drawing it and then I will explain it. So on this chart, we see the relationship between time on the horizontal axis and intensity of your exercise on the vertical axis. And that's very logical that, if you do a low intensity training, for instance, walking or cycling at a normal pace, or maybe even jogging, then you can stick to that activity for a very long time, an hour, 2 hours or more, right? As the intensity goes up, the duration of your training will obviously decrease, right? So that's why I drew this chart here, that on one end of the spectrum, there is a low intensity, high duration type of exercise. And on the other end of the spectrum is a high intensity training with a low duration, right? That makes sense. Now, so I already spoke about walking. So that will be situated here. Walking, I would just put a W, right? Now, we all have been told that we have to do cardio training, 3 times per week for an hour, sweating, running, jogging, cycling on a mountain bike, cross training in the gym, or Zumba or whatever it is. Now, where is cardio training, what we call cardio training? Where is that positioned on this chart? It will be right in the middle, okay? So here, is your typical cardio training, okay? So medium intensity and medium duration. And of course, cardio training is great. There's nothing wrong with it, right? You feel great. There's dopamine and endorphins that are being released. You are sweating. You have done something. You can be proud of yourself. You can do it with other people. It's fantastic. Yeah? Your heart rate goes up a little bit. So it's all great, but it's not very efficient. And this may shock you. And let's look at our ancestors. Our genetic composition hasn't changed much from our ancestors that lived 100,000 years ago or more, right? Now, we don't know our ancestors, but just imagine and look at animals, because our genetic material doesn't change much or is not much different from animals either. Have you ever seen an animal that is doing a cardio training 3 times per week? Of course not. Do you think that our ancestors were doing cardio training? They were going from the cave and saying to their partner, "Hey, I'm gonna go for a run." Of course not. They were saving their energy. They were doing 2 things. They were walking around a lot to just clean up the cave, to go find berries, or maybe try to find another place to live and move to. That is a lot of movement. That's what we call our proverbial 10,000 steps, right? Which are highly recommended. But they did one other thing. Every now and then, let's say every 7 to 10 days, they had to do a very, very, very high intensity, short exercise or effort. they had to run away for their life because there was a wild animal trying to chase them, or they had to try to catch an animal so they had food on the table other than just the berries, because you also need some other things like the proteins from the meat. So they did a lot of walking and low intensity workout, and they did a high intensity training or exercise or effort every now and then, say every week or so. So I'm going to draw that right here, right? So this is a high intensity training, right? That is extremely important. And if you read the studies from the World Health Organization, actually, they are now recommending to add a strength training to your exercise diet. So do your 10,000 steps by all means, or go play tennis, go cycling, or swimming, whatever it is that you like to do. But add a high intensity training to your strength diet, to your training diet. It's extremely important. But it's not easy. It's very, very difficult to do a proper high intensity training where you are training at a minimum of about 70% of your 100% maximum. If you were doing one repetition on a machine like this, that would be like a one repetition maximum. You have to be at about 70% minimum to have the effect that you need, right? So this is extremely difficult, but very, very important to keep your muscle mass at the level where it has to be. I'm referring to the last chart. Now, this is what we offer with Fit20. So that's Fit20 at the moment is the only brand in the world. We are currently in 9 countries with 150 studios like this one here. These are boutique studios, small scale outfits with about 6 machines. You train always with, maybe Tankedi, you can elaborate a little bit on the methodology, and then we can do a demonstration.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to bounce off on what you just said, what's also interesting is that here at Fit20, we always work full body. So we're going to target the main muscle groups to have a really complete global workout on the whole body, whereas often other activities like running, for example, which is a great activity, but it's going to target just a little bit the lower limbs, whereas we want to really develop strength in the whole body. And so we were about to explain a little bit how it works. So we have always a little private studio where we train with 1 or 2 person maximum. And that's very important because the coach is always there. And for a matter of quality, the coach has to be able to correct and supervise the exercise of the 2 persons training maximum. So we limit really the access to keep it private in a calm environment. Like I said, we're going to work the whole body, every time targeting a different muscle groups, and we're going to target the biggest muscle groups to really get the highest impact on the metabolic response of our body. So we're going to target the chest, the back, the legs, the abs, and every time try to have a complete workout. To reach this high intensity that we want to make it as effective as possible, we're going to use mainly 3 criteria. First of all, we're going to train with weights that are pretty heavy. Now, of course, the weights are adapted to your physical level, but as of the first repetition, you will get a feeling of quite high intensity and weights quite high. And second criteria is, and that's probably going to explain even more in detail, it's the tempo that we're going to be using. We're going to work with a very slow tempo for every exercise. 1 repetition will be done in 20 seconds, 10 seconds pushing, 10 seconds coming back. And this is super effective because it allows to maximize the effort time on the muscle fibers and work really deep into the muscle core and targeting all the different muscle fibers, because muscles have different fibers that intervene accordingly to the intensity. And the third criteria is that every time we're going to try to push you until you reach what we call temporary muscle failure. So basically, if I take an example of someone training in a classic gym, what's going to happen often is that you're going to be told to do a 12-15 repetition with a certain weight. You're going to start doing the exercise, and then you're going to feel a little bit of effort. You're going to rest a little bit after the 12 repetitions. Then you start over again and you do a 3-4 sets maybe for the same exercise. Here it's completely different. We're gonna do just one set per exercise, and we're gonna ask you to keep doing the exercise until you're capable of. Now, of course, technique has to be good, the breathing has to be also consistent, and the pace has to be kept, as I said, 10 seconds pushing, 10 seconds to come back. And we're gonna try to keep you working until your muscles are capable of doing the exercise correctly. What happens when you reach this muscle failure is that you trigger a nervous response. So actually the muscle is gonna communicate with the nervous system, who's gonna analyze the situation, and it's gonna say, okay, here they're really pushing me to an extreme level. In response, the nervous system is gonna send a stimuli to the muscle so that it develops strength and more resilience and resistance to that type of effort. And that's what's gonna develop your strength, your basic strength, and really increase your performance session after session. But of course, since we're working with this high intensity and we're pushing you a little bit to your limit, if not even a little bit beyond, the rest period has to be longer than a classic training. Usually we recommend 2 to 3 days rest for a classic training. Here, since we're really working with extremely high intensity, the rest period will be more around 6 to 7 days to be optimal, to really allow your muscles and so also the neural response to recover completely. And but again, I like to emphasize the fact that we're working slowly with a slow tempo allows to work with high intensity, but in a safe way, because it's not going to have an impact on your joints. There's no jumping, there's no explosive movements, so it's easier to keep a good form during the exercise. And the coach is constantly watching on your technique, on your breathing, and make sure you don't compensate. Take a stupid example. We're gonna then demonstrate also on the machine. When we do a chest press, for example, we often tend to compensate with the shoulders. We do it unconsciously. It's a response to cheat and make the exercise easier, but we don't want that. We want to make sure that your shoulders stay low, for example, and so that we can really target the effort just on the chest muscle, so that again we go towards quality rather than quantity. So that's how we manage to get a really effective and good way of training in just 20 minutes.
Shall we?
Yeah, maybe a little demonstration. It's the best way to show it. Okay. So I'm gonna ask Marc to first of all, of course, the coach has I don't have it here now, but we usually have an iPad with an application that records all the sessions, so that we have all the settings and we can keep track of any note if the member, for example, has previous injuries or particular needs. Okay, so according to that, we can adapt the sessions and the intensity of the exercise. Before the person gets in, the coach always makes sure that the settings are correct accordingly to the height, the weight. So here I'm going to ask Marc to sit down and make sure. So Marc, I'm going to ask you to put your hands on the handlebars here on the side. Okay.
From 55 normally, I think.
Yeah, but first I'm going to check the settings of the machine. So for example, here we have to make sure that the handles are the right height, and here it's good. Okay, and then just going to move this a little bit so he can do the movement. Okay, once he's settled in, we can check the weight that he used usually. Okay, and so I'm going to check every time during the exercise that the movement is correct. During this exercise, he's going to be trying to push out very slowly the movement and breathing normally. That's very important, to breathe throughout the whole exercise. Okay, Marc, so I'm going to be counting the 10 seconds, okay, so that you know exactly the pace that you have to keep up during the exercise. If you're a little bit too fast or too slow, I'm going to, of course, correct you, okay? And so I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, then you're going to be starting and try to push out, okay? You ready, Marc? 3, 2, 1. You can start pushing slowly in 10 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We try to reach all the way out without stretching completely in the arms, and we're gonna go back. So I don't know if you can see it in the video, but Marc is already shaking because working with a slow tempo requires much more concentration and effort. And push out again without setting down. Breathe. Remember to keep the shoulders low and keep the core tight. It's always important to engage the abs. 8, 9, 10, and return. 1, 2, 3, good, breathing, 4, 5, 6, a little bit slower so we don't set the weight down, 9, 10, push it out again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now intensity is increasing, it gets harder and harder to do the repetitions, 9 and 10, and back again. Don't block the breathing, keep breathing normally, perfect. The wrists are nice and line, and technique is still good, so we're gonna try to keep going, Mark. Push again slowly, 1, 2, 3, good. We try to always keep the head straight also to avoid tension on the neck. Come on, keep breathing even if it's hard. Okay, we're reaching the limit. We're gonna try and do one more repetition, Mark, sorry. Very slowly. Good, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if you can do it. Try to push it out. Okay, it gets too hard. Just hold there 10 seconds. This is really to push it to the limit. 7, 6, 5. Breathe slowly. 4, 3, 2, 1, and gently setting down. Very good, Mark. Okay, excellent. Okay, so that was very good. Now, of course, Mark has done this before. He knows the exercise, so technique was very good. But what's important is also that the coach pushes you to try to get beyond the level. So often people, when it gets too hard, they tend to stop because they think they've trained enough. Here it's important to really try to make that extra effort. And that's why we also ask at the end to hold 10 seconds to really go find that last bit of energy hidden in the deep fibers. How are you feeling, Marco?
Great.
Okay. I see you're also a little bit out of breath because of the intensity. Muscles are going to need much more oxygen. Okay, so it's going to need an increased blood flow. So it's going to also trigger your cardio aspect because your heart rate will accelerate to bring the energy and the oxygen that the muscles needs during the effort. So it's mainly strength training targeting the muscles, but it's also going to have a great impact on your cardio aspect.
Right. Yeah, so we're going to lower the chair camera. So you can tell I'm out of breath. I mean, in fact, Tankedi was training me on my normal weight. So it's not just a demonstration. It was actually normally on Sundays I do my own training, or let's say around this time, Saturday or Sunday. So this was kind of the time to do it again. So now normally I do 6 exercises, just one after the other. The total training takes 20 minutes. So the training itself is about 12 minutes because actually every exercise is between 1 and 2 minutes. And there's a little bit of time to switch machines and to have a little conversation with my coach. And so the reason why I do, I mean, I'm my own target audience, right? I'm our target audience. We are targeting various groups of people. It's the busy professionals, people that have little time, little motivation sometimes for doing exercise. So they just want results and they want it fast. And of course, safely. So you can tell, and I'm just wearing my normal clothes. It's my Fit 20 outfit, but our clients come in their normal outfits, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because of the slow tempo, the heart rate will go up, but slower. Okay, it's not going to be a drastic increase in just a short amount of time, so it's going to come up slower. And the studio is kept always at a cool temperature of 17 degrees, which stops or limits the sweating. So this means that actually during your 20-minute session, you don't really need to change. You can, of course, if you want to, but you can also train in your regular everyday clothes. So we have lots of customers who come during their lunchtime, for example, and this is a great way for them to be able to still get an effective training without losing too much time, because they get to the studio, it's always scheduled, they know exactly when they're going to start and they know when they're going to finish. So there's no loss of time, they don't have to change and no need to shower afterwards. They just come, have a good 20-minute session, and then get back to their activities. That can be going back to the office, or just having more time to spend with your family because you did already your training, your workout for the week.
Right. Yeah. So these are all great benefits for me as a client. That it is very predictable. I just know when I need to show up, as Tankedi said, and I know I will be out the door 20 minutes later. There are even Fit 20 studios inside corporations. So if there's a company that has 300 or more people in one location, or a group of companies that have offices that total 300, 400 people or more, then we can even install a Fit20 studio inside your business, inside your company. So that if you own a business and you have a couple hundred people on site, or maybe you work for a company that has a couple hundred people on one location, that's really something that I would like to talk to you about, because we are on a mission too. It's not only that, and I didn't invent this, it's the methodology comes from the United States, or let's say the research comes from the United States, let me put it that way. And that was done about 20 years ago, 10, 20 years ago. But those researchers who did all the work and who wrote the books about it, they were more interested in furthering their research than in building a business out of it. So the founders of Fit20, they are in the Netherlands. They're still the owners of the, let's say, headquarters and the global franchise. They started about 15 years ago in, when was that? In 2000, about 2005, with experimenting and trying to apply this knowledge about strength training into a concept that is scalable and that can be made accessible to many people, as we discussed, from young to old, and from low levels of fitness to top sports people. So a very large group of people can benefit from this type of training. So they contacted the researchers and the authors of books on the slow motion fitness revolution, and there's Body by Science. There's a couple of different great books about it if you want to read more about, well, the science behind it. We also have a white paper that discusses in a lot of detail the methodology of why it works, and it has great references to academic research. So not only from those people that studied that I just discussed, but also there's a lot of academic research done by other researchers that explores the effects of a high intensity slow motion strength training on the body. But not only on the body, because now if you allow me to relate a little bit how I got into touch with this concept. I'm not a fitness trainer by education. Tancredi is, you can tell. And I worked for over 20 years in large corporations. And I grew older, of course, and I noticed that a lot of people were not very fit and healthy, including myself. I did a lot of sports, but I had less and less time for it. I got my family, I had my work, my career, my hobbies, my friends. There was not enough time to really do effective training other than more recreational, sort of cardio type training and sports. And then I became an entrepreneur. I started my own business in 2012. I'm a business coach and leadership coach, and I support professionals and entrepreneurs to make breakthroughs in their life, in all areas of their life. Initially business and communication, delegation, strategy, marketing. But what I noticed is that a lot of entrepreneurs, they are not very healthy. They have no time for sports, proper exercise. And the same goes for professionals. So I felt like, well, how can you consider yourself to be successful at work if your physical health is failing, or if your relationships are not working? I love to look at life and in a holistic way. I think long-time success, long-time prosperity, freedom, fun, joy always has to include a balance of all the key life areas. It includes your work or career, your business, it's your hobbies, your relationships. Of course, your financial situation needs to work as well, but also your health and energy. And when we talk about health and energy, we tend to always talk about the physical health. But there's more to it. Of course, there's your mental health, your emotional health, and your spiritual health. Those make up your total health and energy level, if you will. And I stumbled upon this concept. A friend of mine called me and said, well, Fit20, it's a global franchise. They have built a network of about 100 studios in the Netherlands at the time. Now we've got more. They are looking to expand globally, and they're looking for master franchise owners, people who want to invest in their business and get the franchise for a country, and then be able to sell sub-franchises to franchise holders. Is that something for you? And I felt like, yeah, I'm not a fitness guy. I'm not sure. But I got to talk to the owner and the lead coach, and I was so intrigued. Of course, I got to try the system myself because it's deceptive. If you see this, and I'm always debating with people, should we show this even? Because if you see this here, it's like, okay, I can go to any fitness outfit, any club, and I find equipment that looks alike. Well, it's not the same equipment. This is equipment that has been especially designed for this type of training. We don't own it, we bought it, but this is the equipment that is perfectly suited for this type of training. So this short, high intensity type of training. And of course, we've got our brand colors, as you can see on the equipment, because we are now such a big customer of theirs. We have over 150 studios in 9 countries. And we are in a phase now of rapid development. Our mission for the world is to train 1 million people by 2028. So we have a little bit to go. We're on our way to get there. We want to have 4,000 studios worldwide in 40 countries, 4,000 or 5,000 studios. In Belgium, when I started in 2015, I set a target by 2025, so in 10 years' time, to grow our network to 150 studios with 50 franchisees. And so these are people who are not fitness professionals, not necessarily. These are people who want to help other people grow and develop. And they may have had a career and they want to make a career move and become an entrepreneur. But to start your own business just like that is not so easy. I mean, the chance of failure are very high if you start your own business without any help. So that's the benefit of franchising, that you are an independent entrepreneur and you work in a larger organization. So that was another reason why I liked it, because I'm used to working in very large organizations in various countries around the world. And so I like that structure, but I also like my freedom and independence. So now we have I'm very lucky that my friend called me and asked me. So I said, yeah, this is fantastic. I mean, this was kind of a missing key to the solution to helping entrepreneurs and other professionals to have that balance and also take care of their health and energy aspect, because we never think about our health until we don't have it anymore, right? If you have lower back pain, what we talked about earlier, or you have other problems, then your poor health is kind of keeping you busy mentally, emotionally, psychologically, every minute of the day. So what we see, Tankedi talked about the physical benefits, and what we also see is that our clients experience psychological, mental, emotional benefits. So can you speak to that a little bit? What we have seen?
It's no news that physical activity in general helps to keep your emotions high and improves your quality of life. And I think that one of the key aspects of Fit20 is that since it's such a short training, you can actually stick to it and train regularly, and regularity is really the key. If you can be regular in your physical activity, that's when you get results, and that's when you're going to feel the difference. And the fact that they improve their muscle quality means that they have more energy for other activities, like, for example, spending the day with their kids and going to the playground, or just simply going grocery shopping. It becomes easier to carry out the 6 bottles of water going up the stairs. And so it's all a vicious circle in a positive way, because you work here hard to actually work less hard outside, or it seems less hard, but it's just that your muscles help you better, support you better in your activities. And then if you spend less energy doing things that you love, means that you have more time for it, and then it just has a positive impact on your emotions, because there's nothing more frustrating than not being able to pick up your kid, for example, because your lower back hurts, or not being able to go out with your friends on a bike ride because you're too tired and you don't think you can keep up. So all these little things are gonna come interconnect and make really a big improvement in your life, quality of life. That's why one of Fit20's motto is change by Fit20 and Fit20 for life, because usually people that commit to Fit20, then they recognize the value and they really stick to it because they know that it's a long-term commitment, because they just have to keep up their they want to keep up as long as possible this quality of life.
Right, yeah. And by the way, I was just thinking about a remark that Chris made in his introduction. He said, well, I'm not sure how corona-proof it is. Of course, that's a question that all our customers have. And I have to tell you, they're positively surprised when they come here. And now, Tancredi and I are not wearing a mask at the moment. But what we do, our customers train with a mask. In fact, a couple of days ago, I had an interview here with two of our customers that have been here. I mean, they couldn't even remember when they signed up. And they were training with a mask on. So and we also have warning signs here on the ground that say, well, keep distance. We have cleaning materials. So the fact that you only are here with your trainer, you're alone or with one other partner and the trainer, so there's maximum 3 people in the space. The personal trainer doesn't need to touch me. He can, Tancredi can keep his distance from me. We're wearing masks when we do the training. We clean the equipment, so after every training, the equipment is being cleaned, although we don't sweat, as Tancredi explained. The air conditioning is now switched off to suppress the noise, but normally the airco is on 17 degrees centigrade, and with the slow motion movement, that suppresses the sweat, how do you say that, response. So you don't sweat, or in a very light fashion, so you don't need to change. So that's also a reduced risk of any body fluids that would get to the equipment. So we are very, very corona-proof. Of course, we hope, like I'm sure you do too, that this whole corona thing will be behind us anytime soon, and that we can go back to, well, I'm not sure we can go back to normal like before. I think we'll have some heightened awareness of potential risks or hazards, which I think is not a bad thing in itself. But we are not a fitness. We are not a regular fitness. We are not a fitness club. We are personal trainers. We are in fact coaches that help people. In a way, we are life coaches, because through the physical, the heavy, the very challenging physical exercises that we do here, you will also improve your mental resilience, your emotional stability, your self-concept. People gain self-confidence. I remember there was a client in one of our other studios. He came in and he said to his coach, look, he said, don't push me, because for me, it's already a major achievement that I showed up for this training every week, that I give myself the gift of allocating some time to being supported in improving my physical health. And he was in very bad shape. He was drinking, I think, 1.5 liters of cola every day, eating crisps all the time, very sedentary lifestyle. And he felt really bad about that. I mean, his self-confidence was very low. At work, he was suffering. His personal relationships, he was a little bit in isolation because of it, because he didn't love himself. And if you don't love yourself, then how can you love other people? How can you be present with other people? So he said, don't push me. Just, be here for me, support me. And then after 6 months of coming every week, he said to her, okay, now you can push me as hard as you can and as hard as I can endure. Because now I have kind of regained mental stamina, psychological strength, emotional stability to allow you to push me to my limits and beyond. And that's just one example of many stories where we have actually transformed lives. That's why Tancredi was referring to changed by Fit 20. So this is not like a physical training. This is a total body workout. It's also a mind training. It has a psychological and emotional aspect. And what we see with our customers is that their whole life changes. With this one little decision to commit to this weekly training of 20 minutes, there is gonna start a process of continuous improvement in all other areas of their life as well. So they will become more productive, they will sleep better, they will become less reactive to people, so they will become kinder people. They love themselves more, so they can have a bigger heart towards other people. And that is, if we hear these stories, you really get tears in your eyes. It's amazing. Now, so we let's say wish for you to be able to have access to something like this. Doesn't have to be Fit 20. Unfortunately, Fit 20 is the only concept around at this point that offers this type of training. There are some copycats trying to get in the market, which is a great thing, because we are on a mission to encourage people to open their minds, like I invited you to do at the beginning of this talk, to be open to this kind of new thinking. And in fact, it's not made up. This is all based on scientific research. Cardio, I'm not saying you shouldn't do any cardio. Please do. If you like to play tennis, if you like to go on your mountain bike in the forest, or you go running, do that. It's great. If you want to do a cross training, do that. But you don't have to, right? Because most people don't do it because they have no time. As Tancredi explained, this takes you 2-3 hours per week plus changing and all that. It's a lot of commitment, and it's not always very safe. Be careful. If you're not well trained, a lot of people have some overweight, and if you go running, if you go jogging, just look at people in the park. They have to carry that whole weight, and that presses on their knees. I think it's 7 times your body weight that you get on your knee joints. That's not so good for you if you're not well trained, right? Or if you're overweight. So be careful, but do it by all means, but do it for fun. Do your 10,000 steps, as they call it, and try to build in high intensity training once a week. Now, can you do it by yourselves? There's some people that say, there are clients here, and say, okay, I know how it works now, I'll do it myself. Now, first of all, well, let me ask Tancredi, have we had examples of people that have quit because they thought they could do it themselves, and then perhaps they came back? Or
yeah, it's 2 things mainly. First of all, the motivation is not as easy as it seems to train by yourself. You really have to keep up the motivation, the regularity, and you really have to have a mindset to do it. So that's one thing, just to start the training. Then there's also the motivation to push yourself. Like I was doing with Marc, I could see he was struggling. Without me, he would probably have stopped before. With a coach who's going to push you to try and do 1 more repetition, you often are able to do 1 or even 2 more repetitions, and that's where the difference kicks in. If you're able to do that extra effort, that's when you get the result in this type of training with high intensity training. And the main thing that's very risky when you train on your own, even for people who are trained and who are used to train, technique is really super important. And when you train at a medium intensity, it's easier to keep a good technique. I'm not saying you're always going to be able to do it, but it's easier. But at high intensity training, it becomes much more complicated, simply because you're gonna often trigger a cheating effect, like I said before, where your body is gonna try to compensate, other muscles are gonna kick in to try to take over. So you're no longer gonna be targeting the right muscle groups. You might put strain on other muscles in a bad way. Your form might not be as good as it should be at the end of the last repetitions, because you start to get tired. And that's often things that only an external eye can see. So it's very, very hard to keep a good technique throughout the whole exercise without someone that's going to be able to correct you. So all these things make it that it's very important that you train preferably with a coach who's going to be able to push you your limits and making sure that the technique is good, so that you train in a safe way. And the goal is to make you better, improve your strength, but avoid any injuries, of course. So that's very, very important. So we had, yes, persons who stopped maybe at a certain point and then came back after a few months saying, yeah, I noticed that I couldn't keep it up all by myself, and I felt the difference. So of course, like all sport activity, when you get results, then the hard part is actually to stay there where you reached your maybe your peak, and when you stop, of course, you're gonna start decreasing again. So that's why also it's important to keep doing Fit 20 as long as possible, to really, once you reach your peak level again, to stay there as long as possible. So yeah, very, very important.
Yeah. So if you like it, if you say, well, hey, I find it intriguing, I find it interesting, you may not believe it, but you may think that, well, it sounds too good to be true. No sweating, guaranteed results, only in 20 minutes per week. That's not possible. Well, we just explained to you that it is possible. It is scientifically proven. We got thousands of clients in 9 countries and growing every day. Still, experiencing it is believing it, right? Doing it is believing it. So my invitation to you is, if you like this, if you want to explore it further, just come and try it for free, right? You get normally it's 20 minutes per week, but if you come and try it for free, you get 40 minutes to an hour to really experience several exercises, talk to your trainer or coach, and get into it and feel it. If you feel it, you will tell that it's totally different. Now, you can do it in 9 countries at the moment. If you're in Belgium, where we are, you can go to Fit20, so fit20.be. If you are, you can also go to fit20.com for the United States, fit20.nl for the Netherlands, but you can always go from one side to the other, or type Fit20 in Google and you will find probably your nearest Fit20 studio. Go to the website, you can find a little contact form there. You can just fill it in. We get an email, we'll contact you. Or you get the opportunity, if you're in Belgium, I think, to book your session in one of our studios yourself. So you can pick a time slot that works for you. You don't need to change. You don't need to be in top physical condition. Just show up. Give yourself the gift of discovering something new that might be something for you. Also, if you have friends or family or parents or other people that you think might benefit, as Tancredi explained, this training is accessible to people all the way up to 99 years old or you're older, and levels of fitness doesn't matter. You're just recovering, coming from the physiotherapist, or you are an ex-top sports person, doesn't matter, or in between. You can, it's safe. Why? Because there's a coach that supports you, that motivates you, make sure the exercise is done correctly, and you will have results. And you guarantee that you get 20% improvement in strength in the first 3 months. Tancredi referred to an application on the iPad. That's where we keep track of your results, of your progress. And after a couple of weeks, we can show you a graph that actually shows how you have improved on each of the machines. And then you can, that's also a little bit of a stimulus, but you will feel it in your body. If we put the machines back on the old settings, after a couple of months, you start laughing. You say, well, that's impossible. That's a joke. It's not true. Well, it is. It's really unbelievable. So please help us, help you. Thank you for watching. And we wish you, on behalf of Tancredi and myself, a fantastic, fantastic life, full of health, energy, friendships, love, prosperity, success, and joy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Tancredi. Marc, thank you so much. I enjoyed this. I'm a customer already, and it's always great to hear about the science behind it. Definitely, I had the results, and I loved getting the feedback from the app, and they send it to you in the email as well. So it's really cool. So yeah, I would love it if people took you up on your offer,
to have that free session. It's really, really valuable. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chris, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chris, for having us up.
Stay strong.
Have a nice weekend.
Take care.
Take care.